Winterfell had learned to breathe again, though it did so like a wounded thing, slow, careful, expecting pain. The courtyard still smelled of wet ash and old fear, and the rebuilt walls wore fresh stone the way a man wore a new bandage. Too clean, too bright, not yet earned. Night laid itself over the castle in a hard frost, and the wind prowled the battlements as if it meant to find a seam and worry it open. Jon Snow stood where kings had stood before him, though he did not feel like one. The great hall was warm with flame, yet cold sat in the bones of everyone gathered, a memory of winter that never truly left the north. Their eyes followed him in the way eyes followed a blade, respect and wariness braided together. The raven had come at dusk, black against a slate sky, bearing a scroll that looked wrong in Winterfell, too fine, too smooth, sealed with red wax stamped by a sun pierced through with a spear. Sansa Stark watched his face as he read, her hands folded, her posture perfect and distant as any lady's. Though there were nights Jon saw the girl she had been flicker behind her eyes like a candle guttering in a draught. "What does it say?" Lord Wyman Manderly asked, heavy with wine and caution. Jon read it again because the words still felt like a trick. To Jon Snow, it began, and that alone made some of the men shift in their seats. "Not your grace, not king in the north." Jon Snow, as if the writer did not care what banners flew over Winterfell's towers. Prince Arianne Martell of Sunspear invited him south. Invited. The word sounded like honey and had the same danger. A promise of alliance against the Iron Throne. A promise of ships, coin, and spears. A promise, too, of something unspoken, hidden between the lines like a knife kept up a sleeve. Davos Seaworth had come to stand at Jon's shoulder, quiet as a shadow, his weathered face unreadable until Jon lowered the parchment. Davos's eyes went briefly to the seal and then back to Jon, as if he could smell the salt of southern seas already. "If it's a trap, Lord, it's one laid with patience. Dorne hasn't moved in years. A prince who sleeps is still a prince." Lord Glover snorted. "And what does a sleeping prince want with us?" Jon looked down at the seal again, sun and spear pressed into wax like a wound. He thought of the wall, its shadow in his dreams, its cold in his blood. He thought of the dead that waited beyond the trees, patient as stone. The North could not fight alone. Not again. "There's more," Jon said, and heard his own voice carry, steady and tired. "They offer marriage." The hall did not go silent at once. It became quiet the way a forest became quiet when a predator entered. Men leaned forward. Someone laughed once, sharp and disbelieving, and stopped. "Marriage?" Sansa repeated, as if tasting the word to learn its poison. Jon's eyes met hers. "They wrote to you." "They wrote to Winterfell," Jon answered, though he understood what she meant. They had chosen the man, not the castle. The bastard king, the up-jumped wolf with the wrong name and the right sword. Davos cleared his throat. "If it's a trap, Lord, it's one laid with patience. Dorne hasn't moved in years. A prince who sleeps is still a prince." Lord Glover snorted. "And what does a sleeping prince want with us?" Jon looked down at the seal again, sun and spear pressed into wax like a wound. He thought of the wall, its shadow in his dreams, its cold in his blood. He thought of the dead that waited beyond the trees, patient as stone. The North could not fight alone. Not again. To Arianne Martell. The name fell into the hall like a thrown coin. Southern, exotic, dangerous, and suddenly real. Sansa's lips pressed together. "They mean to bind you, or bind us, or both." "Then we bind them back," Jon said. It sounded simple when spoken aloud, as if the world was a ledger and all debts could be paid neatly. He felt the weight of the crown he did not wear press invisible against his brow. Outside, the wind rattled the shutters. The North listened, and the South had finally spoken. The sea did not care that he was a king. It struck the ship with the same indifference it had shown to smugglers and fishermen, to lords and to the lowest oarsmen. The deck pitched beneath Jon's boots as if the world itself refused to stay still. He had left Winterfell before the snow could deepen again. leaving Sansa with the North and the hard work of holding it together. The farewell had been brief, because long goodbyes were for those who believed in safe returns. "You'll take guards," Sansa had insisted, and Jon had agreed. He had taken enough to show strength and not enough to look like fear. A handful of men he trusted, and Davos Seaworth, because Davos knew the sea and knew people, and Jon trusted him to speak when Jon's silence turned dangerous. They sailed from White Harbor on a wind that smelled of ice. But each day the air softened, and Jon felt heat creeping into the world as if someone had opened a door he hadn't known existed. The sun grew bolder. The nights grew less cruel. The men began to shed furs, grumbling and laughing as if warmth itself was an insult. Davos stood with him at the rail one morning, watching the horizon where sea met sky in a thin, bright line. "You're thinking of turning back," Davos said. Jon did not deny it. "I'm thinking of what I'm walking into. A palace full of snakes," Davos allowed. "But snakes can be useful. They bite your enemies too." Jon's eyes narrowed. "You've been to Dorne." "A long time ago," Davos said, and there was something in his tone, memory, and the faintest edge of longing. "Hot place, proud people. They don't forget. They don't forgive easy either." Jon watched the gulls wheel and dive, white flashes against blue. "Why now?" Davos's fingers gripped the rail as the ship rolled. "Because the realm is breaking, and everyone can hear it cracking. Because the Iron Throne is weak, and the dead are coming, and a prince in Sunspear is deciding which way to point his spear." Jon looked south, and for a moment he imagined a land of red sand and bright sun, so different from the gray north that it might as well have been another world. He tried to picture Arianne Martell. He had heard stories. Men always had stories about women they had never met. A princess who smiled like a promise. A princess who used love like a leash. A princess with sand in her hair and steel in her eyes. When the ship finally reached the warm waters off the Dornish coast, Jon smelled it before he saw it. Spice and salt and something green and sharp, as if the land itself breathed different air. The coastline rose in pale cliffs, and beyond them stretched a country that looked sunburned and stubborn. They made harbor near Plankytown first, where the river met the sea in a tangle of boats and shallow docks. Dornishmen watched from shade with the lazy stillness of lizards. Their eyes were dark. Their smiles were slow. Jon disembarked with sweat already forming beneath his collar. It felt wrong, this heat pressing against him, wrapping him like a wet cloak. The North had never touched him like this. A tall man waited with a long axe held upright as if it were a standard. His skin was the color of polished oak, his face unreadable, his eyes fixed on Jon with calm precision. "Ario Hoda," Davos murmured, "the captain of Prince Doran's guard." Ario Hoda inclined his head. "Jon Snow," he said, the name shaped carefully. "Prince Doran Martell welcomes you to Dorne. Sunspear awaits." The road to Sunspear ran through hard earth and stubborn green, through groves of orange trees that filled the air with sweetness so strong it made Jon's throat ache. He saw water canals glittering in sunlight, saw small villages where children stared at his black cloak as if it were a shadow that had learned to walk. By the time Sunspear's pale towers rose ahead, crowned with sun, Jon felt the weight of every mile behind him and every choice still waiting ahead. Sunspear was heat made stone. The palace walls gleamed pale as bone beneath the sun, and the air inside carried the scent of citrus, wine, and something older, salt and blood and pride. The throne hall was not Winterfell's dark cavern of smoke and shadow. It was bright, open, cut with arches that framed sky like paintings. Light spilled across mosaic tiles that depicted suns and spears and serpents in coils. Jon's boots sounded too heavy on the floor. Prince Doran Martell sat in a high-backed chair carved with spear shafts and curling vines. His legs were covered with a blanket of embroidered cloth, and his hands rested lightly atop it, fingers long and still. His face was calm in the way of a man who had learned to let storms pass without moving. Arianne Martell stood to his right, a blaze of color against the pale stone. Her gown was the deep orange of sunset over sand, and gold warmed her throat and wrists like captured sunlight. Her hair fell dark and thick, and her eyes did not soften when they found Jon. She looked him over the way a commander looked over a new blade, checking weight, edge, balance. "Jon Snow," Prince Doran said. His voice was quiet, but the hall listened as if he spoke through a horn. "You honor Sunspear with your presence." Jon bowed because courtesy was a kind of armor. "Prince Arianne Martell, you honor me with your invitation." A small smile touched Doran's mouth, more sadness than amusement. "We honor the North. We honor House Stark. We have honored it at great cost, though perhaps the North has not always known it." Jon felt the hook slide beneath the words. He did not look away. "I know the realm has cost your house much." Arianne's eyes sharpened. "Do you?" she asked, and the question was not gentle. "Or do you know only what the singers say in northern halls?" Some courtiers shifted, entertained and wary. Davos stepped forward half a pace, as if to speak, but Jon lifted a hand without looking back. "I know Arianne Martell," Jon said, and felt the name like a stone in his mouth. "And her children." The hall quieted further. Even the fountain in the side court seemed to hush. Prince Doran's gaze held Jon's. "Then you know why Dorne has been patient." "Patience is not the same as peace," Jon replied. "The realm is breaking. The Iron Throne is weak. The dead." Arianne cut in, sudden as a drawn dagger. "The dead do not sit a throne in King's Landing. Cersei Lannister does, and she has not paid for what she took from us." Her voice carried heat, and Jon understood then why Doran's patience mattered. Because Arianne Martell's fire could burn through stone if not contained. Doran lifted a hand, a quiet gesture. "My daughter speaks with the anger of our blood," he said softly. "I speak with the caution of our bones. Both are needed." He gestured toward a table laid with fruit and wine. "Let us speak as allies might. Let us see what we can build." They sat, and words became pieces moved across a board. Doran offered ships, enough to move men down the coast, enough to break a blockade if needed. He offered coin, careful and measured. He offered spears, though he did not pretend Dorne's armies were endless. In return, he wanted the North's strength. He wanted a promise that when the Iron Throne fell, Dorne would not simply trade one master for another. "We do not kneel," Arianne said, and her mouth curved, not quite a smile. "We never have. Not to dragons. Not to wolves. Not to lions." Jon met her gaze. "Then don't," he said. "Stand beside us. The North doesn't want your knee. We want your spear." Arianne's eyes narrowed, as if she had expected a demand and found only an offer. She leaned back, studying him. Prince Doran watched them both, his calm gaze like water over rock. "And the marriage," he said at last, as if speaking of weather. "You have read my offer." Jon felt the hall lean toward him. He forced himself to breathe slowly. "I have." Doran's voice remained gentle. "Arianne Martell is my heir. She will rule Dorne. A marriage binds more than banners. It binds futures." Arianne did not look away from Jon. "It binds chains too," she said, "unless both sides choose to wear them." Jon felt his throat tighten. He thought of Ygritte's laughter, of her red hair against snow. He thought of vows taken and broken. He thought of the dead rising, indifferent to love. "I did not come south hunting for a bride," Jon said carefully. "I came seeking alliance. And I did not come into this hall hunting for a northern king," Arianne replied. "Yet here you are." Prince Doran's eyes flicked between them. "Dorne will not waste this moment," he said softly. "We will dine tonight. We will talk again tomorrow. You may walk our gardens, see our people, breathe our air, and then you will decide what kind of man you mean to be." Jon rose when the meeting ended, and Arianne Martell rose too, her gaze still on him, as if she meant to measure the shape of his decision before he made it. The water gardens were an insult to the North. Water everywhere, spilling and laughing in channels of carved stone, collected in pools so clear Jon could see fish flickering like knives beneath the surface. Orange trees cast shifting shade, and the air smelled of blossoms and warm stone. Children ran barefoot over mosaic paths, shrieking with delight as they chased one another through mist thrown up by fountains. Jon walked beside Arianne Martell and felt like a wolf dragged into a sunlit pen. Sweat dampened the collar of his tunic. His black cloak was folded over his arm. Wearing it felt like wearing winter itself. "You look as if you expect an arrow," Arianne said. "I expect people," Jon answered, watching the children. "People are worse." Arianne laughed softly, though there was no joy in it. "That's true enough." She led him along the edge of a pool where small boys practiced splashing one another until a stern nurse snapped at them in Dornish. The language sounded like wind over sand. Jon caught only fragments. "You wanted to see our people," Arianne said. "So see them. These children do not know the Iron Throne. They do not know the Red Keep. They know water and sun and fruit. They know that when a prince walks these gardens, he is meant to remember what peace looks like." Jon watched a little girl with dark hair and a crooked grin offer a slice of melon to her friend. For a moment, something in his chest loosened. "In Winterfell, children learn to keep quiet," Jon said. "They learn not to run too far from walls." Arianne's gaze shifted to him. "Because of wildlings? Because of everything," Jon said. "Because winter, because war, because men who want what you have." Arianne stopped beside a fountain carved into the shape of a twisting serpent. Water poured from its open mouth in a steady, shimmering ribbon. She looked at Jon as if she were trying to see through him. "You speak of war as if it is weather," she said. "As if it comes and you can only endure." Jon's mouth tightened. "It comes whether you want it or not." "And you think the dead are coming?" Arianne said, and her tone held skepticism, not mockery. "Up from the north. You think the stories are true." Jon thought of pale eyes in the dark, of the cold that had no mercy. "They are," he said. Arianne's fingers brushed the stone rim of the fountain. "If the dead come, Dorne will burn too," she said quietly. "Heat does not stop death." Jon watched the water spill and shimmer. "No," he agreed. They walked on. Arianne's pace was slow, deliberate, as if she meant to stretch this out until Jon either broke or revealed something. "You are not what I expected," she said at last. Jon glanced at her. "What did you expect?" "A northerner with ice for blood," she replied. "A king who thinks his crown makes him right. A man who came to take, not ask." "And instead?" Jon asked. Arianne's mouth curved, faint as a blade's edge. "Instead, I find a man who looks tired. A man who carries ghosts the way my father carries pain." Jon's gaze sharpened. "Your father is in pain?" Arianne's eyes flicked away. "He has carried too much," she said, and the words were simple, but Jon heard the weight behind them. They passed beneath an arch where vines crept thick, and the shade cooled Jon's skin. Arianne halted again, turning to face him fully. "Tell me," she said, voice low, "do you know why my father offered you marriage?" Jon met her gaze and did not flinch. "To bind Dorne to the north. To bind the future," Arianne corrected. "Dorne does not gamble without reason. My father does not gamble at all unless the board is already marked." Jon's breath slowed. "What board?" Arianne stepped closer, close enough that Jon could smell citrus and warm skin. "The one with dragons," she said softly. Jon's heart gave a hard, unexpected beat. He forced his face to remain still. Arianne watched him, eyes bright, and Jon understood then. This was not only politics. It was hunting. She was circling something. "What do you know of dragons, Jon Snow?" she asked. He thought of stories told by old men near hearths. Fire made flesh, wings blotting out the sun. He thought of the way the world shuddered beneath such power. "Only tales," he said. Arianne's smile deepened, though it did not reach her eyes. "Then perhaps," she murmured, "it's time you learned what is not a tale." They spoke later on a terrace that looked out over the sea. Sunspear's walls curved below like pale ribs, and beyond them the water stretched endless and bright, glittering as if scattered with coin. The wind off the sea carried salt and cooled the sweat along Jon's neck. Arianne poured wine into a silver cup and offered it. Jon took it, though he did not drink. Her own cup remained in her hand like a weapon. "You said you know Arianne Martell," she said, and her voice held that earlier heat again, controlled but not extinguished. "Tell me what you know." Jon's gaze held steady. "I know she was murdered," he said. "I know her children were murdered. I know it was done in the name of a war she did not choose." Arianne's fingers tightened around the cup. "And do you know who did it?" Jon's mouth hardened. "Gregor Clegane, Emery Lorch, Tywin Lannister allowed it." Arianne's smile was sharp. "Allowed," she repeated. Men always hide behind softer words. He ordered it. Jon did not argue. Truth did not need polishing. Arianne stepped closer to the terrace's edge, looking out at the sea as if she could see the past floating there. "My aunt died screaming," she said, and the words were quiet enough to feel like a confession. "Her babies died screaming. My mother wept until her eyes were hollow. My father watched and learned what it meant to be patient." Jon's grip tightened on his cup. "And now," Arianne turned, and the sunlight caught the gold at her throat. "Now my father wants to stop being patient," she said. "Or he wants to use you to make patience worthwhile." Jon's voice was rougher than he intended. "I didn't do this to your family." "No," Arianne agreed. "But you stand in a place where men like you always stand when blood is spilled. You stand at the start of something." Jon looked past her, through an open archway where he could see Prince Doran Martell seated in shade, speaking quietly to Hoda. Doran looked like a man carved from still water. "What do you want from me?" Jon asked. Arianne met his gaze without flinching. "I want you to understand that Dorne does not give without taking," she said. "If my father binds me to you, it is because he believes you can do what he cannot. He believes you can hurt the lions. He believes you can break King's Landing open and drag justice out by the hair." Jon's jaw tightened. "I don't want King's Landing," he said. Arianne's eyes narrowed. "No," she said softly. "You want the realm to live. You want the dead to be stopped. You want peace." Jon said nothing because that was too close to truth. Arianne's voice lowered. "Peace is not given," she said. "It is taken, sometimes with fire, sometimes with blood." Jon's eyes flicked to her throat, to the pulse beating there. "And if I marry you," he said, forcing the words out. "What do you get?" Arianne's mouth curved, slow. "I get a future," she said. "A realm that cannot forget Dorne. A realm that cannot ignore us. A realm where my children, if I choose to have them, are not hostages to some northern lord's goodwill." Jon's chest tightened. He thought of children again, barefoot in the water gardens, laughing as if war was a story told to frighten them into bed. "And what do I get?" he asked. Arianne stepped closer, close enough that her shadow touched his. "You get spears," she said. "Ships, gold, and something else." Jon's eyes hardened. "The dragon." Arianne's smile widened, and for the first time there was something like genuine satisfaction in it. "So you do listen," she murmured. Jon did not blink. "If you're lying." "I'm not," Arianne said, and the certainty in her voice was like stone. "But it is not mine to show you. Not yet." Jon's gaze went again to Prince Doran Martell. He thought of politics. He thought of vows. He thought of the dead moving beneath trees like a tide. "If I agree," Jon said slowly, "it's not because you offer me glory. It's because I need allies." Arianne lifted her cup in a small toast. "Then we understand each other," she said, "which is a better beginning than love." Jon heard the sea wind rush, and somewhere far below a gull cried out, harsh as a warning. The next day, Arianne did not bring Jon to council rooms or gardens. She brought him to a courtyard baked by sun where men trained with spears and swords, their shouts sharp in the dry air. "You want Dorne's spears," she said, standing at the edge of the sanded ground. "Then let Dorne's spears see you." Obara Sand stepped into the ring with a spear in her hands like it belonged there. She was all muscle and heat, her expression openly hungry for a fight. Her dark hair was tied back, and her eyes glittered. "So this is the wolf," Obara said, her voice loud enough for the watching men to hear. "He looks smaller than the stories." Jon's grip tightened on the practiced sword handed to him. He felt eyes on him, Dornish guards, servants, the sand snakes lounging like cats in shade, and Davos Seaworth watching with the resignation of a man who had seen kings do foolish things before. Nymeria Sand leaned forward, her smile lazy. Tyene Sand's expression was sweet and unreadable, as if she were deciding where poison might best go. Arianne's face was calm, but Jon saw the tension beneath it. This was not entertainment. This was a test, and a dangerous one. Obara did not wait for courtesy. She lunged, spear point flashing toward Jon's throat. Jon stepped aside, the weapon whispering past, and he felt the heat of it like breath. He moved without thinking, body remembering battles where steel was real and mistakes meant death. Obara pressed hard, her spear striking and striking, trying to drive him back. Jon parried with the flat of his sword, redirecting the spear, stepping in close where her reach became weakness. He heard her snarl in frustration. "Fight!" she spat. "Stop dancing." Jon's mouth hardened. He did not want to hurt her. He did not want to prove himself by spilling blood for strangers. But he could not lose either, not here, not when Dorne watched. Obara feinted low and swung high, the spear but cracking toward his ribs. Jon took the blow on his forearm and felt pain flare. He turned it into motion, stepping inside her guard, his sword catching her spear shaft and twisting. The spear spun, and Obara's grip faltered. Jon could have struck then, could have driven the practice blade into her chest hard enough to break bone. He did not. He stopped with the sword pressed lightly against her collarbone, his breathing heavy, sweat running down his back. The courtyard fell quiet. Obara stared at the blade at her throat, then at Jon's face. Something like respect flickered there, quick and unwilling. "You could have taken my head," she said. "I don't want your head," Jon answered, voice rough. "I want your help." Obara's laugh was sudden, sharp. "Help?" she repeated, and the words sounded strange in her mouth. Then she stepped back and lowered her spear. "Maybe you're not as stupid as you look." Nymeria Sand clapped slowly, mockery and approval tangled together. Tyene Sand smiled, as if Jon had passed some private test she had never spoken aloud. Arianne watched him, her expression unreadable. But when Jon's eyes met hers, he saw something shift, calculation giving way, just slightly, to curiosity. Davos exhaled under his breath. "Well," he muttered, "that could have gone worse." Jon lowered the sword and felt the ache in his arm. He also felt the weight of eyes that had changed. Dorne's spears had seen him, and they had not laughed him out of the ring. It was not loyalty yet, but it was the beginning of attention, and attention could be turned into alliance or into death. Night in Sunspear was not like night in Winterfell. It did not bite. It wrapped. The air remained warm, heavy with scent, and the sounds of the palace carried in softer tones. Footsteps on stone, distant water, muted laughter. Jon sat alone at a table in the chamber given to him, staring at a map spread beneath candlelight. The parchment showed coasts and rivers, borders drawn by men who believed ink could command land. Dorne was a long, narrow country on the page, but Jon felt its weight, its stubbornness, its heat. He traced the coastline with one finger and thought of ships. He traced the Red Mountains and thought of passes where armies could die without ever seeing an enemy. A soft knock came at the door before it opened. Arianne Martell entered without waiting, as if this was already her space to claim. She wore a robe of dark silk, loose, the gold at her throat gone, her hair unbound. She looked less like a princess now and more like a woman who had decided to see what lay beneath a man's armor. Jon rose, wary. "Princess." Arianne's mouth curved. "Jon," she said, and there was something deliberate in the choice. She crossed the room and looked down at the map, her fingers brushing the parchment near his. "You're planning," she observed. "It's what I do," Jon said. Arianne's eyes lifted to his face. "And are you planning to marry me?" The directness of it hit like a fist. Jon's throat tightened. He could lie, but she would hear it. He could dodge, but she would see it. "I don't know," he said. Arianne nodded, as if that answer pleased her more than certainty would have. "Good," she said quietly, "because if you said yes too quickly, I'd think you were either desperate or stupid. If you said no too quickly, I'd think you were proud." Jon's mouth tightened. "And what do you think now?" Arianne stepped closer, and Jon felt her heat before her touch. "Now I think you're afraid," she said softly. "Not of me, of what marriage means." Jon's gaze sharpened. "Marriage means vows." "It means chains," Arianne corrected. "It means people thinking they own you." Jon's jaw clenched. He thought of the Night's Watch, of vows spoken beneath cold stone. He thought of crowns offered and refused, of men calling him king as if that word could erase everything he had been. "I've been owned before," Jon said, and the words came out colder than he intended. Arianne's eyes softened slightly. "And you broke those chains," she said. "Or they broke around you." Jon's hand rested on the table, knuckles white. "Why me?" he asked, and the question held more than politics. "Why tie yourself to a stranger from the north?" Arianne's gaze held his. "Because my father believes you matter," she said. "Because the realm is changing, and if Dorne does not reach first, it will be reached for. Because you are a weapon." Jon's eyes narrowed. "And you?" he asked. "What do you believe?" Arianne looked away for a heartbeat, and Jon saw something raw beneath the confidence. "I believe I am tired of being a piece," she said quietly. "I want to move myself." Jon's chest tightened. He understood that hunger. He had lived it. Arianne's fingers slid across the map and stopped at the Red Mountains. "There are things in Dorne," she said softly, "that do not belong to the Iron Throne. Things my house has kept because we do not trust the world to use them wisely." Jon's breath slowed. "The dragon," he said. Arianne's eyes met his again, and there was no teasing now, only seriousness. "Yes," she said. Jon's mind raced. "If it's real," he said, "it could change everything." "It could," Arianne agreed. "Or it could kill you." Jon's mouth tightened. "Then why bring me into it?" Arianne stepped so close their shadows touched. "Because my father thinks you can survive it," she said. "Because he thinks you have blood that will answer blood." Jon felt his heart hammer once. He did not speak. The silence stretched, taut as a bowstring. Arianne's hand lifted and rested lightly on his, warm against his skin. "I won't pretend this is love," she said, voice low. "Not yet, but it could become something worth having. Respect, trust, a shared war." Jon looked down at her hand on his, then up at her face. He saw strength there, and ambition, and pain. He saw someone who had learned the same lesson he had. The world did not give you what you deserved. It gave you what you could take. He turned his hand under hers and clasped it. "If I do this," he said, voice rough, "I won't be your captive." Arianne's smile was small and fierce. "Good," she whispered, "because I'm no one's captive either." Jon leaned forward, and when he kissed her, it was not gentle, not practiced. It was the kiss of two people testing whether the other would pull away. Arianne did not. She kissed him back with heat and certainty, and for a moment Jon forgot the map, forgot the dead, forgot the Iron Throne. When they broke apart, their foreheads nearly touched. "Tomorrow," Arianne murmured, "you will decide." Jon's breath came slow. "Tomorrow," he agreed. The wedding was held in the Sun Court, where orange trees grew in neat lines and their blossoms filled the air with sweetness so thick it almost made Jon dizzy. Torches burned even in daylight, their flames small and defiant against the sun. Dornish nobles gathered beneath arched colonnades. Bright silks like banners made flesh. The murmurs rose and fell like surf. Jon stood beside Arianne Martell and felt the weight of 1,000 eyes on his back. He wore black because he did not know how to wear anything else, and because the North lived in him like ink. The heat pressed against him, but he stood still, shoulders squared, as if the sun itself were an enemy to face. Arianne was radiant in orange and gold, her hair braided with small chains that caught light when she moved. She did not look nervous. She looked like a woman stepping into a battle she had chosen. Prince Doran Martell watched from a raised seat, his face calm, his hands folded. Arianne stood behind him, long axe upright, unmoving. The sand snakes lounged like predatory birds dressed in jewels. The Septon's voice drifted over them, speaking of the Seven, of duty, of union. Jon heard the words but felt their distance. He had spoken vows before beneath cold stone, words that had meant everything and then been broken. He wondered what words could possibly bind him now. Arianne's fingers slid into his hand when the time came. Her grip was firm, not pleading, not soft. Jon looked at their joined hands and felt something strange, an anchor being set. The Septon asked if Jon took her. Jon's throat tightened, and for an instant he saw Winterfell's great hall again, saw Sansa's eyes, saw the North's need. He saw the dead in the dark, patient. "I take her," Jon said, and his voice carried. Arianne spoke her own vows without hesitation. "I take him," she said, and there was steel beneath the words, as if she meant them as an oath of alliance rather than surrender. When the Septon bound their hands with a ribbon of cloth in Martell colors, Jon felt the symbolic weight of it settle. Sun and spear, wolf and snow, two worlds pressed together. The kiss that followed was expected, watched, measured. Jon leaned in and tasted citrus on Arianne's lips, wine and heat. The court erupted in cheers, and somewhere in that sound Jon felt the realm shift slightly, as if a board had been nudged. After, there was feasting, music, dancers with bells at their ankles moving like flames. Jon sat beside Arianne at a high table, facing down, looks both curious and calculating. He ate fruit and spiced meat and tried to pretend he belonged in this brightness. Arianne leaned toward him once, her voice low. "They will talk," she said. "They always do," Jon answered. Arianne's smile was faint. "Let them," she murmured. "Words are cheap. What matters is what we do next." Jon's gaze slid to Prince Doran Martell, watching from his seat as if he were listening to the future. Jon felt something cold beneath his ribs despite the heat. He had married into Dorne. He had tied the north to the south with vows spoken in sunlight. Now he would find out what price Dorne demanded for its spear. It was after the feast had thinned and the music had dulled into distant thrum that Prince Doran Martell sent for them. Arianne led Jon through quieter corridors where the palace's brightness faded into shadow. The stone grew cooler beneath their feet. Torches replaced sunlight. The air smelled older here, dust and salt locked into walls. They descended a narrow stair and emerged into a chamber carved deep beneath Sunspear. The ceiling was low, supported by pillars etched with spirals that reminded Jon of waves. On the far wall, half hidden by shadow, was a carving of a dragon. Wings folded, head lowered, as if asleep. Prince Doran sat at a stone table, a small casket before him. Scrolls lay beside it, their edges worn. His face looked paler in torchlight, the calm still there, but now Jon saw something beneath it, a tension like a drawn bow. Arianne stood by the door, long axe in hand, watching the corridor behind them as if expecting ghosts. "My son is not here," Doran said quietly as Jon and Arianne approached. Arianne's eyes flickered. "Quentyn," she murmured. Doran nodded once. "This is not for him," he said. "This is for you." Jon's stomach tightened. "What is this?" he asked. Doran rested his hand on the casket. "A truth," he said softly, "and a gamble." He opened the lid. Inside lay a piece of blackened scale the size of Jon's palm, iridescent in torchlight, like obsidian touched by oil. Jon stared at it, and something in him recognized it the way a man recognized danger. Arianne's breath caught. Quiet. "This was taken from the Red Mountains," Doran said. "From a place our house has kept secret since before my grandsire's grandsire was born." Jon's voice was rough. "A dragon," he said. Doran's eyes did not leave Jon's face. "Yes," he said. "Not a skull in King's Landing. Not a story. A living creature. Jon's mind raced. How? He demanded. How could a dragon live hidden for generations? Doran's fingers brushed one of the scrolls. Because Dorne remembers mere axes, he said. Because Dorne remembers fire falling from the sky and the screams of men burned alive. Because when mere axes died, something was taken. Arianne's eyes sharpened. An egg, she said. Doran inclined his head. Perhaps more than one, he admitted. The histories do not say. Histories are written by men who wish to be believed. Jon stared at the scale, feeling his pulse hammer. And it hatched, he said. It did, Doran replied. It lived. It grew. It was fed. It was kept. Kept, Jon echoed, and the word tasted wrong. In chains. Doran's gaze did not waver. In secrecy, he corrected, though there was no defensiveness in it. Only grim necessity. A dragon cannot be allowed to roam free, while the realm is ruled by lions who would use it to burn their enemies and their own people alike. A dragon cannot be given to a boy who would take it as a toy. Jon's jaw clenched. And you would give it to me. Doran's voice remained soft. I would place the chance before you, he said, because my maester wrote to me of you, because whispers have reached even Sunspear. Arianne's gaze slid to Jon. Whispers, she repeated. Doran lifted a scroll and unrolled it carefully. The ink was faded. The hand was neat and old. I was told, Doran said, that Lyanna Stark died with a promise on her lips. Jon's breath stopped. Arianne stiffened beside him, eyes widening slightly. Doran's calm eyes pinned Jon. I was told Rhaegar Targaryen's son did not die, he said quietly. I was told that child was raised in the north under another name. Jon felt the chamber tilt, as if the earth itself had shifted. He thought of Ned Stark's face, stern and silent. He thought of the way Ned had refused to speak of Jon's mother, as if words would spill blood. Arianne's hand found Jon's arm, gripping lightly, grounding him. You knew, Jon said, and his voice was hoarse. You knew before you wrote to me. Doran nodded once. I suspected, he said. Now I believe. Jon's mind flashed to fire answering blood, to Arianne's earlier words. He looked down at the black scale again, and something cold and hot twisted inside him at once. This is why, Arianne whispered, and there was awe in her voice now, and something like fear. This is why he chose you. Doran closed the scroll gently. If you are who I believe, he said, then you may be able to do what no Dornishman can. You may be able to wake what sleeps. Jon swallowed, throat tight. And if I fail? Doran's eyes were sad. Then Dorne loses a king, he said softly. And I lose my daughter's husband. And the realm loses a weapon it may need against both lions and death. Arianne's grip on Jon's arm tightened. We don't go without thinking, she said sharply. Doran's gaze softened toward her. We have thought, he said, for years. Jon stared at the dragon carving on the wall, wings folded as if in prayer. He felt the north behind him like a weight. He felt Dorne beside him like heat. I'll go, Jon said at last. Arianne's eyes snapped to him. Jon. Jon turned to her, and his voice was steady now, set like stone. If this is real, he said, if a dragon is truly hidden in your mountains, then it can't remain hidden. Not with the dead coming, not with the realm breaking. We either use it, or it destroys us later. Arianne held his gaze a moment longer, then nodded once. Fierce. Then we go together, she said. Doran exhaled, slow. As you should, he murmured. They left Sunspear before dawn, when the world was still cool enough to lie to you about mercy. The palace gates opened with a groan, and the small party rode out beneath paling stars. Jon's cloak was wrapped tight against the desert wind, though it was not cold, only dry, cutting, as if it meant to strip skin from bone. Arianne rode beside him, her hair bound back, her clothing practical. Linen, leather, a scarf drawn across her neck. She looked like she belonged out here, as if the desert was an extension of her blood. Jon felt heavy and dark against the bright land, a shadow moving through sun. Arianne rode behind with guards, silent and steady. No banners flew, no drums. This was not a royal progress. It was a knife sliding under a rib. The desert swallowed sound as they rode deeper. The world became sand and stone and sky, endless and merciless. Heat rose as the sun climbed, pressing down like a hand. Jon's mouth dried. His tongue felt thick. He drank sparingly, because Davos had warned him. Water was life here, and waste was death. They passed small oases guarded by thorn trees, past ruins half buried in sand where broken pillars jutted like bones. Arianne spoke little, saving breath, eyes always scanning the horizon. On the second day, the Red Mountains rose ahead, jagged teeth against the pale sky. Jon felt a strange tightness in his chest as he looked at them. They reminded him of the wall in shape if not in color, an old barrier standing between worlds. They camped that night in the lee of a rocky outcrop. The wind howled over stone. The stars looked close enough to touch, sharp and cold despite the heat left in the sand. Arianne sat by a small fire that burned low, careful, because flame drew eyes in the desert. She watched Jon as he sharpened his dagger with slow strokes. "You haven't asked," she said at last. Jon's eyes lifted. "Asked what?" Arianne's mouth tightened. "How my father kept it," she said. "How he fed it. How he hid it. What it did to the men who guarded it." Jon's jaw hardened. "I don't know if I want to hear that." Arianne's gaze did not soften. "You should," she said, "because tomorrow you will meet it, and you will understand what it costs to keep a monster sleeping." Jon stared into the low fire, watching sparks die before they could rise. "Monsters," he murmured. "I've met a few." Arianne's voice dropped. "This one is older than your wars," she said. "Older than mine. It remembers fire as language." Jon felt something stir beneath his ribs, a nervousness that was almost anticipation, almost dread. He thought again of blood and whispers, of promises made in dying breath. They rode again at first light. The land grew harsher, rock cutting through sand like exposed bone. The air smelled faintly of sulfur as they climbed into a narrow pass. Near midday, one of the guards lifted a hand, halting them. Jon followed the man's gaze. Ahead, the sand changed color. It darkened, not from shadow, but from something burned into it. A wide patch spread across the ground like a wound. The grains fused into glass that glittered black and green beneath the sun. Jon swung down from his horse and stepped closer. Heat still radiated from the glass, though the sun alone could not have made it. He crouched and touched it with his fingertips. It was warm, alive. Arianne dismounted beside him. For once, her confidence faltered. She stared at the blackened sand as if it were an omen. "Here," she whispered. The guards shifted uneasily. Even Arianne's grip tightened on his reins. Jon rose slowly. The air felt thicker here, as if the world held its breath. He looked up the pass toward a jagged opening in the rock face, half hidden by drifts. A darkness yawned there that did not look like shadow. It looked like a mouth. A low sound rolled from within. Not quite a roar, not quite a growl. More like the earth itself stirring in sleep. Jon's heart hammered. He felt the hairs on his arms rise. He felt something in his blood answer, hot and sharp, like a spark catching. Arianne's hand found his forearm, gripping hard. "Jon Snow," she said, and her voice was tight. "If you turn back now, I won't call you coward." Jon's gaze stayed fixed on the dark opening. "I'm not turning back," he said, and his voice sounded strange to his own ears. Steady, deep, as if someone else spoke through him. The rumble came again, louder this time, and the black glass at their feet seemed to shimmer with it. Jon took one step toward the mouth of stone, then another, and the desert wind died as if the world itself leaned in to listen. The mouth of the mountain drank the light. Jon stood at its edge and felt the heat roll out as if the cave exhaled. It did not smell like ordinary stone. It smelled of old fire, brimstone and dust, bone gone dry, the faint metallic tang of something that had burned and bled and then waited. The blackened sand at their feet glittered like shattered mirrors. Every shard of it looked sharp enough to cut. Behind him, horses snorted and stamped, unsettled by a fear they could not name. Dornish guards shifted their spears from hand to hand, the points catching sun and flashing like teeth. Arianne was still, long axe held upright, his face a wall. Arianne Martell's hand hovered near the hilt of her dagger, not because she meant to use it on a dragon, but because her body did not know what else to do with the tension. The sound came again from within, a low rumble that seemed to travel through stone and into Jon's ribs. Not a roar, a breath. A creature stirring in sleep, annoyed by voices in its dark. Arianne leaned close enough that her words slid under the wind. "No songs," she murmured. "No tales. Only what's real. If you feel fear, let it be useful." Jon did not take his eyes off the darkness. "I've been afraid before," he said, and his voice sounded flat against the vast mouth of stone. "Fear doesn't stop things coming at you." "No," Arianne agreed, "but it makes you honest." A thin whine rose, high and sharp, and one of the horses threw its head back, eyes rolling. Jon turned his gaze briefly and saw a guard struggling to calm the animal. The horse's nostrils flared, drawing the dragon's stink into its lungs, and it tried to rear again. "Leave the horses," Arianne said, his voice quiet and absolute. "They will not go farther." Jon looked at Arianne. She gave a short nod and orders went out. 2 men led the horses back toward the pass, to a safer distance. The rest tightened their formation around Jon and Arianne as if a ring of spears might keep fire at bay. Jon stepped forward. The ground sloped down into shadow, and within 3 paces the sun was behind him, the world reduced to torchlight and the faint glow of glassy sand catching the flame. He felt the air change at once. It grew thicker, warmer, like breath held too long. Arianne followed, her sandals whispering on stone. Arianne and the guards came behind them, torches lit, faces sharp with light and shadow. The cave swallowed them. They had not gone far before the darkness moved. At first Jon thought it was smoke, a shifting smear in torchlight. Then it resolved into men, 5 of them, stepping from an alcove carved into the rock as if the mountain itself had hidden them. They wore hooded cloaks the color of sand at dusk. Their faces were sun-darkened and scarred, the kind of scars that came from heat and blade and hardship, not courtly vanity. Spears were in their hands, and their torchlight made the metal glow. One of them raised a hand. "Stop," he said in the rough Dornish of the deep desert, the word shaped like a command and a warning. Arianne's long axe shifted a fraction. The guards behind him tightened. Jon felt the air in the narrow passage constrict with sudden violence, the way it did before a fight. Arianne moved first, stepping ahead of Jon with a calm that felt deliberate. "I am Arianne Martell," she said, voice carrying. "He is Jon Snow. We come by my father's leave." The hooded man's spear remained leveled, point aimed not at Arianne but at Jon, as if he were the risk worth cutting down. "Princes send many leaves," the man said. "The mountain does not care for parchment." Arianne's mouth hardened. "Then care for blood," she snapped. "If you mean to stand against Sunspear, do it with your full face shown." The man hesitated. Torchlight trembled, casting dragon shadows over the carved stone. At last he reached up and pushed back his hood. His hair was iron gray, cut short. His eyes were dark and sharp, and one side of his face was puckered with old burns that pulled his mouth into a permanent half-sneer. "Ser Dayron Sand," he said, giving his name like a thrown gauntlet. "Keeper of the Ember Gate." Arianne's eyes narrowed as recognition flashed. "You live," she said, not quite a greeting. "I live because I do not trust princes," Dayron Sand replied. His gaze returned to Jon. "And you?" he added, tasting the word as if it were ash. "Wolf." Jon held himself still. He kept his hands away from his weapons, though Longclaw's absence felt like a missing limb. "We are not here to threaten you," Jon said. Dayron Sand's laugh was a dry rasp. Everyone who comes here says they are not a threat. The mountain has eaten liars before. Arianne took another step forward, so close to Daron Sand's spear point that the metal nearly kissed her throat. "Lower it," she said softly, and the softness was worse than shouting. "Or I will have you dragged back to Sunspear in chains, and I will tell my father you turned steel on his daughter." Daron Sand's eyes flicked to the other hooded men. Jon saw tension there, loyalty pulling one way, fear the other. Not fear of Arianne's threat, but fear of what lay deeper in the mountain. Listening. The low rumble rolled again from within, deeper now, and the torch flames wavered as if disturbed by a breath. Daron Sand's jaw tightened. He lowered his spear, not in surrender, but in reluctant acceptance. "You are late," he said, and Jon heard something beneath the words that was almost relief. Arianne's shoulders eased only a fraction. "We came as fast as we could," she replied. Daron Sand's gaze stayed on Jon. "If he is not what your father thinks," he said, "then we will all die." Jon met his eyes. "Then let's find out," Jon said. Daron Sand motioned, and the hooded men turned, leading them deeper into the mountain's throat. The passage narrowed, then widened, then narrowed again, as if the mountain could not decide what shape it wanted to be. Torchlight crawled over stone that looked melted in places, flowed like wax and then hardened again. Steam seeped from cracks, carrying the smell of sulfur, stinging Jon's nostrils. His skin prickled with sweat despite the coolness of the rock. Ser Daron Sand walked ahead, his torch held high, his posture wary. The other hooded men moved like hunters through familiar ground, stepping around holes and uneven stone with the ease of those who had made this journey too many times. Arianne kept close to Jon, not clinging, but present. Jon could feel her gaze sliding to him and away again, checking his breathing, watching for cracks. "How long has it been awake?" Jon asked quietly. Daron Sand did not look back. "It sleeps," he said. "It wakes. It sleeps again, like a god that remembers it is hungry." Arianne's voice was sharper. "Answer him properly." Daron Sand's shoulders tensed. 3 days ago it stirred," he said. "More than usual. Broke 2 chains. Burned a keeper's hand when he tried to fix them. It has been listening." Jon's throat tightened. "Listening," he repeated. Daron Sand glanced back then, eyes bright in torchlight. "Do you think beasts don't learn?" he said. "It knows the sound of men. It knows when strangers come near. It knows when blood is different." Arianne's hand brushed Jon's forearm, brief contact, a reminder that she was there. Jon breathed slowly, fighting the surge of something hot in his chest that did not feel like fear. Felt like an answer. They passed a wall where carvings had been cut deep into stone. A sun pierced by a spear, and beneath it, a dragon curled around the symbol, wings folded, teeth bared. Below that, smaller carvings showed men with spears thrusting upward, and one figure with a crown falling backward into flames. "Mere axes," Arianne murmured. Daron Sand's mouth twisted. "The dragon that died," he said. "And yet it did not die cleanly." Jon ran his fingers along the carved wing, feeling the grooves. The stone was warm. They reached a bend where the air changed again. Hotter, heavier, tasting of smoke. The rumble came once more, louder now, and dust trickled from the ceiling. One of the hooded men made a sign with his fingers, not of the 7, but something older. Jon did not recognize it. Arianne did, and her jaw clenched. "Old Roiner," she whispered to Jon. "Some of them still keep the old gods. The river gods. The mother." Jon's mind flashed to the old gods of the north, to faces carved in white bark. Different names, same need. People clung to something older than kings when the world grew cruel. Daron Sand stopped before a stone door that looked less like a door and more like a slab of the mountain itself. Iron rings were set into it, and the iron was blackened as if licked by flame countless times. Chains lay coiled at its base like dead snakes. "This is the Ember Gate," Daron Sand said, voice lowering. "Beyond this is the Hollow." Jon looked at the door and felt his pulse throb. The air behind it seemed to breathe. He could almost imagine heat rolling out in a steady rhythm, like a giant sleeping heart. Arianne stepped close to the slab, her fingers brushing the iron ring. "Open it," she commanded. Arianne's eyes flicked to Jon once more. "Once it opens," he said, "there is no pretending, no half-steps. If he turns and runs, we cut him down. If he goes in and fails, we seal it again and pray the mountain holds." Arianne's gaze hardened. "And if he succeeds?" she asked. Arianne's mouth pulled tight, and the answer came like a reluctant confession. "Then Dorne changes," he said, "and the realm breaks in a different way." Jon swallowed, tasting ash. "Open it," Jon said. Arianne signaled. Two hooded men moved to the chains, their hands gloved in thick leather. They began to lift and uncoil, the metal clinking softly. The sound echoed, and from behind the door, something shifted, slow, heavy, irritated. Jon felt it in his bones. The slab moved with a groan that felt like the mountain complaining. Stone scraped stone, and a seam of darkness widened until heat poured out, thick as breath. Jon felt it hit his face, his chest, sinking into him like a hand pressing against his heart. Torchlight pushed into the hollow and revealed space. Too much space for a cave, almost like a buried hall carved by giants. The ceiling arched high above, lost in shadow. Stalactites hung like teeth. Somewhere deeper, faint red light pulsed, a glow that looked like embers trapped behind rock. And then Jon saw it. At first it was only shape, a bulk of shadow against shadow, the curve of a wing folded tight, the rise and fall of a chest the size of a small hill. Then torchlight caught scales, and the creature became real. Its hide was the color of sand after rain, gold-brown with darker flecks, but along its spine ridges rose black as obsidian. Chains wrapped its limbs, thick iron anchored into the stone by bolts the size of Jon's fist. Some chains were snapped, hanging useless like broken arms. Others were taut, trembling faintly with the slow movement of breathing. The dragon's head lay turned away, jaw resting on stone. One horn curved back, jagged, scarred. Its nostrils flared, and with each exhale heat rolled outward, carrying smoke and the bitter stink of burnt bone. Heaps of bones lay scattered, goat, sheep, something larger. Charred armor pieces glinted among them. Jon spotted a helm half melted into black slag and felt his stomach tighten. Arianne sucked in a breath beside him. Jon did not look away to see her face, but he felt her awe and fear like a pulse. Ser Arianne stepped into the threshold and lifted his torch higher. "It knows you're here," he said, voice hoarse. "Speak softly." The dragon's tail twitched, slow and dangerous, stirring dust. A chain clinked. The sound rang through the cavern like a bell. Jon took one step forward, then stopped. He felt the dragon's presence not just as a threat, but as a weight that bent the world around it. This was not a horse to be ridden, not a dire wolf to be led. This was a storm given flesh. Arianne's fingers found his wrist, tight. "Jon," she whispered, and the whisper held more than warning. It held a plea she did not want to admit. Jon breathed in carefully, forcing air through lungs that wanted to lock. He took another step, slow, deliberate. The dragon's head shifted. Stone scraped beneath its jaw. Its neck lifted, inch by inch, like something ancient remembering that it could move. Heat shimmered. Its eyelids peeled open, and Jon saw an eye like molten amber, slit pupil narrowing as it focused. The dragon stared at him. Jon's mouth went dry. The gaze felt like being stripped, like being weighed, like standing before the wall and feeling how small a man truly was. A low sound rumbled from the dragon's throat, vibrating through the cavern. It was not anger yet. It was recognition without certainty. Arianne's voice came harsh. "No closer," he warned. "Not yet." Arianne stepped forward despite herself. "It's beautiful," she breathed, the words involuntary. The dragon's eye flicked to her, and the rumble shifted, deeper, almost displeased. Its head turned slightly, bringing both eyes to bear. Jon saw scars along its muzzle, older burns, marks where chains had rubbed raw. He saw something that made his chest ache unexpectedly. Not pity, but the sense of a living thing denied the sky. Jon's hand curled into a fist. He thought of the night's watch, of men penned behind ice, waiting. He thought of himself, bastard, king weapon, always held by someone else's chains. The dragon inhaled, slow. Smoke curled from its nostrils, and the glow in its throat brightened faintly, like a furnace stirred. Daron Sand swore under his breath. Areo Hodoa's long axe shifted, ready, though Jon knew no axe could stop a dragon's fire. Jon stepped forward again, and Arianne's grip tightened until it hurt. "Jon Snow," Daron Sand said sharply, "listen to me." Jon did not look back. His eyes stayed on the amber gaze. Something in his blood burned, answering the heat, and he heard Ned Stark's voice in his mind as if the man stood beside him. "Promise me." Jon whispered, not to the dragon, but to the dark. "I'm here," he said. "I'm here." The dragon's eye narrowed further, and its head lowered slightly, not in submission, but in focus, as if scenting. Jon realized then it was not listening to words. It was listening to what he was. Daron Sand moved quickly, planting himself half a step ahead of Jon, as if his body could become a barrier. "Stop," he said, and for the first time his voice held something like fear. "This is the line. Beyond it, you go alone." Arianne's head snapped toward him. "Alone?" she hissed. "No." Daron Sand's burned mouth twisted. "It will not take two," he said. "It will not tolerate noise. It will not tolerate confusion. If he is what your father believes, then his blood is the key. If he is not, then your presence will not save him. It will only give it more to burn." Arianne's eyes flashed, bright as drawn steel. "You speak as if you own it," she said. "As if you decide." Daron Sand did not flinch. "We have decided for 100 years," he replied. "We have kept it contained. We have fed it. We have buried men who thought they were braver than the mountain." Jon kept his gaze on the dragon. The creature watched them all with slow, simmering patience, as if their argument were the buzzing of flies. Its tail shifted again, and the chain nearest the base of it snapped tight with a metallic scream. Arianne stepped closer to Daron Sand, her voice dropping to a dangerous calm. "If you think I will stand outside while my husband walks into a furnace, you are a bigger fool than you look." Daron Sand's eyes hardened. "If you go in," he said, "you die. If you die, Dorne burns itself from grief and rage, and the dragon burns the rest out of hunger. Your father's patience ends in ash." Arianne's jaw clenched. For a heartbeat she looked as if she might strike him. Jon finally turned his head enough to look at her. In the torchlight, her face was flushed, eyes bright, lips pressed hard. She looked furious and afraid. Jon felt something in his chest twist. Not desire, not politics, something simpler, more human. He had not expected to matter to her beyond strategy. Yet here she was, refusing to be kept outside like a fragile thing. "Arianne," Jon said quietly. She looked at him, and the anger softened into a raw intensity. "No," she whispered, as if he were already leaving. Jon's voice stayed steady, though his pulse hammered. "If I do this," he said, "I can't have you beside me. Not because I don't want you, because if it chooses to burn, I'd rather it be me alone." Arianne's breath caught, and for a moment she looked as if she hated him for making sense. Daron Sand watched the exchange, and Jon saw the smallest flicker of respect there, reluctant and bitter. "What do I do?" Arianne demanded, voice tight. "Stand here and listen?" "You watch," Daron Sand said. "And if he falls, you run. You run and you do not look back." Arianne's face went cold. "If he falls," she said, "then you will not live long enough to seal this door again." Daron Sand's mouth twitched in something close to a smile. "That's a threat I understand," he said. Jon took a slow breath and stepped around Daron Sand. The keeper did not stop him now. He merely lifted the torch higher, lighting Jon's path deeper into the cavern. Jon walked. With each step, the heat thickened. Sweat ran down his back. The smell of smoke grew stronger. The dragon's head followed him, slow, deliberate, its amber eyes never blinking. Jon felt his own fear rise like bile, and he swallowed it down. He had faced death in snow and darkness, had watched men he loved fall screaming. Fire was different. Fire did not care for bravery. Fire did not negotiate. He stopped 10 paces from the dragon's chained forelimb. The claws were the length of swords, curved and black. The scales along its leg shimmered like sand polished by wind. A chain circled the limb, the iron sunk into grooves worn into the hide. The dragon inhaled. Its nostrils flared, drawing in Jon's scent. The rumble in its throat shifted, almost thoughtful. Jon raised his empty hands slowly, palms open. "I'm not here to hurt you," he said, voice low, as if speaking to a frightened beast in a stable. The words sounded absurd in the face of something that could melt stone. Behind him he heard Arianne's breathing, quick and controlled. He did not turn. The dragon's head lowered slightly, bringing its muzzle closer. Heat washed over Jon's face, hot enough to sting his eyes. Smoke curled around him, tasting of ash. Jon held his ground. The dragon's eye narrowed, and its gaze dropped to Jon's chest, then lifted to meet his again. Something passed between them then, not words, not magic as singers spoke of it, but recognition the way wolves recognized wolves, the way blood recognized blood. Jon felt it like a spark catching in oil. Jon felt the spark become a flame. The storm came like an army. One moment the air outside the cavern mouth had been bright, harsh with sun. The next it dimmed as if a giant hand had covered the sky. Wind slammed through the pass with a howl that sounded too much like laughter. Arianne turned sharply, eyes widening as sand swept inward in a thick, stinging wave. Guards cursed, pulling scarves up over their faces. Torches guttered, flames bending sideways, fighting not to die. Hoda planted his feet and stood like a wall, long axe steady, cloak snapping behind him. Daeron Sand barked orders in a language Jon did not catch, and hooded men moved to hang heavy cloth over the threshold, trying to keep the sand from filling the cavern like water. Inside, the change was felt immediately. The dragon's head jerked slightly, nostrils flaring. It drew in the storm's scent, dry and electric, full of grit. The rumble in its throat deepened, and the heat in the cavern rose as if the creature's body responded to the world's agitation. Jon felt the air thicken further. Sweat ran into his eyes. He blinked hard, keeping his gaze locked on the dragon. Behind him, Arianne's voice rose, muffled by cloth. "Jon!" she shouted, and there was panic beneath the command. Jon did not answer, not because he could not, but because his mouth felt full of ash and something else. Something like the taste of iron, as if his blood had shifted. The dragon's eye narrowed to a knife-thin slit. Its throat glowed faintly again, red-orange beneath scales. Smoke curled from its jaws. Jon took a slow breath and forced calm into his lungs. He remembered horses that spooked when storms came. He remembered ghosts' ears flattening when thunder rolled. Beasts were ruled by instinct. If he showed fear, the dragon would taste it. He whispered again, softer, not to be heard by any human. "Easy," he said. "Easy." The storm outside screamed louder, sand battering cloth, driving its hiss into the cavern. Torches shook. Shadows danced wildly. The dragon shifted. Chains clinked, then snapped taut. The beast's wing unfurled slightly, scraping stone with a sound like grinding teeth. Dust fell from the ceiling. Daeron Sand's voice came rough from behind the cloth barrier. "The storm wakes it," he shouted. "You must finish, Wolf. Now. Finish." Jon did not know what finish meant. He had not come here with a spell or a ritual. He had come with only his blood and whatever the truth inside it was. He looked up into the amber eye and felt something open inside him. An old door he had kept barred his whole life. Ned Stark's silence. Lyanna Stark's name spoken like a ghost. Rhaegar Targaryen whispered in southern halls like a curse. He was a wolf. He was something else too. The dragon leaned closer. Its muzzle hovered inches from Jon's face. Heat scorched his skin. The smell of smoke filled his lungs. Jon raised one hand, slowly, carefully, and reached toward the dragon's hide. Arianne's shout cracked again, desperate. "Jon, don't." Jon's fingers touched the scale. It was warm, not burning, alive. The scale texture was rough, like stone smoothed by wind, and beneath it he felt muscle shift, powerful and controlled. For a heartbeat, everything held still. Then the dragon exhaled directly onto Jon. The breath was fire-hot, but it did not ignite. It washed over him, searing, making his eyes water, his lungs ache. Jon did not move. The dragon's eye widened slightly, smelled him, tasted him. Jon felt the spark become a flame. The world narrowed until there was only heat and an eye. Jon could hear his own heartbeat, loud as a drum. He could hear the dragon's breathing, deep and slow, a furnace drawing air. Every other sound, the storm, the men, Arianne's voice, faded into a distant blur. The dragon stared, unblinking, and Jon understood with sudden clarity that this was not a beast in the way horses were beasts. There was mind in that amber gaze, not human mind, something older, something that remembered dominance and hunger and sky. Jon's hand remained on the dragon's hide. He felt the muscle shift under scale, felt the tremor of restrained power. The chain around the limb quivered, iron screaming faintly as it held. He swallowed, forcing his voice to work. "I won't cage you," he said, and the words were raw. He did not know why he spoke them. He only knew they were true. The dragon's nostrils flared again. Smoke drifted, curling around Jon's face like dark fingers. Heat pulsed from the creature's throat, a warning that could become death in an instant. Jon stepped closer, carefully, slow enough that the dragon had time to decide. He placed his other hand on its muzzle, just beneath the scarred ridge. The hide there was thicker, rougher. The dragon did not pull away. Behind Jon, somewhere, Daeron Sand sucked in a breath. He heard Arianne's muffled sob, half fear, half awe. Jon held the dragon's gaze and felt something shift again, deeper than recognition. A bond, no, not bond. A claim, not his claim on it, his claim on him. As if the dragon were deciding whether this man was worth carrying. Jon's mouth moved before thought caught up. "Dracarys," he whispered. The word was foreign on his tongue, and yet it came as if remembered, not learned. The dragon's eye flared wider. Its throat glow brightened sharply, like embers fanned. Jon's stomach dropped. He realized too late what he had done. Fire erupted. Not a full inferno, not the sweeping breath that would melt men into puddles, but a short, brutal burst that struck the stone beside Jon, not his body. The rock blackened and cracked instantly. Heat slapped Jon's face hard enough to make him stagger. He did not run. He turned his head back to the dragon, blinking tears from scorched lashes. His skin burned, his lungs burned, but he remained. He remembered then stories, Targaryens who walked through fire. Not all of them, not always, but sometimes enough to make men kneel and call them gods. Jon did not want to be a god. He wanted to live. The dragon shifted again, and Jon's grip slipped. For a heartbeat he hung by one hand, the cavern spinning. He saw the floor far below. Bones, fire, men scrambling like ants. Arianne surged forward, ignoring Daeron Sand's shouted warning. She tore the cloth from her face, eyes wide, and reached out, fingers spread as if she could pull Jon back by will alone. Jon found purchase again, hauling himself up with a grunt that tore from his throat. He pressed his chest to the dragon's neck, feeling the heat of it, the pounding life beneath scales. The dragon's head turned slightly, and for the briefest moment its eye rolled back toward Jon, amber slit sharp. Jon whispered, hoarse and desperate, "Up!" He did not know if it understood words. He only knew it understood intent. He pressed his knees into the ridges near its shoulders, a rider's instinct born without training. The dragon's muscles coiled. Then it launched. Not into the sky, not yet. There was no room, but it surged toward the cavern mouth, wings half-folded, claws tearing furrows in stone as it hauled itself forward. The draft from its movement slammed into the men, extinguishing torches, blasting sand and dust outward. Daeron Sand shouted something that sounded like a prayer and a curse in the same breath. Arianne ran alongside as far as she could, her hair whipping loose, her face lit by firelight and fear. "Jon!" she screamed again. Jon turned his head just enough to see her, really see her, amidst the chaos. Not a princess, not a piece on a board. A woman who had chosen this path and would bleed for it. He opened his mouth to speak her name. The dragon roared again and surged into the narrow passage. Stones scraped scales. Sparks flew. Jon ducked low as the roof nearly took his head off. The mountain's throat tried to swallow them, tried to crush them back into its secret. The dragon forced its way through anyway. There was only one way out of chains. You broke them. The cavern exploded into motion. The dragon drove itself upward with a force that shook stone. Its chains snapped one after another, iron screaming before it gave. Bolts tore free from the rock face, chunks of stone ripping out with them. Dust blasted into the air in a choking cloud. Jon was thrown sideways as the dragon's shoulder surged. Instinct saved him before thought did. His fingers clawed into the ridged scales near the creature's neck, gripping hard. The hide cut into his palms. He barely felt it. Arianne screamed his name, her voice raw over the storm and the roaring within the cavern. Daeron Sand shouted orders, his keepers scrambling, torches swinging wildly. Their flames turned into frantic, whipping tongues. The dragon's wing unfurled fully, and the gust from it blew dust and grit into Jon's eyes. The wings scraped stone, leaving deep gouges, and the sound was like a blade grinding through armor. Jon clung and fought for breath. The dragon's head swung, jaws opening, and it roared, full this time. The roar slammed into Jon's chest like a hammer, vibrating through bone and blood. The cavern answered, echoing the sound until it became a chorus of thunder trapped underground. Men stumbled back. One guard fell to his knees, hands over his ears. Arianne stood firm, long axe raised, though Jon knew the weapon meant nothing now. The dragon's throat glowed, brighter and brighter. Down! Daeron Sand bellowed, and the keepers flattened themselves to the stone. Fire blasted upward, not at the people, but at the ceiling. The flame struck rock and turned it red, then black, then cracked it open. A shower of molten fragments rained down. The air became a furnace. Jon's cloak caught a lick of flame at the edge. He yanked it free and let it fall, watching it burn as it hit the ground. The heat should have seared his skin off. It didn't, at least not the way it should have. He felt pain, yes. His cheeks blistered. His hands burned where they gripped. But he did not turn into ash. He remembered then stories, Targaryens who walked through fire. Not all of them, not always, but sometimes enough to make men kneel and call them gods. Jon did not want to be a god. He wanted to live. The dragon shifted again, and Jon's grip slipped. For a heartbeat he hung by one hand, the cavern spinning. He saw the floor far below. Bones, fire, men scrambling like ants. Arianne surged forward, ignoring Daeron Sand's shouted warning. She tore the cloth from her face, eyes wide, and reached out, fingers spread as if she could pull Jon back by will alone. Jon found purchase again, hauling himself up with a grunt that tore from his throat. He pressed his chest to the dragon's neck, feeling the heat of it, the pounding life beneath scales. The dragon's head turned slightly, and for the briefest moment its eye rolled back toward Jon, amber slit sharp. Jon whispered, hoarse and desperate, "Up!" He did not know if it understood words. He only knew it understood intent. He pressed his knees into the ridges near its shoulders, a rider's instinct born without training. The dragon's muscles coiled. Then it launched. Not into the sky, not yet. There was no room, but it surged toward the cavern mouth, wings half-folded, claws tearing furrows in stone as it hauled itself forward. The draft from its movement slammed into the men, extinguishing torches, blasting sand and dust outward. Daeron Sand shouted something that sounded like a prayer and a curse in the same breath. Arianne ran alongside as far as she could, her hair whipping loose, her face lit by firelight and fear. "Jon!" she screamed again. Jon turned his head just enough to see her. Really see her, amidst the chaos. Not a princess, not a piece on a board. A woman who had chosen this path and would bleed for it. He opened his mouth to speak her name. The dragon roared again and surged into the narrow passage. Stones scraped scales. Sparks flew. Jon ducked low as the roof nearly took his head off. The mountain's throat tried to swallow them, tried to crush them back into its secret. The dragon forced its way through anyway. They exploded into the storm like a blade breaking through cloth. Sand hit Jon's face immediately, stinging, getting into his mouth, his eyes. The sky had turned the color of bruised iron. Wind screamed over the pass, ripping at the dragon's wings as if trying to tear them away. The world was reduced to grit and motion and the raw taste of survival. The dragon spread its wings anyway. Jon felt the first full extension like a ship's sails snapping open in a gale. The wind caught the membranes, and for a heartbeat the creature wobbled, unbalanced by the storm's violence. Jon pressed his body into the dragon's neck, gripping harder. His hands burned, his arms shook. He forced himself not to think about falling, because falling here meant vanishing into sand like a dropped coin. Below, he glimpsed Arianne and the others staggering out, cloaks flailing, faces covered. Ario Hodoa's silhouette was a dark pillar, long axe braced, as if he meant to fight the storm itself. Arianne lifted her head, eyes wide, hair whipping loose, and Jon saw her mouth shape his name again, though the wind stole the sound. The dragon roared into the storm, and the roar was swallowed and thrown back in broken echoes. It beat its wings once, hard, desperate, and the force drove sand outward in a circular blast, clearing space for an instant. Men stumbled, nearly thrown off their feet. Jon felt the dragon's muscles bunch, felt the creature commit. It leapt. The ground dropped away, sudden and shocking. Jon's stomach lurched as they rose, not smoothly, but in a violent surge. Wind tore at him. Sand became needles. The dragon's wings strained against the storm, fighting for lift. Jon clung and forced his mind to focus on one thing. Stay on. The dragon beat its wings again and again. Each beat was a thunderous effort, each one pulling them higher through the choking grit. The storm was a living wall, pushing back, trying to hammer them down. Jon opened his mouth and tasted sand and smoke. He swallowed it and spat, eyes watering. His lashes were heavy with grit. He could barely see, but he could feel the dragon beneath him, feel its anger and determination like a living fire. The dragon's throat glowed suddenly, and Jon's heart slammed. Not now, he thought wildly. Not now. Fire erupted downward. The flame did not aim at men. It poured into the storm itself, turning sand into glass midair, creating a brief hollow of heat and light. The sudden burst altered the wind, punching through the storm's pressure like a fist. Jon felt it, felt the world open. The dragon surged into the gap it had made, climbing faster. The air grew thinner, cooler. Sand thinned to mist. The sky above began to brighten, a pale strip where the storm's ceiling ended. Jon's lungs dragged in cleaner air, and the relief was so sharp it almost made him laugh. They broke through. Above the storm, the sun hung pale and hard, and the sand cloud beneath them looked like a living ocean, roiling and violent. The Red Mountains rose like broken teeth through it. Below, somewhere, Arianne and the others were swallowed in that shifting brown-gray sea. Jon's chest tightened with sudden terror. He could not leave them. The dragon banked slightly, as if sensing his tension, as if hearing something unspoken in his blood. The creature's wing tipped, and Jon's weight shifted, nearly sliding. He pressed his legs tighter, learning in moments what men trained for years to do. "Down!" he rasped, voice raw. "Down! Back!" The dragon's head turned a fraction, and Jon felt that amber awareness flicker. Then the beast angled, beginning a wide circle, holding above the storm rather than fleeing. Jon's breath came in harsh pulls. His body trembled, exhausted already, but inside him something fierce rose. He was flying. He was alive, and the realm below had just changed forever. The storm did not end all at once. It loosened its grip in sulking gusts, as if offended that the world had dared resist it. Sand still rolled through the pass, but the thick curtain began to thin, revealing jagged rock and the blackened patch of glassy ground again. Arianne stood in the open now, scarf lost, sand caked in her hair. Her eyes never left the sky. She looked half-mad with it. Fear and triumph and disbelief tangled together until her face could not hold one expression for more than a heartbeat. Arianne was beside her, long axe planted, watching with the calm of a man who accepted whatever came. Ser Dayron Sand stood a few paces away, his burned face lifted, his mouth slightly open as if the sight had stolen language from him. Then the shadow fell. It moved over them like night sliding across the earth. Vast, sudden, alive. Guards flinched. One fell to his knees instinctively, hands raised as if before a god. Another shielded his eyes, though there was no lightning, only the impossible silhouette of wings. The dragon descended through the thinning sand, wings half-folded, powerful and controlled now that it was no longer fighting the storm's worst. Its scales caught sunlight in brief flashes, sand gold, black ridges, a living piece of the desert's own cruelty. Jon clung to the dragon's neck, his face streaked with grit and sweat, his hair whipped wild. He looked less like a king and more like a man dragged through fire and returned changed. His eyes found Arianne's immediately. The dragon's claws touched down on stone with a jarring thud, cracking the rock. Heat rolled outward in a wave. Dust billowed. The beast folded its wings slowly, deliberately, and the sound of the membranes settling was like sails lowering after battle. Jon slid down, boots hitting the ground hard. His legs nearly buckled. He caught himself on the dragon's forelimb, palm pressing to warm scale. Pain flared in his burned hands, but he did not pull away. Arianne rushed forward before anyone could stop her. She stopped short only when the dragon's head swung toward her, amber eyes narrowing. The air thickened with the promise of flame. Jon lifted one hand, burned, shaking, and placed it against the dragon's muzzle. "Easy," he whispered, voice barely there. He turned his head toward Arianne, eyes fierce. "Stay still." Arianne froze. Her throat worked as she swallowed. Slowly, she lowered her hands, palms open, as if showing she carried no weapon. The dragon watched her for a long moment. Then it exhaled, hot breath, smoke curling, but no flame. Arianne's breath left her in a broken sound. Not a sob, something like laughter strangled by awe. She stepped closer, careful, and Jon felt his own heart hammering again. Not from fear now, but from the sheer fragile fact that they were all still alive. Ser Dayron Sand approached, slow as a man approaching the edge of a cliff. He stared at Jon, then at the dragon, then back at Jon. "It chose you," he said, voice hoarse. The words sounded like a verdict. Jon's mouth tightened. "It did," he answered. Arianne's eyes shone, wet with sand and something else. "What do we call it?" She whispered, and there was wonder in her voice as if she were speaking to the desert itself. Jon looked up at the creature's horned head, the scars, the black ridges like jagged obsidian along its spine. He thought of chains broken in darkness. He thought of the storm below them like an ocean. He thought of Dorne, heat and defiance, and of the north, ice and duty. "It's a desert dragon," Arianne said softly, as if the words were a prayer. "It belongs to sand and sun." Jon's gaze sharpened, and his voice came out rough but steady. "No," he said. "It belongs to the war that's coming." The dragon's tail lashed once, stirring black glassy sand. Its head turned, looking out toward the vast desert beyond the pass. as if remembering the sky. Arianne stepped to Jon's side, close enough that their shoulders nearly touched. "Then we go back to Sunspear," she said, voice hardening into purpose. "We tell my father. We decide what comes next." Jon nodded once, feeling the weight settle onto him again, heavier now because it had wings. As if to answer, the dragon lowered its head slightly, amber eyes fixed on Jon, and Jon felt the strange, fierce certainty of the bond tighten like a knot. Somewhere far away, in a land of snow and stone, the dead still waited. And now, in the deserts of Dorne, fire had finally awakened. The pass gave them back to the world like a reluctant throat releasing what it had tried to swallow. Sand still skittered across the stone in thin, angry sheets, and the air tasted dry and bruised, as if the storm had scraped the sky raw. Jon walked beside the dragon at first, because his legs were still shaking from the ride and because the beast's presence felt safer near than above. Its steps were heavy and measured, claws clicking against stone. Each breath steamed faintly even in heat, smoke curling like a lazy warning. Arianne rode close, her gaze never leaving the dragon for long, as if she feared it might decide in some sudden moment to return to the mountain and the chains it had torn apart. Her hair was still stiff with sand. A shallow cut ran along her cheekbone where grit had carved her during the storm. She had not bothered to wipe the blood away. Suited her. She looked like a woman marked by the desert and not diminished by it. Ser Dayron's sand moved ahead, eyes scanning the ridgelines. He walked with the weary purpose of a man who had carried a secret for too long and now felt its weight shifting into the hands of strangers. Every so often his burned face turned toward the dragon, and Jon caught the expression. Fear, yes, but threaded with a grim, reluctant pride, as if a vow had finally found its ending. Areo Hoda stayed near Arianne, silent as stone, long axe balanced across his shoulder. The Dornish guards kept their distance, not from Jon, but from the dragon. Even those who had seen it in the hollow moved like men walking past a sleeping pit viper, quiet, careful, eyes wide. They did not speak much. Words were poor things beside what had happened. The dragon's shadow slid across rock and sand like a moving dusk, and each time it passed over a man, the man flinched as if reminded of how small he was. When the pass widened and the desert opened again, the dragon lifted its head and tasted the wind. Jon felt it before he saw it, the shift in the creature's attention, the restlessness under its scales, like a warhorse catching the scent of blood. Its wings flexed, half unfolding, and the sound was like leather dragged over stone. Jon lifted his burned hand, palm outward. "No," he said softly, not as a command, but as a tether. "Stay." The dragon's amber eye slid to him. For a heartbeat, Jon felt that strange pressure again, the sense of a mind brushing against his like hot iron. Then the dragon exhaled, smoke curling, and lowered its head. The wings folded back in. Arianne watched Jon with something that had changed since Sunspear. Less calculation, more wary respect, as if she had married a man and discovered a storm beneath his skin. "You did that," she said quietly. Jon's voice rasped. "It did," he answered. "It's listening, not to words, to intent." Ser Dayron's sand let out a short, humorless breath. "Intent," he muttered. "That's a prettier word than hunger." They pushed onward. Far ahead, the desert shimmered. Somewhere beyond that shimmer waited the green of canals, the pale walls of Sunspear, and Prince Doran Martell's calm eyes. Eyes that would have to look upon a dragon and decide whether patience could survive it. They reached the first signs of Sunspear's influence before they reached Sunspear itself. The smell of water carried on wind, the sight of orange groves stitched into hard earth like stubborn promises, the canals glittering as if someone had poured liquid glass into the land. News ran ahead of them in the way it always did. A guard on a distant watchtower spotted the shape moving across the dunes and raised an alarm horn. Riders came out to meet them, cloaks flapping, faces tense with questions that died in their mouths when the dragon crested a rise behind Jon. Men reined hard, horses screamed, One animal bolted so fast its rider fell and rolled in sand. Spears lowered, then trembled, then lowered further, useless against a creature that could swallow a man whole and still be hungry. Jon raised his hand again, feeling the raw skin crack as he did. The dragon's head lowered slightly, not in submission, but in a gesture that felt almost permissive. A breath rolled from its nostrils, hot enough to make men stagger back. Arianne rode forward, voice sharp as a whip. "Hold," she ordered, and the word carried authority that settled the chaos the way a palm settled a restless dog. No one runs, no one shouts, no one draws steel unless you wish to be the first ash in Dorne. That did it. Men steadied. Horses still shied, but their riders held them. Eyes stayed fixed on the dragon like moths watching flame and knowing better than to touch. Davos Seaworth appeared among the newcomers, having come by a faster route from the coast once the storm broke. His weathered face looked carved from disbelief as he stared up at the beast. He crossed himself without thinking, then seemed to realize the gesture meant nothing here. "Well," he said hoarsely, blinking grit from his eyes. That's a thing." Jon's mouth twitched, not quite a smile. "It's real," he said. Davos's gaze snapped to Jon's burned hands, his blistered cheeks. "And you're alive," Davos replied, as if that were the greater miracle. They did not bring the dragon into Sunspear's streets. Even Jon understood that much. A city was a cage of stone and panic, full of narrow alleys that could turn fear into stampede. Instead, Ser Dayron Sand guided them to a rocky ridge above the palace where wind off the sea ran clean and strong. The dragon climbed the ridge with an ease that made Jon's stomach twist. So much power moving with such lazy confidence. It settled there like a great cat, wings partway spread, head angled toward the sea as if remembering old skies. Below, Sunspear began to wake into panic and awe. People poured into courtyards and onto roofs. Fingers pointed upward, mouths formed prayers. Some knelt, others ran. A few stood frozen as if their bodies could not decide whether to worship or flee. Prince Doran Martell was carried out onto a balcony by attendants, his blanket pulled tight, his face pale in the evening light. Arianne Hoda stood behind him, long axe upright, while guards formed a tense ring. From this distance Jon could not see Doran's eyes clearly, but he felt the weight of that gaze land on the dragon like a hand. Arianne dismounted beside Jon, her posture rigid with contained triumph. "He's seeing it," she whispered. Jon watched the balcony. The prince did not flinch. He did not recoil. He simply stared, calm as ever, and Jon felt a strange respect for that steadiness. A dragon was the kind of truth that broke weaker men. Doran lifted one hand, slow, deliberate, and made a small gesture. Not a command, not a threat, an acknowledgement as if saying, "Yes, I see. Yes, it's done. Now we live with it." Arianne let out a breath that sounded like it had been trapped in her chest for years. Night fell, and the dragon remained on the ridge, a dark mountain against the stars. Its eyes glowed faintly amber when it blinked. The city below simmered with rumor like a pot left too long on fire. And Jon Snow, wolf, king, and something else, stood between the dragon and the palace and felt the realm tilt on a knife's edge. Prince Doran Martell did not keep them waiting long, though the hour was late. They gathered in a council chamber that smelled of lemon oil and old parchment, cool compared to the heat outside. Candles burned low, flames steady, their light painting the room in gold and shadow. A map lay spread across the table, weights holding its corners, stones carved with sun and spear. Doran sat at the head, blanketed, hands folded. His face looked older tonight, as if the sight of the dragon had pressed time into him. Yet his eyes remained clear. Arianne stood to his right, chin lifted. Jon stood opposite, hands bandaged now, though the pain pulsed through cloth. Davos Seaworth hovered near the map, looking as if he expected it to bite. Arianne Hoda remained behind Doran like a statue with a long axe. The sand snakes arrived like a storm of color and danger. Obara Sand wore leather and a grin that did not hide her hunger. Nymeria Sand's eyes were sharp, her smile lazy and lethal. Tyene Sand moved with soft grace, her expression sweet enough to make Jon distrust it instantly. Ser Deron Sand entered last, his keepers left outside. He stood stiff as if expecting condemnation. Prince Doran studied them all. "The city is frightened," he said quietly. "The city is exhilarated. The city is already inventing stories. We will give it none." "Not yet," Obara snorted. "A dragon on a ridge and you want silence? Good luck." Doran's gaze slid to her. "Luck is for gamblers," he said. "We do not gamble. We calculate." Arianne's voice cut in, sharp with pride. "He did it," she said, nodding to Jon. "He broke the chains. He flew." Nymeria leaned forward, eyes glinting. "Did it burn anyone?" Jon met her gaze. "No," he said. Tyene smiled warmly. "How merciful," she murmured, and Jon heard the question beneath it. "How long will mercy last?" Doran lifted a hand, quieting them. "Jon Snow," he said, "or whoever you truly are, tell me plainly, is the dragon yours?" Jon's throat tightened. He forced the truth out. "It chose me," he said. "I can call it, calm it, not control it the way men control dogs. But it listens."
Seda erun sans mout wista.
"It listens for now." Doran's eyes flicked to Daron. "And you," he said softly, "did you keep your vow?" Daron's shoulders squared. "I did," he answered. "I brought them in. I did not kill him. And now the dragon is free." Obara laughed once, harsh. "Free," she repeated. "Or loose." Arianne's hand slammed onto the map. "Enough," she snapped. "If you're afraid, admit it. But don't pretend you're wiser than this moment. The realm has been ruled by lions because everyone else stayed polite. We have fire now." Doran's gaze did not harden, but the air cooled. "Fire burns the hand that holds it," he said. "And we are not children playing at power." Arianne's jaw clenched. Jon watched the exchange and realized this was the true marriage in Dorne, the marriage between patience and fury. Doran had built their survival on restraint. Arianne wanted action. Davos cleared his throat, stepping into the space between father and daughter. "Begging your pardon, your grace, prince," he corrected quickly. "But if there's a dragon, the rest of the realm will learn soon enough. You can't hide a shadow that big." Doran nodded slowly, conceding the point without surrendering control. "No," he agreed. "We cannot hide it forever, so we choose how it is revealed." "And to whom?" Nymeria's fingers tapped the table. "To the Iron Throne," she said. "As a threat." Tyene tilted her head. "Or to the Faith," she whispered. "Let them scream about demons and witches. Fear spreads faster than ravens." Obara grinned. "Or we fly it straight over King's Landing and watch the lions piss themselves." Arianne's eyes flashed with something close to delight at that thought. Doran's voice stayed calm. "We do none of those things tonight," he said. "Tonight we decide one simple truth. What do we want?" Silence fell. Jon looked down at the map. The lines felt suddenly small. The world had expanded above it, wings and flame and sky. "We want the realm alive," Jon said finally. "We want the dead stopped. Everything else is noise." Obara's grin faded a fraction. Even Nymeria's eyes sharpened with something more serious. Doran watched Jon for a long moment. "And the lions?" he asked softly. Jon's mouth tightened. "If they stand in the way," he said, "they burn." Arianne's gaze slid to Jon, measuring, satisfied, a little frightened by how easily the words came. Doran exhaled. "Then we move," he said. "But we move as Dorne, not as a dragon's whim." He touched the map with one thin finger, tracing from Sunspear along the coast. "Ravens go tonight," he said, "to Winterfell, to the Stormlands, to any lord who might still remember what honor is. And scouts ride at dawn. If the realm has already shifted, we will not be caught watching." Ser Deron Sand spoke, voice rough. "And the dragon?" Doran's eyes lifted. "We name it," he said. "A name is a tether, not a chain, but a beginning." Arianne's lips parted. "Sunsorrow," she said, and the word carried both pride and grief, both Sun and the memory of what Sun had done to them. The room held its breath. Jon felt the name settle like a weight. Sunsorrow, a reminder that fire was never pure joy in Dorne. It was also pain. Doran nodded once. "Sunsorrow," he agreed. Somewhere above, far off, a low rumble rolled through stone, like the dragon had heard and approved, or like it had simply reminded them that no name could truly contain what it was. By morning, Sunspear's rumor had become a fever. They brought the Dornish lords into the throne hall under the pretense of urgent council. But everyone knew why they had been called. Men arrived in silks and sand-colored cloaks, faces tight, eyes bright with fear and hunger. House Dane's pale eyes watched from shadow. House Fowler's hawk-nosed lord whispered behind a hand. House Ironwood came with the weight of old pride and old grievance. Lord Anders Ironwood stood near the front, broad-shouldered, his expression carved from stone. His son hovered behind him, eyes wary, hand never far from sword hilt. Jon remembered the stories. Ironwood, the blood royal, long rival to Martell, long resentful of Sunspear's dominance. Prince Doran sat beneath a canopy, blanket over his legs, calm as ever. Areo Hoda stood behind him. Arianne stood forward, not seated, making it plain to everyone that she was the voice today. Jon stood at her side, black among bright colors, bandaged hands held still. He felt the weight of eyes land on him like thrown stones. Some stared at his face as if searching for dragonfire there. Others stared with open calculation, imagining what a dragon could do for their own grudges. Arianne lifted her chin. "You have heard," she said, voice carrying without strain. "You have whispered, you have prayed. Now you will listen." Murmurs rose, then died. "The realm is breaking," Arianne continued. "The Iron Throne is weak. The Reach is restless. The Stormlands bleed. And the North fights a war the rest of you have pretended is a northern tale." Lord Anders Ironwood's mouth tightened. "We are Dorne," he said. "We do not chase northern ghosts." Jon's gaze sharpened, but he did not speak. Arianne's eyes snapped to Ironwood. "Then you will die comfortable and ignorant," she said. "Or you will open your eyes." A ripple ran through the hall. Shock, amusement, anger. Doran's voice came softly, and the hall bent toward it. "My daughter speaks harshly," he said, "because the world is harsh. Lord Ironwood, we have no time for pride." Ironwood's gaze slid to Doran, then to Jon. "And this," he said, disdain threading his tone, "is your answer? A northern bastard wearing a crown he didn't earn." Arianne's hand went to her dagger hilt, but Jon placed his bandaged hand lightly on her wrist, steadying. He met Ironwood's stare. "I earned every inch of what I have," Jon said, voice low but carrying. "In snow and blood." Ironwood snorted. "And now you bring fire to Dorne." Doran's eyes lifted, calm and sharp. "Fire has always been in Dorne," he said. "We simply chose not to let others hold it." Arianne took a breath, and when she spoke again, her voice was quieter, more dangerous. "The dragon is real," she said. "Its name is Sunsorrow, and it will not be used to settle old Dornish squabbles. It will be used to keep Dorne alive." A lord in green silk laughed nervously. "A name," he said. "We are meant to believe this because you name it?" Arianne's smile was thin. "No," she said. "You are meant to believe it because it is perched above your city right now, and if it flaps its wings too hard, half your roof tiles will shatter." Uneasy laughter died quickly. Lord Ironwood's eyes narrowed. "And if we refuse?" he asked. Arianne's gaze held his. "Then you are welcome to stand alone when winter comes," she said. "Welcome to explain to your sons why pride mattered more than breath." The hall shifted. Men glanced at one another, measuring. Jon could feel the change, the slow turning of fear into alignment, not loyalty but survival. Doran lifted his hand. "There will be no civil war in Dorne," he said quietly. "Not while I breathe. We will stand together, or we will not stand at all." Silence settled, heavy. Jon saw Lord Ironwood's jaw work. Pride fought reality behind his eyes. At last he gave a stiff incline of his head. Not kneeling, not surrendering, but conceding the shape of the world. Arianne exhaled slowly. Jon felt her wrist relax under his hand. The first wall had been climbed. Not conquered, not yet, but climbed. And above them, unseen in the bright hall, a dragon waited like a shadow with teeth. Training was not glamorous. It was bruises and fear and stubborn repetition. They took Sunsorrow away from the city each day, out beyond the canals where dunes rolled like frozen waves and the wind ran clean. Ser Dayron Sand insisted on it, his burned face hard with experience. "A dragon does not learn in a cage," he said, "and men do not learn around panicked small folk." Jon learned quickly that riding a dragon was nothing like riding a horse. A horse wanted to be guided. A dragon wanted to be respected. There was no gentle coaxing, no soft pat that meant obedience. Every movement was negotiation with a creature that could choose to end you in a heartbeat. Sunsorrow tolerated Jon's presence in a way it tolerated no one else. That truth did not comfort Jon as much as it should have. It meant the dragon's attention was locked on him, and attention from a dragon was always dangerous. Arianne tried to approach once, slow and careful, palms open. Sunsorrow's head swung toward her, eyes narrowing, and heat rose in the air like a threat. Jon stepped between them instinctively, and the dragon's gaze slid back to him, the tension easing. Arianne's face tightened with frustration. "It thinks I'm prey," she said. "It thinks you're not me," Dayron Sand replied bluntly. "Be grateful. It spares you the confusion." Obara Sand watched with a grin that didn't hide her excitement. "If it ever lets me near, I want to see if it likes spears," she said. Dayron Sand shot her a look. "It likes meat," he said. "Try not to volunteer." Jon's first attempt to mount Sunsorrow properly ended with him thrown into sand hard enough to knock breath from his lungs. The dragon had flexed one shoulder and simply rolled him off, as if annoyed by a fly. Arianne rushed toward him, anger and concern tangled, but Jon waved her back, coughing grit. He forced himself up on shaking legs and faced the dragon again. Sunsorrow stared, amber eye bright, head slightly tilted as if amused. Jon spat sand, wiped blood from his lip, and stepped forward again. He learned the ridges along the dragon's neck, where scales rose like natural handholds. He learned where heat vented when the creature grew irritated. Beneath the jaw, along the throat, a faint glow warning of fire. He learned to watch the tail because a casual flick could break bones. Dayron Sand barked instructions until his voice cracked. "Not there. You're not climbing a wall, wolf. You're climbing a living storm. Feel its breath. Feel its mood." Jon's hands burned under bandages, but he climbed again. He moved slower this time, matching his breath to the dragon's. He pressed his forehead briefly to warm scale, not in worship, but in acknowledgement. "I'm not your master," he whispered. "I'm your rider. We move together." Sunsorrow exhaled, smoke curling over Jon's hair, and did not throw him off. Jon got one knee over the shoulder ridge, then the other. He settled low, heart hammering, legs tight. The dragon's muscles shifted beneath him like earth moving. Arianne watched from the edge of the dunes, eyes narrowed against wind, hands clenched so tightly her knuckles whitened. Jon could feel her fear, though she tried to bury it. Sunsorrow rose, slowly, and Jon rose with it, balancing. For the first time he felt what it meant to sit on that power without being immediately rejected. The dragon beat its wings once, testing, and sand blasted outward in a harsh ring. Obara laughed, delighted. Hoda held his stance, cloak snapping, eyes steady. Jon leaned forward and placed one hand on the ridge. "Easy," he murmured. Sunsorrow's head turned slightly, the amber eye flicking back toward him. Then it faced the horizon again, wings flexing, and Jon felt the creature's impatience. Its desire for sky. He swallowed, breath tight. "Not yet," he whispered. "Soon." And for the first time, Sunsorrow waited. That night, the water gardens were empty. Children had been kept inside since the dragon's arrival, not because Doran feared the beast would swoop down. Sunsorrow had not returned near the gardens since training began, but because fear made men stupid, and Doran would not risk a frightened guard loosing an arrow at a shadow. Jon walked beneath an arcade where moonlight spilled across stone and turned the pools into silver mirrors. His hands throbbed under bandages. His face still carried the raw sting of scorched skin. He felt tired in a way sleep didn't fix. Arianne found him there, moving quietly, her sandals barely making sound. Her hair was braided now, neat again, but her eyes held the same restless fire. "You didn't come back to the chamber," she said. "I couldn't sleep," Jon admitted. Arianne leaned on a stone railing and stared at the water. "Neither can Sunspear," she said. "The city is whispering like a nest of snakes. Some are proud. Some are terrified. Some are already wondering if they can steal what we have." Jon's jaw tightened. "They can't." Arianne's gaze slid to him. "Can't?" she echoed softly. "Or won't?" Jon held her eyes. "Won't." Arianne nodded once, as if that answer mattered more than any oath spoken in the Sun Court. Then her voice dropped, quieter. "When you were in the cavern," she said, "I thought I'd done it. I thought I'd played my game too boldly and gotten you killed." Jon's chest tightened. "You didn't." Arianne's mouth twisted. "I did," she said, and for a moment her confidence cracked just enough for truth to show through. "I pushed. I wanted it. I wanted the realm to see Dorne again. I wanted my father's patience to mean something. And I wanted to know if you were real." Jon stepped closer, his bandaged hand lifting slowly. He touched the cut on her cheek with his thumb, gentle. "I'm real," he said. Arianne's breath hitched, almost imperceptible. She did not lean away. She leaned into the touch as if she hated needing it but needed it anyway. "You're going to change everything," she whispered. Jon's voice was rough. "I don't want to," he said. "I wanted to keep people alive. That's all. But the world keeps handing me crowns and fires as if duty is a joke." Arianne's eyes gleamed in moonlight. "Duty is never a joke," she said. "It's the chain we choose." Jon's mouth tightened. "And if the chain breaks?" Arianne stepped closer until the space between them held only warm breath. "Then we forge a new one," she murmured. Jon looked at her and saw the woman beneath the princess, the air beneath the armor. He saw fear there, but he also saw resolve like tempered steel. She would not run from the storm they had made. She would stand in it and dare it to break her. "I will not burn King's Landing for vengeance," Jon said suddenly, because he needed her to hear it now, before temptation made the words harder. "Not for Elia. Not for anyone. I won't become that." Arianne's gaze held his, sharp and searching. For a heartbeat Jon thought she might argue, might demand blood, might call him weak. Instead, she nodded slowly. "Good," she said, surprising him. "Because if you become a monster, I will have to become one too to match you. And I'm tired of monsters." Jon's breath left him in a slow release he hadn't realized he'd been holding. Arianne lifted her hand and touched his bandaged fingers. "You hurt," she said. "I'll heal," Jon replied. Her smile was faint. "That's what you always say," she murmured, and there was something like affection in it now, reluctant and real. Jon leaned down and kissed her, gentle this time, careful of her cut. Arianne kissed him back, and for a brief moment the world shrank to moonlight and water and the soft rustle of orange leaves. Then, far off, a low rumble rolled from the ridge above the city. Sunsorrow was awake. Jon felt the sound vibrate in his chest and knew sleep would not come easy for any of them. Not anymore. Ravens left Sunspear before sunrise. Jon wrote with his left hand because his right was too stiff with pain, and the letters came out rougher than he liked. The maester offered to write for him, but Jon refused. If he was going to tell Sansa what had happened, the words needed to come from his own hand, imperfect as it was. Davos stood nearby, arms folded. watching the ink dry as if he could see consequences in it. Arianne leaned over Jon's shoulder, her presence warm and steady, reading as he wrote without interrupting. The room smelled of wax and feather and citrus oil, and outside the window the city murmured like a living thing. Jon told Sansa the truth, as much as truth could be put into ink. He told her Dorne had joined them. He told her Arianne Martell was cautious but committed. He told her there was a dragon. He could not bring himself to write the name at first, as if naming it on parchment would make it too real, too impossible. Then he forced it down. Sunsorrow. He told her he had claimed it. The quill trembled slightly as he wrote that line, and Jon realized his hands were shaking. Not fear now, not awe, the weight of what it meant. The moment he wrote it, it became part of the world in a way that could not be undone. Ink was another kind of chain. Arianne's fingers brushed his shoulder lightly. "She will believe you?" she asked quietly. Sansa was not a fool, Jon thought. Sansa had survived kings and monsters and had learned to read men the way others read books. "She'll believe me," he said. "But she'll worry." Davos grunted. "As she should," he muttered. "Dragons make men stupid." Arianne's mouth tightened. "Men were stupid long before dragons," she said. Davos gave her a sideways look that held grudging respect. He conceded. "But dragons make their stupidity louder." They sealed the letter with direwolf wax, and then, at Doran's insistence, placed the Martell seal beside it, sun and spear pressed into red. Two symbols on one truth. Other ravens carried other messages. Doran wrote to the Stormlands, to the Reach, to any lord who might still have spine enough to stand against the Iron Throne. Nymeria Sand's men carried whispers by foot, faster than birds in some places, planting rumor like seeds. Arianne wrote too, her script elegant and sharp. Jon did not ask who received her words. He could guess. Lords who needed persuasion, allies who needed promises, enemies who needed fear. When the last raven was released, it beat black wings into sunrise and vanished into bright sky. Jon watched until it was a speck, then nothing. "You've changed the board," Davos said quietly. Jon's voice was low. "The board was already changing," he replied. Arianne's gaze lifted toward the ridge above Sunspear, where Sunsorrow's shadow sometimes crossed the pale stone like a moving dusk. "Now," she said softly, "everyone will scramble to put their hands on our pieces." Jon's bandaged fingers curled, pain flaring. "Let them come," he said. Arianne looked at him, and for a moment the fierceness in her expression matched his exactly. "They will," she promised. The news came that evening on Nymeria Sand's feet. She arrived without announcement, cloak dusted with road, eyes bright with the gleam of a woman who had outrun something sharp. A cloaked man followed her. One of her little birds, lean and nervous, smelling of sweat and fear. Arianne, Jon, and Doran gathered in a side chamber away from the throne hall's eyes. Davos lingered near the door as if expecting knives. Nymeria didn't bother with preamble. "The Stormlands are moving," she said. "Not Tommen's men, not the Tyrells. Another banner." Doran's fingers tightened slightly on his blanket. "Name it," he said. Nymeria's smile was thin. "A dragon," she said. "Not ours." Jon felt his spine go cold. "Daenerys Targaryen?" he asked, though the name tasted like a legend. Nymeria shook her head. "No." "A boy," she said. "A prince, they say. Aegon Targaryen. Golden company at his back." Silence hit the room like a thrown rock. Doran's eyes closed for a heartbeat, as if he were weighing pain. When he opened them, they were clear. "So," he murmured, "the other game begins." Arianne's breath caught, and Jon felt her tension spike. He knew enough to understand what this meant for her. Books and whispers had spoken of Arianne Martell as the bride meant for a Targaryen restoration. The spear that would pierce the Iron Throne through marriage rather than fire. Nymeria watched Arianne carefully. "They landed near Cape Wrath," she said. "They've taken a castle already, fast, bloody. Lords are wavering. Men love a prince with Sel's words and a story." Davos swore under his breath. "Every time," he muttered. Every damn time. Another king. Another banner. Another war. Jon's jaw clenched. If this Aegon is real, he said slowly, then he has a claim. Doran's voice stayed soft. Claims are weapons, he said. Truth is rarer. Arianne's eyes were fixed on the map now, but Jon saw the flicker behind them. Old plans, old temptations, old paths not taken. Nymeria leaned forward, voice lowering. His envoys are already riding, she said. To us. Doran's gaze lifted. Of course, he murmured. Arianne's mouth hardened. He will ask for Dorne, she said. He will ask for me. The room held its breath around that sentence. Jon felt something twist in his chest. Part jealousy, part anger, part the cold instinct of a man who understood that marriage was both bond and battlefield. He forced his voice to remain steady. And what will you answer? He asked. Arianne turned her head toward him. Her eyes did not soften, but they steadied, as if she were making the choice in that moment rather than letting old dreams choose for her. I will answer what benefits Dorne, she said. Jon nodded slowly, though the words did not comfort him. Doran watched them both like a man watching a candle near spilled oil. We must be careful, he said. If Aegon is false, he is a trap. If he is true, he is still a trap, because the realm will bleed for him. Nymeria's smile flashed, sharp. We have a dragon now, she said. Traps burn. Davos looked from face to face. And the lions? He asked. What will Cersei do when she hears a dragon sits above Sunspear? Nymeria's eyes glittered. She will send knives, she said simply. And she will pray those knives find flesh before fire finds her. Arianne's gaze lifted toward the window, toward the ridge where Sunsorrow rested. Let her pray, Arianne said softly. Prayers don't stop dragons. Jon did not speak, but he felt the truth settle cold. The world had just become more crowded with claimants and flames, and every new player would try to use Dorne's fire for their own war. They would have to decide who burned first. The knives came sooner than Jon expected. It was night, and the air was heavy, warm enough that torches felt unnecessary. Yet they burned anyway, throwing wavering light across Sunspear's outer courtyard. Jon walked with Arianne and Ariohoda, returning from a late council with Doran. Guards moved around them in a loose ring, relaxed by familiarity and the false comfort of palace walls. Jon felt the shift a heartbeat before it happened. An absence in the sound of footsteps, a hush too sudden, like the pause before a snake strikes. A shadow dropped from an arch. Steel flashed. A cloaked figure lunged straight for Arianne's throat. Dagger aimed with the clean certainty of a man paid well to end a life quickly. Arianne's eyes widened, but she moved, fast, fierce, twisting away as if her body knew this dance. Jon stepped into the path without thinking. The dagger slammed into his bandaged forearm instead of her neck. Pain flared bright and immediate. Jon grunted, grabbed the attacker's wrist, and felt bone under cloth, thin and hard. The killer tried to twist free, but Jon's grip tightened. Savage. Ariohoda's long axe came around in a brutal arc. The blade sheared through cloak and flesh. The attacker's head left his shoulders with a wet sound that made Jon's stomach clench even as blood sprayed warm across stone. More shadows erupted. Two men sprang from behind pillars, one with a short sword, one with a crossbow already raised. The crossbow twanged. The bolt hissed past Jon's ear and slammed into a guard's throat. The man dropped, choking, hands clawing uselessly at wood and iron. Obara Sand appeared from nowhere, spear in hand, moving like a predator given permission. She drove the spear through the swordsman's belly and shoved, pinning him to a column with such force the stone cracked. He screamed once, then gurgled as blood flooded his mouth. Arianne drew her dagger and slashed at a second attacker who tried to reach her from the side. She cut his cheek open, then drove the blade into his thigh, twisting. He screamed and fell, scrambling backward. Jon ripped the first attacker's dagger free from his arm with a snarl and slammed the hilt into the man's face. Teeth shattered. The killer reeled. Jon shoved him down and put a boot on his chest. Who sent you? Jon growled. The man spat blood and smiled through broken teeth. "A lion," he rasped. Arianne's eyes blazed. "Cersei," she snapped. The killer laughed, then tried to move his hand toward something at his belt. Poison, perhaps. Jon crushed the wrist under his boot until bones snapped. The man screamed, and then the scream turned into something else as heat rolled over the courtyard. Everyone froze. A shadow slid over the stone, vast and sudden. Torches guttered as if bowing. Sunsorrow's roar rolled from above, shaking the courtyard walls. The sound was so huge it did not seem to fit inside the world. Guards dropped to knees without meaning to. The remaining attackers went pale beneath their hoods. The dragon's amber eyes glowed from the ridge, visible even at this distance, and Jon felt the bond in his chest tighten like a hand closing. Sunsorrow inhaled. Arianne's breath caught. "Jon," she started, fear sharp. Jon lifted his burned, bleeding arm, palm outward toward the ridge. "No," he said hoarsely. "Not here." For a heartbeat he felt resistance, an animal's irritation, a dragon's disdain for restraint. Then Sunsorrow exhaled smoke, not flame. The smoke rolled over the city like a warning, thick and dark, carrying the scent of fire into every open window. The message was clear. Touch them again, and the next breath will be flame. The attackers broke. One turned to run and collided with Arianne's long axe. Another stumbled into Obara's spear. A third tried to leap a wall and fell when a guard's blade found his calf. Within moments, it was over. Bodies lay crumpled in torchlight. Blood pooled dark on stone. Jon's arm throbbed, pain beating in time with his heart. Arianne stepped close, eyes wide, and pressed her hand to Jon's wounded forearm. "Careful. You took it for me," she said, voice low. Jon's jaw tightened. "I wasn't going to let them," he said. Arianne's gaze flicked upward toward the dragon's shadow. "It hurt," she whispered. Jon looked up too. Sunsorrow stood above, wings half spread, watching. Not a beast asleep in chains now, a guardian awake. "Let the realm learn," Jon said quietly, voice like stone. "If they send knives, they'll get fire." Arianne's mouth curved, fierce and grim. "Good," she murmured, "because Dorne is done being patient." Dawn came hard and bright, as if the sun meant to burn away the night's blood. The courtyard had been washed, but the smell lingered. Iron and smoke and fear. Prisoners were dragged below. Dead men were covered. Doran heard everything, even from his chambers, because Sunspear's walls carried whispers the way shells carried sea sound. Jon did not sleep, neither did Arianne. When the first light hit the ridge, Sunsorrow stirred, wings flexing, smoke curling from its nostrils. Jon felt the pull in his chest like a rope tightening around his ribs. The dragon wanted sky, and the city needed a message that no raven could carry as cleanly as shadow. Arianne stood with Doran on the balcony again, her posture rigid with purpose. Doran looked pale, but his eyes were sharp, watching Jon with the calm intensity of a man who knew he had crossed a line that could never be uncrossed. Davos stood below in the courtyard, face turned upward, squinting as if still unable to accept what he was seeing with his own eyes. Arianne stood at Doran's shoulder like a pillar. Jon approached Sunsorrow slowly, letting the dragon see him, smell him, accept him again. He placed a hand on Warmscale. The beast exhaled smoke across his hair as if marking him. Jon climbed. His bandaged hands screamed with pain as he gripped the ridges, but he did not hesitate. He settled into place, legs tight, chest pressed low. The dragon's muscles shifted beneath him, alive with stored storm. "Up," Jon whispered. Sunsorrow launched with a single powerful beat, and the ground dropped away so fast Jon's stomach lurched. Wind tore at him. The city shrank beneath, pale walls and orange trees becoming patterns on stone. Martell banners snapped like whips. Sunsorrow's shadow swept over Sunspear, and the city reacted as one living thing. Men stopping in streets, children staring upward, guards gripping spears tighter. Some knelt, some raised hands in prayer. Some simply watched, mouths open, as if a dream had cracked into waking. Jon guided the dragon in a wide circle, careful, steady. The beast wanted to climb higher, to vanish into blue. Jon held it low enough that every eye in Sunspear could see, and every envoy, every spy, every whispered little bird that hid in alleys could report the truth. Dorne had a dragon. Jon looked toward the balcony as they passed. Arianne stood beside Doran, hair braided tight, face lifted to wind. She looked like a spear point aimed at the world. Doran's hand lifted slightly, not waving, not cheering, simply acknowledging. Davos watched like a man staring at a storm he'd spent his whole life believing only existed in songs. Sunsorrow roared once, short, sharp, and the sound rolled across the city and out over the sea. It was not an attack. It was a declaration. Jon felt the roar vibrate through his bones and understood, with sudden clarity, what they had done. They had made Dorne impossible to ignore. As the dragon banked, Jon caught sight of a raven rising from the rookery. Black wings beating hard, bearing new ink, new truth, new war. Somewhere far to the north, snow fell against old stone. Somewhere far to the east, men raised banners for another dragon prince. Somewhere in King's Landing, a lioness would hear rumor and bare her teeth. And somewhere beyond the wall, the dead would not care. Jon tightened his legs against Sunsorrow's ridges and leaned forward into the wind. He had fire now. He would need it. Dawn painted Sunspear in the same pale gold it always had, but the city no longer wore the light the way it once did. The brightness felt sharper now, like a blade flashed too close to the eye. Somewhere in the courtyards below, servants scrubbed stone until it looked clean again, yet the smell of blood still lingered in the corners like a truth that refused to be washed away. Prince Arianne Martell listened without moving as the last details were laid before him. He sat wrapped in his blanket, hands folded, the calm in his face held like a practiced shield. Arianne stood by the balcony arch, jaw set, eyes fierce. Jon stood opposite, forearm bandaged thick, the cloth already darkening where blood insisted on returning. They carried no banners, Ario Hoda reported, voice steady. No sigils. Their knives were plain. Their tongues were not. Doran's fingers flexed once on the blanket's edge. A lion, he murmured, not asking, not surprised. Arianne's mouth twisted. Cersei Lannister sends her love, she said, and the words were poison. She thinks she can cut my throat and end Dorne's fire before it spreads. Davos Seaworth exhaled through his nose, eyes narrowed. That's how lions think, he said. Claw the cub before it grows. Jon's gaze stayed on the horizon where the sea glittered. He could still feel Sunsorrow's attention on him from the ridge, like a heavy presence pressing into the back of his skull. The dragon had heard the attack. It had answered with smoke. It had wanted flame. Jon had felt the resistance in his bones and realized control was not the right word for what existed between them. It was influence. It was trust that could snap. Doran looked at Jon then, slow and deliberate. If she sends knives, he said softly, she will send more. If she sends more, the city will panic. If the city panics, men will do foolish things. Foolish men create openings. Arianne's fingers curled. Then we make them afraid to open their hands, she said. We show them what they invited. Doran's voice remained quiet. Fire is not a message you send lightly, he said. Arianne stepped closer, her anger controlled now into something sharper. Father, she said, they already sent a message, in blood. You taught me patience. I learned it, but patience is not surrender. Doran watched her a long moment. In the sunlight, his eyes looked tired. Tired in a way that had nothing to do with age and everything to do with carrying the same grief too long. No, he agreed. It is not surrender. Jon spoke before the silence could thicken into argument. What do you want me to do? He asked. The question was blunt because he was done with dancing around truth. If the lions want war, they'll get it. But I won't burn Sunspear for their fear. Doran's gaze did not waver. You will not, he said, and neither will I. He shifted slightly, the motion small, but it carried the weight of decision. "We respond," he said. "Not with slaughter, with certainty." Arianne's eyes narrowed. "How?" Doran lifted one thin finger and traced the air as if drawing lines on an invisible map. "We send ravens to King's Landing," he said. "Not begging, not threatening, informing. We tell the Queen Regent that any blade drawn within Sunspear again will be answered with fire over her own walls." Davos's mouth tightened. "And you think she'll listen?" Doran's lips barely moved. "No," he said, "but those around her will. Men who serve lions are still men. They fear being burned more than they fear disappointing a queen." Arianne's voice cut in cold. "And Aegon," she said, the name like a spark on dry grass. "His envoys will arrive soon. They will hear of the knives. They will smell opportunity." Jon's bandaged hand flexed, pain flaring. "Let them come," he said. "I'll speak to them." Doran's eyes sharpened. "Carefully," he warned. "Aegon Targaryen, true or false, will come wrapped in story. Men will die for story. A dragon complicates story. 2 dragons turn it into war." Jon held Doran's gaze. "Then we make the story simple," he said. "The dead are coming. Anyone who wants to fight over chairs can do it after we're alive to sit in them." Arianne looked at him then, and something in her expression softened into grim agreement. Doran nodded slowly, as if tasting the shape of the future. "Very well," he said. "Then we prepare to receive princes and lions both." Outside, far above the balcony, a shadow passed over the floor, broad, slow, and unmistakable. Sunsorrow shifted on its ridge. The world held its breath as if it could hear wings in the blood. They came beneath a white flag and a legend. The throne hall of Sunspear filled again with Dornish lords and careful eyes. Word had spread too widely now for secrecy. Men wanted to be present when history chose its shape. The air was heavy with perfume and sweat and the faint bite of fear. Jon stood beside Arianne at the foot of the dais. He wore black, as always, though he had loosened the collar because even stubbornness could not deny Dornish heat forever. His forearm was freshly rebandaged. The pain sat in his bones like a steady drum. Arianne stood tall, her expression composed, but Jon felt the tension beneath it. This was not merely politics for her. It was a door opening onto an old hallway of possibilities. Prince Doran sat above, calm and distant, blanket drawn over his legs, hands folded. Ariohoda stood behind him, long axe upright. The sand snakes watched from shadowed edges, Obara openly eager, Nymeria amused, Tyene smiling as if this were a play she already knew the ending of. The doors opened. A man strode in first, posture rigid with contained urgency. His hair was graying at the temples, his face sharp, his eyes the color of storm-cloud steel. A small pin shaped like a griffin caught the light on his cloak. He moved like a man who had once been young and arrogant and had learned the price of both. Jon Connington, Jon knew without being told. The name carried old war like a scar. Behind him walked the boy. He was not a boy in the way Tommen had been a boy. He carried himself with practiced grace, chin lifted, gaze steady. His hair was pale, silver gold in the torchlight, and his eyes, purple unmistakably, swept the hall with calm assessment. Aegon Targaryen, or someone wearing the name like a crown. The hall's murmurs rose and died. Dornish lords stared as if seeing a ghost. Some made the sign of the seven. Others clenched fists around goblets. Old blood remembered older oaths. Jon Connington halted before the dais and bowed stiffly. "Prince Arianne Martell," he said, voice carrying. "I come in the name of His Grace Aegon Targaryen, sixth of his name, rightful king of the Undulls, the Rhoynar, and the First Men." The words rang through Sunspear like thrown gauntlets. Aegon stepped forward, and when he bowed, it was deep and correct, the bow of a prince taught from cradle. "Prince Doran," he said, and his voice held warmth carefully measured. "Princess Arianne, House Martell has suffered for my house. I have come to repay that debt with justice." Arianne's eyes flickered, just once. Jon felt it in her like a heartbeat quickening, then controlled again. Doran's face did not change. "Many men have come promising justice," he said softly. "Few have delivered it." Aegon's gaze remained steady. "I will," he said simply. "Tywin Lannister is dead, but the lion still sits in King's Landing, and the men who butchered Arianne Martell lived too long. I will not ask you to forget." Jon Connington's eyes moved then, past Doran, past Arianne, landing on Jon Snow. The look sharpened, as if the older man had been struck by something unseen. Recognition, confusion. The steel in his eyes turned suddenly dangerous. Jon met the gaze without blinking. Aegon followed Connington's attention and looked at Jon for the first time fully. His purple eyes narrowed slightly, curious rather than hostile. "And you are?" he asked, though his tone implied he already suspected. Jon did not bow. He did not kneel. He stood as he had stood before kings and queens and monsters. "Jon Snow," he said, "King in the North." Murmurs rippled. Connington's jaw tightened. Aegon's mouth curved faintly, diplomatic. "Then we are both kings, it seems," he said. "Or both men called kings." Arianne's voice cut in, calm and sharp. "And what does your grace seek from Dorne?" she asked. Aegon turned to her, and the warmth in his face deepened, careful, calculated. "Alliance," he said. "Spears, ships, the strength of Dorne to finish what was stolen. To take King's Landing and end the lions." "And in return?" Arianne pressed. Aegon's gaze held hers. "A place at my side," he said. "A place for Dorne as it has never had before. Not as subjects, as partners, as family." The hall held its breath. Jon felt something cold settle in his gut. Not because of the offer itself. Offers were words were cheap. But because he saw how neatly Aegon had placed the lure where it would bite. Arianne did not move. "Family," she repeated softly. Aegon's eyes flicked briefly toward Jon, then back. "I have heard," he said carefully, "that you are wed." Arianne's chin lifted. "I am," she said. "To Jon Snow." Connington's eyes sharpened again, anger flashing like a drawn knife. For a heartbeat, Jon thought the man might speak something reckless. Doran spoke first, voice quiet, cutting. "Then your grace has arrived too late for that particular dream," he said. Aegon's expression did not crack, but Jon saw the flicker behind it. Disappointment, quickly buried, replaced with calculation. "Then I will not insult you by pretending my plans have not changed," Aegon said. "But I did not cross the narrow sea to chase only marriage. I crossed to claim my father's realm." His gaze returned to Jon, sharper now. "And I did not expect to find another king married into Dorne with a dragon perched above Sunspear," he added, the words soft, the meaning heavy. The hall's air tightened. Jon felt Sunsorrow's shadow in his mind, distant but awake. Doran's calm voice came again. "Then let us speak plainly," he said. "Not of dreams, of war." They moved from spectacle into strategy, and the room grew smaller for it. A map was spread across a long table, weighted down with carved stones. The Stormlands were inked in green and brown. The Reach sprawled fat and rich, the crownlands tight around King's Landing like a clenched fist. Little pins marked castles taken and castles wavering. Aegon stood over it with the ease of someone taught to treat maps as inheritance. Jon Connington leaned close beside him, one hand braced on the table, his other finger tracing routes like a blade along flesh. Golden Company officers hovered behind, faces hard, eyes trained to see weaknesses in lines. Dornish lords watched too, tense and suspicious. House Ironwood's men looked as if they tasted sour wine each time Aegon spoke of realm and right. The Sand Snakes watched like wolves at the edge of a herd. Doran listened more than he spoke, his calm presence anchoring the room. Arianne stood beside Jon, spine straight, chin lifted, and Jon felt her pride like heat at his shoulder. Aegon began with confidence. "We have footholds," he said, pointing. "Griffin's Roost, several smaller keeps. Lords are turning slowly. Many are tired of Lannisters and Tyrells. If we move fast, we can take Storm's End. From there, King's Landing. Davos grunted. Storm's End doesn't fall easy, he muttered. Cunnington's eyes flashed. It will, he said, voice-edged. Not with brute force, with the right keys. Jon studied the map without touching it. And the Reach? He asked. Aegon's expression tightened a fraction. The Reach is complicated, he admitted. Mace Tyrell. Maybe dead tomorrow, Davos cut in. Or alive. Or on whichever side pays him in pride. Aegon's mouth twitched faintly. Exactly, he said. But once King's Landing is taken, the rest will bend. Jon's gaze lifted. And while you take King's Landing, he said, the dead march south. The room stilled. Cunnington's eyes narrowed. Ghost stories, he said flatly. Aegon's gaze flicked to Cunnington, then back to Jon, curious. The reports are confused, Aegon said carefully. I have heard of wildings, of northern troubles, but dead men walking. They walk, Jon said, and his voice carried the weight of truth that did not care whether others believed. I've seen them. I fought them. They don't want thrones. They want everything to stop breathing. One Golden Company officer snorted quietly, contempt hiding behind a cough. Arianne's voice snapped. Do not mock what you have not faced, she said. My husband is not a man given to superstition. Cunnington's jaw tightened. Your husband, he repeated, and the words tasted bitter to him. Doran lifted a hand. Enough, he said softly, and the room obeyed. His calm made argument look childish. He turned his gaze to Aegon. Whether the dead are myth or not, Doran said, winter is real, hunger is real, war is real, and dragons. His eyes flicked upward as if he could see through ceiling and stone to the ridge beyond. Are real. Aegon's eyes sharpened. Your dragon, he said slowly. How loyal is it? Jon felt the question like a hook. Loyal is not the word, he said. It listens. It accepts me. It does not take riders easily. Aegon's gaze held Jon's, and in that purple stare Jon saw ambition flicker. Controlled, but present. The boy wanted the dragon. Of course he did. Any prince would. Cunnington leaned closer to Aegon, murmuring something too low to hear. Aegon's face did not change, but his eyes cooled slightly. Arianne shifted, her hand brushing Jon's sleeve as if reminding him she was there, as if reminding everyone. Aegon straightened. We need not be enemies, he said smoothly. The realm is wide enough for allies. I ask Dorne to stand with me. I ask the North to stand with me. Together we end the Lions. Together we rebuild. Jon's mouth tightened. Together, he echoed. Davos leaned in, voice rough but practical. And if the North won't kneel? He asked bluntly. Cunnington's eyes flashed. Then the North will be treated as rebels, he snapped. Arianne's gaze went sharp as a spear. Careful, she warned. Jon did not raise his voice. He did not need to. The North won't be threatened, he said quietly. Not by lions, not by dragons, not by boys with sellswords. The room felt suddenly smaller, air thick with the promise of violence. Aegon's expression stayed composed, but his eyes hardened. And what would you have? He asked. Jon looked down at the map again, at King's Landing, at Winterfell far off the parchment's edge, at the blank white space where no ink could show what waited in snow and darkness. I would have you look north, Jon said. Before you bleed the realm dry fighting for a chair that won't matter if everyone is dead. Doran watched them both, calm as still water. Perhaps, he said softly, the first test between dragons is not whose claim is louder, but whose duty is heavier. Aegon's jaw tightened. Cunnington's hands curled into fists. And somewhere above Sunspear, unseen but felt, Sunsorrow shifted, as if restless at the tension in Jon's blood. Night brought no peace. It only gave thoughts sharper teeth. Jon walked the sea wall with Davos beside him, listening to waves strike rock and pull back again, relentless as time. Torches burned along the parapet, their light making the sea look like hammered black metal. Wind off the water cooled Jon's burned skin and made his bandages sting. Davos was silent for a long stretch, as if weighing words like coins, and Jon let him. Davos was one of the few men Jon trusted to speak truth without dressing it in pride. At last Davos cleared his throat. "That boy wants your dragon," he said. Jon's mouth tightened. "I know." Davos's gaze stayed on the dark horizon. "And that older one, Cunnington, he wants your head," Davos added. Jon let out a slow breath. "He looked at me like he'd seen a ghost." Davos said, and his voice roughened. "Maybe he has." Jon's fingers pressed into stone. He thought of Doran's scrolls, of Lyanna's name spoken in torchlit dark, of Ned's silence, of the way Cunnington's eyes had sharpened like a man recognizing an old wound. "If he suspects," Jon murmured, "he'll tell Aegon." Davos's mouth twisted. "If he's smart, he already has," he said. "Or he will soon." Men who follow princes don't like surprises, especially ones that threaten their prince. Jon stared up toward the ridge. Sunsorrow's silhouette sat against the stars, vast and still. Even at this distance, Jon felt the dragon's presence like heat held in the chest. Davos followed his gaze. "Never thought I'd see one again," he said quietly. "Not after the last." His voice carried old memories. Stannis, Melisandre, fire, folly. Jon's jaw clenched. "I don't want this," he said, and the confession came out rawer than he intended. "I wanted allies, beers, ships. I didn't come south hunting for—" He stopped, because the word dragon still felt absurd in his mouth. Davos's eyes flicked to him. "But it's yours," he said, "and whether you wanted it or not, it makes you something men will kill for." Jon's bandaged hand flexed. Pain flared. "I'm already something men want to kill," he said flatly. Davos nodded, conceding. Then he leaned his elbows on the wall, staring down at the waves. "Listen," he said, voice low. "If that boy takes King's Landing, he'll have half the realm chanting his name. And if he's got half the realm, he'll think he can take the other half too." Jon said nothing. He knew. "And if he decides the North must kneel," Davos continued, "he'll come for you. Not tomorrow, not next moon, but he will. Because kings don't like other kings." Jon's gaze stayed on the horizon. "Then I won't let him," he said. Davos's voice sharpened slightly. "You won't, how?" "With words." He gestured subtly upward, toward the ridge. "Or with that." Jon's throat tightened. "I won't burn the realm because of pride," he said. Davos held his gaze, steady. "Then don't," he said. "But you can still show strength without slaughter. Strength makes men cautious. Caution buys time. Time is what you need if the dead are coming." Jon exhaled slowly. The waves hissed below like distant whispers. "What are you saying?" Jon asked. Davos's mouth tightened. "I'm saying," he replied, "you might need to meet that boy on your terms. Not in a hall where he can smile and talk about partnership while his men count your spears. Out in the open, in the air, where a dragon shadow makes claims sound smaller." Jon's eyes narrowed. "Fly to him." Davos nodded once. He said, "not to threaten, to make him listen, and to make everyone watching understand that Dorne and the North are not prizes." Jon's gaze stayed on the horizon. The decision was already taking shape inside him, cold and hard. A gust of wind rose, and the torches bent. Far out on the water, a ship's lanterns bobbed. Moving, slow, purposeful. Jon's spine tightened. "That ship," he said. Davos followed his gaze. "Could be a traitor," he murmured. "Could be a spy. Could be worse." Jon felt Sunsorrow stir above, wings shifting with a leathery whisper. The dragon was awake. The dragon listened. Jon's voice dropped. "If they bring more knives," he said, "they'll get more than smoke." Davos's eyes stayed on him. "And if the dead bring winter," he said quietly, "you'll need every living man you can gather, boy kings included." Jon closed his eyes briefly and let the wind off the sea cool the heat inside him. Then he opened them again, decision hardening like frost. "Tomorrow," Jon said, "we answer Aegon." The raven came like a shard of the north, wrong in Sunspear's sun. It fluttered into the rookery at midday, wings dusty with travel, claws scraping wood. The maester caught it gently, and when he produced the scroll, the seal was gray wax pressed with a dire wolf. Jon's chest tightened before he even broke it. Arianne stood close enough to read over his shoulder, though she did not touch him. Davos lingered behind them, his face already grim as if he could smell bad news in the wax. Jon broke the seal. Sansa's hand was steady, the letters clean and controlled, but Jon could hear her voice in every line. Practical, urgent, refusing to crumble. Winterfell had received his earlier raven. The North had reacted as he expected. Disbelief first, then fear, then the cold acceptance that the world kept changing without asking. Sansa wrote that the lords had argued about dragons and southern alliances, and then she wrote the part that made Jon's blood go cold. The dead had been seen again, not rumors this time, not wildling tales. A patrol near Last Hearth had found bodies frozen upright as if the cold had snapped them into statues. Their eyes were gone. Their throats were torn open from within. Tracks in the snow showed dragging, not by wolves, but by something that moved without caring for weight. A second report, worse, spoke of a village burned in the night, not by flame but by cold so intense the wood split like bone. Survivors babbled about pale riders in the trees, about silence that swallowed screams. Sansa's words tightened. The wall is holding, for now, but the night is moving. We need you. If you cannot come, send help. Send anything. At the end, in a smaller hand that felt almost like the girl she had once been, she wrote, "Don't die down there. Not when we finally have you back." Jon's vision blurred for a heartbeat. He blinked hard, forcing it away. Arianne's voice came quiet. "It's worse," she said, not asking. Jon nodded slowly. "It's starting," he whispered. Davos let out a low curse. "Seven save us," he muttered, then seemed to realize again that the seven did not live in this heat. Or any gods that'll listen. Arianne's eyes were on Jon's face, reading him the way she read politics. "You want to fly north," she said. Jon's mouth tightened. "I want to," he said. "But if I leave now, Dorne becomes unstable. Aegon presses. Cersei sends knives. Dorne needs unity." Arianne's jaw clenched. "And the North needs you," she said, and Jon heard the conflict in her. Not jealousy, not resentment, but the bitter truth that duty never asked permission. Jon folded the letter carefully, hands trembling slightly. "We need allies," he said. "Allies who believe. If Aegon keeps calling it ghost stories, he'll waste the realm on King's Landing while the dead crawl over his walls later." Arianne's gaze sharpened. "Then make him believe," she said. Jon looked up at her, and for a moment the fierceness in her eyes matched his exactly. "I will," he said. Davos nodded once, grim approval. "Good," he muttered, "because if you don't, we'll be fighting both lions and ice with half a realm turned the wrong way." Jon's hand closed around the direwolf-sealed parchment like it was a weapon. Outside the rookery, the sun blazed bright. Inside Jon's chest, the North's cold settled like iron. He could not be everywhere. So he would force the realm to come where it was needed. Not all threats came wearing a lion's grin. Nymeria Sand found the first thread of it the way spiders found vibration in web. She brought it to Arianne in a whisper, and Arianne brought Jon into it with a look that held more anger than surprise. "Ironwood," Nymeria said simply. Jon's jaw tightened. "He swore unity," Jon muttered. Nymeria's smile was lazy and cold. "Men swear many things when they're watched," she said. "Then they do what they want in shadows." They did not confront Lord Anders Ironwood openly. Doran forbade it. "If you accuse a man without proof," he said softly, "you create the proof by making him your enemy." So Arianne hunted proof. They moved through Sunspear's corridors in silence, guided by Nymeria's informants. Servants who had learned long ago that secrets were currency and survival. Arianne kept her face calm, but Jon could feel the tension in her like heat. They found Ironwood in a narrow corridor near a storage chamber, speaking with two armored men whose cloaks bore no sigil. One man held a small vial that caught torchlight briefly, glass, pale liquid inside. Ironwood's voice was low. "Not in the hall," he was saying. "Not in front of the prince. You do it where it looks like accident. A fall, a fever. The North can keep its king. Dorne does not need a wolf on its throat." Jon's blood went cold, then hot. Arianne's fingers curled on her dagger hilt, knuckles white. Nymeria's hand rested lightly on her arm, a restraining touch that said, "Wait." The armored man with the vial nodded. "And the beast?" he asked. Ironwood's mouth tightened. "If the wolf dies," he said, "the beast becomes loose. Then Sunspear must choose a Dornish hand to hold the leash." Arianne's eyes blazed. Nymeria leaned to her ear. "Now," she whispered. Arianne stepped out from behind the column like a storm made flesh. "Lord Anders," she said, voice calm enough to cut. "What leash is it you speak of?"
Iron would spoon, face flushing.
For a heartbeat, he looked like a man caught with blood on his hands. Then pride hardened him. "Princess," he said stiffly, eyes darting to Jon. "I was. You were plotting murder," Arianne snapped. The calm cracked, fire showing through. "In my father's house, under my roof." Ironwood's jaw clenched. "For Dorne," he said, and the words came out like justification. "A wolf king with a dragon is not an ally. It is a threat. Dorne does not kneel." Jon stepped forward, voice low. "No one asked you to kneel," he said. "I asked you to live." One of the armored men moved, hand going to sword hilt. Jon saw it and shifted his stance, ready despite injury. Nymeria smiled faintly and flicked her wrist. From the shadow behind Ironwood, Obara Sand surged forward, spear in hand. The spear's point kissed the armored man's throat. He froze. Tyene Sand stepped from another doorway, her smile sweet, a dagger resting lightly between her fingers like a promise. "Please," she murmured to the second armored man. "Don't make this messy." Ironwood's face went pale, then red with rage. "You would threaten me?" he snarled. Arianne's eyes were cold. "I would gut you," she said softly. "But my father would call it civil war. So instead I will do something crueler." She turned her head slightly. "Ario," she called. Ario Hoda appeared from the corridor's far end as if summoned by the word alone. Long axe in hand, face unreadable. Arianne stepped closer to Ironwood until her shadow fell over him. "You will walk with Ario Hoda," she said. "To my father. You will explain your vials and your leashes, and then you will pray he is still patient." Ironwood's chest heaved. His pride fought like a trapped animal. Then his gaze flicked to Obara's spear point, to Tyene's dagger, to Jon's eyes, cold and steady. Finally, he exhaled through clenched teeth. "Very well," he spat. As Ario Hoda moved to escort him, a low rumble rolled through the palace stone. Sunsorrow stirred above. Jon felt the bond tighten in his chest like warning. Even the dragon, it seemed, disliked whispers of poison. The decision was made in the wind. Jon stood on the ridge with Sunsorrow at his side, and the world below looked small. Sunspear's pale walls, its orange groves, the thin glittering line of canals. The sea burned red-orange beneath the setting sun, as if the water itself had caught fire and refused to go out. Sunsorrow's scales glowed softly in that light. The dragon lifted its head and tasted the air, restless. Jon could feel the creature's impatience, the desire to rise and leave stone behind. Arianne stood several paces back with Davos, arms folded tight. She wore determination like armor, but Jon could see the strain around her eyes. She hated not being part of the bond, hated standing outside the circle of fire. Jon placed his bandaged hand on Sunsorrow's muzzle. The heat seeped through cloth into his skin. The dragon's eye narrowed, then softened slightly, not gentler, but less ready to burn. "We're going," Jon said quietly. Sunsorrow exhaled smoke as if answering. Davos shifted his weight. To the Stormlands, he said, stating what they all knew. Jon nodded. To Aegon, he said. On my terms. In the open. Arianne's voice came sharp. And what do I do? She asked. Wait here like a hostage to my own city? Jon turned his head toward her. You hold Sunspear, he said. You hold Dorne. If I die... He stopped because saying the word felt like inviting it. Arianne's eyes flashed. If you die, she said fiercely, I will burn every lion, every griffin, every fool who thought they could take what we built. I will not be left behind. Jon held her gaze. The truth sat heavy between them. She could not ride Sunsorrow. Not yet. Maybe not ever. The dragon's acceptance did not extend beyond Jon's blood, whatever blood that truly was. I'll come back, Jon said, and he knew how hollow it sounded. He had promised that before to too many people. Arianne's mouth tightened, but she nodded once, hard. Then take something with you, she said. Jon frowned. What? Arianne stepped forward, pulling a ring from her finger. Gold set with a small red stone like a captured ember. She pressed it into Jon's palm. Dorne's seal, she said. Not my father's.
Mine.
If you speak for Dorne, speak with Dorne in your hand. Jon stared at the ring, then closed his fingers around it. I don't need proof, he said. Arianne's smile was thin. Men do, she replied. Men believe symbols more than words. Davos cleared his throat. And if Aegon tries to take your dragon? He asked bluntly. Jon's gaze slid to Sunsorrow's eye. He'll fail, Jon said. Arianne's voice dropped. Don't threaten him too openly, she warned. He will become your enemy out of pride. Jon's mouth tightened. Then I'll threaten him with truth, he said. The dead are coming. Either he helps, or he dies like everyone else. Sunsorrow shifted, claws scraping stone. The sound made Arianne flinch despite herself. Jon pressed his forehead briefly to the dragon's muzzle. A silent pact. Then he climbed. Pain lanced through his arms as he pulled himself onto the ridges. But he welcomed it. Pain was simple compared to politics. Pain obeyed rules. He settled into place, legs tight, breath steady. The wind hit his face harder up here, smelling of salt and distant storms. Jon looked down one last time. Arianne stood below, hair whipping, eyes bright, jaw clenched like she could bite the sky into obedience. Davos stood beside her, smaller than he had ever looked, but steady. Jon lifted his hand, ring clenched in fist, and Arianne lifted hers in answer. Then Jon leaned forward. Up, he whispered. Sunsorrow launched into the red sky like a spear thrown by a god. The world became wind and distance. Sunsorrow climbed fast, wings beating with a rhythm that felt like thunder in Jon's bones. The heat of the dragon beneath him was constant, a living furnace, but the air grew cooler as they rose, biting Jon's cheeks, drying the sweat into salt on his skin. Below, the sea stretched endless and darkening, broken by jagged islands, the stepstones, like black teeth rising from foam. Waves crashed white against rock, and the spray glittered briefly in the last light before falling back into shadow. Jon leaned low, gripping the ridges with bandaged hands. Pain flared each time the dragon shifted. He forced himself to breathe through it, to keep his body calm so the dragon would not taste fear in him. Far off to the east, lanterns bobbed ships, a small fleet moving like a slow predator across water. Their sails looked dark against the fading sky, and even from this height Jon felt the wrongness of them, the sense of purpose in their line. Pirates, maybe, spies, maybe, or something worse. Sunsorrow banked slightly, the movement so smooth it made Jon's stomach lurch. The dragon's head angled toward the fleet, interest sparking. Jon felt the creature's hunger like heat in his chest. No, Jon murmured, voice lost in wind. Not now. The dragon's eye flicked back toward him, amber slit sharp. Jon pressed his legs tighter, intent clear in his body. The dragon snorted smoke, annoyed, but turned away, climbing again. Stormlands lay ahead, hidden beneath night's creeping shadow. Jon could not see castles from this height, but he could see the land's shape, dark ridges, rivers like silver scars, the faint glow of distant fires. War made its own stars. As they flew, Jon's thoughts sharpened into a single line. He would make Aegon listen. He would make Cunnington stop calling the dead ghost stories. He would force them to look north, even if it meant turning princes into enemies. A dragon did not solve every problem. It did, however, make men pause long enough to hear unpleasant truth. Sunsorrow roared once into the darkening sky, a sound so vast it seemed to shake the stars into place. Jon felt it in his ribs and wondered how many men below heard it and looked up in fear. Let them look, Jon thought grimly. Let them remember there is something above their pride. The dragon's wings beat again, and the sea fell away behind them. The Golden Company camp looked orderly from the sky. Rows of tents, fires set in clean circles, sentries placed with discipline. It looked like a machine built to kill and not waste motion. Then Sunsorrow's shadow crossed it, and the machine became flesh again. Flesh that feared burning. Men shouted. Horses screamed. Campfires were knocked over in sudden panic, sparks scattering. A line of spears tried to form, then faltered, because spears felt laughable when a dragon's wings blotted out the stars. Sunsorrow descended with a heavy beat, landing beyond the outer tents where ground was firmer. The impact shook earth. Dust billowed. Heat rolled outward in a wave that made men stagger. Jon slid down, boots hitting hard. His legs trembled slightly from the long flight. He forced steadiness into them and stepped forward, keeping his body calm. Sunsorrow's head swung, watching the camp, eyes glowing amber in torchlight. Smoke curled from its nostrils, and every soldier who saw it took a step back. Jon Cunnington appeared first, rushing from between tents, cloak snapping in wind, face tight with fury and shock. His hand went to his sword hilt before he seemed to remember how useless steel was here. "You?" Cunnington snapped, eyes burning as he stared at Jon. "What madness is this?" Jon did not raise his voice. "This is reality," he said. Cunnington's eyes flicked to Sunsorrow, then back. "You bring it into my camp without warning," he said, the words shaking with controlled rage. "You could have caused a stampede. Men could have died." "They will," Jon replied, and his tone made Cunnington falter. "If you keep pretending the only war is for King's Landing." Aegon stepped out of his command tent then, flanked by 2 officers. Firelight caught his hair, turning it into pale flame. His purple eyes widened as he took in Sunsorrow fully, and for a moment he looked younger, like a boy seeing the thing his whole life had promised him. Then his face settled back into princely control. "Jon Snow," Aegon said, voice steady. "You arrived dramatically." Jon's mouth tightened. "I arrived in the only language men listen to," he said. Aegon's gaze flicked briefly to Sunsorrow's massive foreclaw, to the smoke curling in the air, then back to Jon. "Do you threaten me?" he asked softly. Cunnington's hand hovered near his sword again, as if he might die trying anyway. Jon shook his head once. "I warn you," he said. "There's a difference." Aegon held Jon's gaze, pride and curiosity tangled behind purple eyes. "Then warn," he said. Jon took a slow breath. The wind carried smoke and salt. The camp watched, hundreds of eyes, soldiers who had crossed the narrow sea for a king, now staring at a dragon and wondering if their story had just become a lie. Jon's voice carried into the hush. "The dead are coming," he said. "Not rumors, not wildling tales. An army that does not tire, does not hunger, does not negotiate. They will drown your victory in cold if you keep chasing crowns." Aegon's expression tightened. "You have no proof," he said, though his tone held less certainty than before. Jon's bandaged hand clenched. "I have scars," he said. "I have graves. I have men who watched their brothers rise again with blue eyes." Cunnington's mouth twisted. "Northern hysteria," he spat. Jon's gaze snapped to Cunnington, cold as drawn steel. "You call it hysteria because you haven't heard the sound of a dead man breathing. Jon said. Because you haven't watched fire fail when cold is older. Aegon lifted a hand, quieting Connington without looking back. His eyes stayed on Jon, and Jon saw something shift there. Calculation, yes, but also the first hairline crack in certainty. And what would you have me do? Aegon asked, voice low. Jon looked past Aegon, past the campfires toward the north, toward land he could not see but could feel like a wound. I would have you stop, Jon said. Not forever, but long enough to send men north, to see, to believe, to prepare. Because if you take King's Landing and the dead take the realm behind you, you'll die on a throne of ashes and ice. Aegon's jaw clenched. Pride fought sense behind his eyes. Then he spoke carefully, like a man stepping onto thin ice. If I delay, he said, my enemies strengthen. The lions regroup. The reach shifts. The realm slips away. Jon's voice was blunt. Then let it slip, he said. Better to lose a city than lose the world. The camp held its breath. Sunsorrow rumbled low, the sound vibrating through the ground as if the dragon itself approved of Jon's hardness. Aegon stared at Jon a long moment, then slowly nodded once. Small, reluctant. Come, Aegon said at last. We will speak in private. Connington's eyes flared with outrage, but Aegon did not look at him. The boy king turned and walked toward his tent. Jon followed. Behind him, Sunsorrow settled, smoke curling into night, a living shadow guarding the conversation that would decide whether the realm lived long enough to keep arguing. The tent smelled of leather and ink and cold ambition. Lanterns hung from poles, their light steady despite the wind outside. A map of Westeros lay spread across a table, but this one was different from the polished court maps in Sunspear. This one was scarred with use. Creases, smudges, small pinholes where blades had stabbed decisions into paper. Aegon stood at the table's edge, hands clasped behind his back like a prince trained to hide nerves. Connington stood to his right, rigid with fury he could barely contain. Davos Seaworth had followed Jon in, invited by Jon with a glance, because Davos understood men and would see traps before Jon did. Aegon gestured toward the map. Show me, he said, voice controlled. Where does this threat begin? Jon stepped to the table and pointed north. Far north, beyond Winterfell, beyond the last inked keep. Beyond the wall, he said. In places your maps don't bother to name. Connington sneered. Fairy lands, he muttered. Jon ignored him. He traced down the map's edge, down the spine of the realm. If the wall falls, Jon said, the dead pour into the north. Then they keep coming. They don't stop at Moat Cailin. They don't stop at the neck. They don't stop until the realm is silent. Aegon's gaze stayed on Jon's finger as if the line were a knife pressed to his throat. And you swear this is true, he said. Jon met his eyes. On everything, he said. On the north. On my father's grave. On my own life. Connington's jaw tightened at the word father, as if it struck him. His eyes sharpened on Jon again, but he said nothing. Aegon's voice softened slightly. If you are right, he said, then the throne is meaningless. It becomes meaningless, Jon corrected, unless you use it to unite people before they die. Aegon's hands tightened behind his back. And if you are wrong, he said, then you ask me to waste the moment my enemies are weakest. Jon did not flinch. Then you'll lose time, he said. Not the realm. Aegon stared at him, wrestling with the weight. Connington leaned in, voice low and urgent. Your grace, this is. A sudden commotion at the tent flap cut him off. A soldier stumbled in, breath ragged, holding a raven with trembling hands. The bird's feathers were matted at the wingtip, dark with blood. A scroll hung from its leg, the wax seal cracked. Aegon's head snapped up. From where? He demanded. The soldier swallowed hard. From Storm's End, your grace, he said. A rider brought it from the North Road, said it was passed from keep to keep as fast as horses could run. Aegon tore the message free and broke the wax with impatient fingers. His eyes moved across the ink. Then his face changed. The practiced control cracked. For the first time since Jon had met him, Aegon looked truly frightened. Cunnington leaned in to read, and the color drained from his face too. Aegon's voice came out hoarse. "Eastwatch," he whispered. "Gone." Jon's stomach dropped. He stepped forward, snatching the scroll gently but firmly. The ink was smeared in places, as if written with shaking hands. The words were blunt, hurried, soaked in panic. "Eastwatch by this ye has fallen. Ships destroyed, dead in the water. The wall shudders. Send help. Send fire." Jon's breath went cold. Davos swore under his breath, the sound like prayer and curse together. Cunnington stared at the scroll as if it were poison. "No," he said, but it was not denial of ink. It was denial of a world that did not fit his story. Aegon looked up at Jon, purple eyes wide, and the boy king's pride had nowhere to hide now. "Is this your proof?" he whispered. Jon's voice was low, rough. "This is the beginning," he said. Outside the tent, faintly, the roar of Sunsorrow rolled across the camp, distant but unmistakable. Men shouted, horses screamed. Panic stirred like fire through dry grass. Aegon's throat worked. "If the wall falls," he said, voice trembling with the first true fear of a king, "then everything stops," Jon finished. Aegon's gaze locked on Jon's. For a heartbeat, Jon saw the man Aegon could become, either a ruler who understood duty or a boy swallowed by pride. Aegon swallowed hard. Then slowly he nodded. "We send men," he said. The words came like a surrender and a coronation at once. "We send scouts. We send supplies. We send..." His eyes flicked, unwillingly, toward the tent opening, toward the shadow of the dragon outside. "Fire!" Jon felt relief and dread crash together in his chest. Cunnington's face twisted, anger and fear warring. But he did not argue now. The message had killed argument the way cold killed flame. Jon folded the scroll carefully, as if it were fragile, and looked at Aegon with hard certainty. "This isn't a northern war anymore," Jon said. "It's everyone's." Aegon nodded again, tighter this time, and the boy king's voice hardened into something closer to steel. "Then," he said, "we will see if the realm deserves saving." Outside, Sunsorrow's shadow moved across canvas like a living dusk, and far to the north, ice cracked against stone. Morning came thin and gray over the stormlands, as if the land itself had forgotten what warmth was. The Golden Company camp did not sleep after the Raven's message. It pulsed all night with shouted orders, pounding boots, the clatter of armor as men ran to do something, anything, that made them feel less helpless. Fear made soldiers busy. It also made them stupid. Sunsorrow crouched beyond the outer tents like a living cliff, wings folded tight, tail curled, head lifted toward the north as if it could smell the cold on the wind. Smoke drifted from its nostrils in slow, irritated spirals. The beast had flown far and would fly farther if Jon let it. It wanted sky. It wanted hunting. It wanted the simple honesty of fire. Jon stood beside it, watching men stare at him as if he were the dragon's shadow made human. His hands throbbed beneath bandages. The cut on his forearm had been cleaned and wrapped again, but pain didn't care for clean cloth. Pain sat and waited. Aegon emerged from his tent at first light with Jon Cunnington a half-step behind, eyes hard and bloodshot. The young king's face was pale. The practiced calm tightened into something sharper. He looked less like a prince in a story now and more like a man realizing the story had teeth. Aegon stopped when he saw Sunsorrow fully in the morning light. His purple eyes flicked across the ridges, the scars, the sand-gold scales, the blackened spines. Hunger flashed there, quick and dangerous, before he buried it. Cunnington did not hide his hatred. His gaze burned at Jon like fire trapped behind glass. "We send riders," Aegon said immediately, voice clipped. "Fast ones, north, to see if this is truth or panic." "It's truth," Jon replied, and his voice was tired of being challenged. Aegon's jaw tightened. I will not move my army blind, he said. But I will not ignore this either. If Eastwatch has fallen, then the wall is bleeding. Cunnington's mouth twisted. Then let the North deal with its own monsters, he said, contempt thick. We came to take a throne. Jon's gaze snapped to him. And you'll die on it, he said quietly. Cunnington's hand twitched toward his sword again. Reflex, stupidity. Aegon lifted a hand without looking. A small gesture that froze Cunnington in place. Aegon's gaze stayed on Jon. What do you want from me? He asked, blunt now that fear had burned diplomacy away. Jon did not hesitate. Men, he said. Steel. Food. Dragonglass if you can find it. And time. Stop pushing for King's Landing long enough to prepare. If you take the city while the North falls, you'll inherit a corpse. Aegon's nostrils flared. Pride fought, loud and stubborn. Then he exhaled hard. I will send scouts, he said. I will send supplies, and I will speak to my captains. Jon Cunnington's eyes flared. Your Grace. Aegon cut him off, voice sharp as a whip. Enough, he snapped. If the wall falls, there is no throne. There is no realm. There is only death. I will not be king of ashes. Cunnington's face tightened, resentment and fear warring. He bowed stiffly, swallowing his anger like bitter wine. Aegon turned back to Jon. You have a dragon, he said. One. I do not. Jon's mouth tightened. Not yet, he said. Aegon's eyes narrowed. That is an interesting choice of words, he murmured. Jon did not answer. The truth sat between them like a blade laid on a table. Jon's blood was not the only blood in the world that could wake fire. A gust of wind rolled through the camp, carrying the scent of wet earth and distant storm. Sunsorrow lifted its head and released a low rumble that vibrated through ground and bone. Soldiers flinched as if struck. Aegon watched the dragon, then looked back at Jon. You will return to Dorne? He asked. Jon's gaze went north instinctively. I will, he said, and then I will go where the war truly is. Aegon's jaw tightened. If my scouts confirm this, he said, voice low, then I will ride north myself. Cunnington's head snapped up. No. Aegon ignored him. A king does not hide while his realm dies, Aegon said, and for the first time his words sounded like something more than performance. Jon studied him, and for a heartbeat he saw the possibility. Aegon as ally rather than enemy, a dragon prince who might choose duty over pride. Then be quick, Jon said. Winter doesn't wait. They spoke again inside the tent, because kings could not afford to make decisions in open air where soldiers watched and rumors grew teeth. The map on Aegon's table had been rearranged. The north was pulled closer now, no longer a distant smear at the edge. Someone had laid a rough parchment over it with hasty marks. Keeps, roads, names written by men who had never cared for northern geography until the word dead made it matter. Aegon stood with both hands braced on the table, shoulders tense. Cunnington hovered behind, rigid, eyes sharp. Davos leaned in, pointing with a thick finger. Eastwatch is here, Davos said. If it's gone, the coast is open. Ships can't help much in ice, but the dead, if they're in the water too, then every harbor becomes a mouth. Aegon's gaze tightened. Dead in the water, he repeated softly, as if the phrase itself offended sense. How does a corpse swim? Jon's voice was flat. They don't need to breathe, he said. They don't need to float. They move until they reach you. Cunnington made a sound like disgust. Absurd. Jon did not look at him. Absurd is watching your friends stand back up after you bury them, Jon said. Absurd is seeing blue eyes in a face you loved. Aegon's throat worked. He swallowed hard, then forced himself to speak like a commander. Supplies, he said. How much do you need? As much as you can spare, Jon answered. Food, furs, steel, anything that keeps men alive long enough to fight. And dragonglass if your men have found any in old caches. Cunnington's lips curled. We are not miners. Aegon's gaze flicked to him, sharp. You will be if I command it, he said. Cunnington's face flushed, but he bowed stiffly again, swallowing. Aegon's eyes returned to Jon. "And what of the south?" he asked. "If I slow my advance, the lions may fortify. The Tyrells may shift." Jon's jaw tightened. "Let them fortify," he said. "Stone burns. Men freeze. Either way, you'll fight them later. But you won't fight the dead later if you ignore them now. There is no later." Aegon stared at the map, the lines of the realm suddenly looking fragile. "My claim," he said quietly, "has been my life, everything I was taught, everything I crossed for." Jon's voice softened only slightly. "Then save it," he said. "Save the realm so there's something left to claim." Aegon's purple eyes lifted, locking on Jon's. "And if the realm survives," he said, "what then? 2 kings, 2 dragons, 2 claims." Jon's mouth tightened. "Then we decide after," he said. "If we're alive." Cunnington's voice cut in, unable to hold silence any longer. "He is not what he says," he snapped, eyes burning at Jon. "He wears a bastard name, but he speaks like what?" Jon asked, turning slowly. Cunnington's face tightened. His eyes flicked, searching Jon's features like a man staring at a ghost in daylight. "Like a dragon," he said finally, the word bitter. Aegon's gaze sharpened, suspicion flickering. "You think he lies," Aegon said to Cunnington. "I think he is dangerous," Cunnington replied. "Dangerous to you, dangerous to your claim." Jon's voice was low. "Your claim isn't threatened by me," he said. "It's threatened by ice." Cunnington's jaw clenched. "And yet," he said, voice shaking with restrained fury, "you ride a dragon." Aegon's eyes narrowed. "Enough," he said softly, and the softness was more frightening than shouting. "We are done circling." He looked at Jon. "I will send 300 men north within the week," he said. "Scouts and hardened infantry. I will send supplies by wagon as far as roads allow. And I will send ravens to every lord I've won to my banner, commanding the same." Jon exhaled, relief and dread tangled. "Good," he said. Aegon's gaze did not soften. "And in return," he said, "you will not fly that dragon over my camp again like a threat." Jon held his gaze. "I didn't," he said. Aegon's mouth curved faintly. "You did," he said, "but I will allow it, because sometimes kings must be frightened into wisdom." Jon did not smile. "Sometimes," he agreed. Aegon reached for a sealing ring and pressed wax onto parchment. "You return to Dorne," he said, "and tell Prince Doran that I will meet him, if the scouts confirm what you say. Not with envoys, with my own eyes." Cunnington's face went tight with alarm. Aegon did not look at him. "A king must see his realm," he said again, as if repeating the lesson until everyone accepted it. Jon took the sealed message when Aegon handed it over. The wax was still warm. "Be quick," Jon said once more. Aegon nodded once, the motion stiff. "And you," he replied, "be careful. Dragons draw arrows." Jon glanced toward the tent flap where Sunsorrow's shadow moved across canvas, dark as fate. "I know," he said. Jon left before the camp could wake fully into gossip. Night hid movement better than daylight, and Jon needed less attention, not more. He did not want Cunnington's anger stewing into something worse while Jon lingered. He did not want Golden Company men testing their courage by creeping close to Sunsorrow with ropes and dreams. He walked to the dragon's resting place beyond the tents with Davos at his side. Davos did not speak until they stood near the massive head, the amber eye half-lidded, smoke curling lazily. "You think that boy means it?" Davos asked quietly. Jon's fingers tightened around Aegon's sealed letter. "He's afraid," Jon said. "Fear makes men honest sometimes." Davos snorted softly. "Or it makes them cruel," he muttered. Jon looked at Sunsorrow's scales, the ridges that had become familiar under his hands. "We don't have time to find out slowly," he said. Davos stepped closer, voice rough. "And what about Cunnington?" he asked. "He'll poison the boy's ear the moment you're gone." Jon's jaw tightened. He already has, he said. But the raven did more than my words. Fear has a voice even Connington can't drown. Davos looked up at the dragon, his face lined. Just don't trust princes, he said. Jon's mouth twitched. I don't, he answered. I trust necessity. He climbed. His bandaged hands burned as they gripped the ridges, but he forced himself up with stubborn steadiness. The dragon shifted under him, muscles rolling like earth. Sunsorrow's head lifted, eye opening wider, awareness sharpening. Jon pressed his palm to warm scale. Home, he whispered. The dragon exhaled smoke, a rough sound like impatience. Davos stepped back, squinting up. Tell the princess? He began, then stopped, as if unsure what to say. Jon looked down at him. I will, he said. And if you get a raven from the north before I do, I'll find you, Davos said, fierce in his weathered face. Even if I have to climb that bloody thing myself. Jon huffed a breath that might have been laughter if his chest weren't so tight. He nodded once. Then he leaned forward. Up. Sunsorrow launched into night. The camp shrank instantly, fires becoming scattered stars on earth. The dragon's wings beat, and the wind tore at Jon's hair and cloak. The sealed letter in his fist felt heavier than iron, because it carried the weight of a realm's decision. Below, men pointed upward, tiny figures under a moving shadow. Jon did not look back. He aimed northeast first, toward the coast, because he did not want to fly straight over roads where riders might track his path. He wanted to vanish into darkness like a rumor. Sunsorrow climbed until the air grew cold enough to sting. Stars wheeled above, sharp and indifferent. Jon clenched his jaw and held on. Dorne waited, Arianne waited, and the north screamed in ink. They saw the ship at dawn. It cut through the coastal water like a knife, sails dark against the pale morning, moving too close to land, too purposeful to be a traitor. A small fortress sat on the cliff above, one of the Stormland's rough coastal keeps, its banners snapping in wind, watchfires still smoking from night. As Sunsorrow swept overhead, men on the battlements shouted and pointed, panic flaring. Crossbows rose, then wavered, then rose again as if courage might be found at the end of a bolt. Jon saw the warship below angle toward the harbor, oars biting water, and he felt the wrongness in it. A raiding ship, a spy ship, a knife sent by a lioness who did not yet understand that knives could be answered by flame. Sunsorrow's head turned toward it, amber eye narrowing, hunger stirring. Jon's chest tightened. If he let the dragon burn it, men would die. Sailors, yes, but also whoever stood too close, whoever was trapped below deck, whoever had no say in the Queen's orders. But if he did nothing, the ship would land, and knives would slip into more shadows, and the coast would become another mouth for fear. Jon tasted salt on the wind and thought of the assassins in Sunspear, thought of Sansa's inked warning, thought of the dead in the water at Eastwatch. He leaned forward, intent hard. Burn it, he whispered. Sunsorrow did not hesitate. The dragon inhaled, throat glowing bright, and then fire poured out in a roaring stream. The flame struck the warship middeck. Wood ignited instantly. Sails caught like dry parchment. Men screamed and ran in frantic dots. The ship's pitch and tar exploded into black smoke. Jon watched it burn, jaw clenched, refusing to look away. He told himself this was mercy. Better to die by flame than by cold dead hands later. Better to remove the knife before it reached Sunspear's throat. On the battlements above, crossbows lowered. Men stared, frozen, as if watching a god settle an argument. The ship listed, fire eating through its spine. A mast collapsed with a crack that carried even up here. The hull began to split, and the sea rushed in like a mouth. Sunsorrow banked away, wings beating, smoke curling from its nostrils. Jon's stomach churned, not from the flight, but from the weight of what he had just done. The dragon's fire had been clean, efficient, without hesitation. Jon realized with sudden clarity. Each time he used that fire, it would become easier. Each time, the line between necessity and cruelty would blur. He pressed his forehead briefly against the dragon's neck ridges, breathing hard. "Not for pride," he whispered. "Never for pride." Sunsorrow rumbled low, indifferent to the nuance. Below, the ship sank in a pillar of smoke, and the day rose pale and sharp, as if the world had been cut open. Sunspear saw them before Jon touched ground. The dragon's shadow slid over the city at midday, and people in streets stopped, faces turning upward in practiced fear and awe. Children pointed. Old men muttered prayers. Guards gripped spears tighter and then remembered what spears meant against wings. Sunsorrow descended onto the ridge with a heavy thud, claws biting stone. Heat rolled out. The dragon folded its wings, and the sound of the membranes settling was like sails dropping after battle. Jon slid down, boots striking rock. His legs wobbled briefly. He steadied himself with one hand on warm scale, then turned. Arianne was already climbing the rocky path toward him. Her dress hitched up for speed, hair loose, eyes bright. Relief hit her face first, raw and unguarded. Then fury followed immediately, snapping into place like armor. "You left without me," she said as soon as she reached him, voice tight. Jon's mouth tightened. "I couldn't take you," he replied. Arianne's eyes flashed. "I know," she snapped. "I know what the beast thinks. I know what blood it listens to. But that does not make waiting easier." Jon held her gaze. He saw the tremor beneath her anger. He saw how the ridge wind made her look smaller than she wanted to be. He reached into his cloak and pulled out the sealed letter. "Aegon will send men," Jon said. Arianne's breath caught. Her eyes flicked to the wax, griffin seal still intact. "How many?" she demanded. 300 within the week," Jon said. "Scouts and hardened infantry. Supplies. Ravens to his lords." Arianne's jaw clenched. "And Cunnington?" she asked. Jon's gaze darkened. "He hates me," Jon said. "But the raven frightened the boy more than my words ever could." Arianne took the letter from his hand carefully, as if it might bite. She turned it over, studying the seal. Then she looked back at Jon, eyes narrowing. "And what did you promise in return?" she asked. Jon exhaled slowly. "Nothing," he said. "Not kneeling, not a marriage pact, not Dorne. I promised only that if the scouts confirm the truth, Aegon will come see Doran with his own eyes." Arianne stared at him a long moment, then nodded once. Sharp approval. "Good," she said. "Because if he thinks he can bargain with us while the dead march, he's a fool." Prince Doran watched from the balcony above, his face unreadable. Arianne stood at his shoulder, long axe upright. Jon felt the prince's calm gaze land on him like a measured weight. Arianne stepped closer, lowering her voice. "Did you burn anyone?" she asked suddenly, and Jon heard what she meant. "Did you become the thing you fear?" Jon hesitated. Just a breath. "Enough." Arianne's eyes sharpened, catching the truth. Jon's jaw tightened. "A warship," he admitted, "near the coast, heading toward land. It wasn't a trader." Arianne's mouth pressed into a thin line. "Good," she said, and then softer. "Be careful." Jon looked at her. "I am," he said. Arianne's eyes held his. "No," she murmured. "Be careful of yourself. Fire doesn't only burn enemies. It burns the man who decides to use it." Jon's throat tightened. He nodded once. Above them, Sunsorrow shifted, tail scraping stone, smoke curling from its nostrils as if the dragon itself was impatient with human caution. Arianne turned, lifting her chin toward the balcony. "Father," she called, voice carrying. "We have the boy's answer." Doran's hand lifted slightly in acknowledgement. The war had widened, and now, at last, it had begun to unify. Prince Jon Martell broke the seal the way he did everything, carefully, as if the world might explode if handled roughly. Wax snapped, parchment unrolled. Aegon Targaryen's hand was clean and confident, the ink lines strong, the words measured. Doran read once without expression, Then again, slower, the way a man reread a sentence that changed the shape of his life. Arianne stood at his shoulder, chin lifted, her anger contained behind stillness. Jon watched her fingers flex and relax at her side like a weapon being tested. Davos Seaworth hovered near the table, eyes narrowed, as if he expected the letter to lie. When Doran finished, he set the parchment down with a soft tap. "He will send 300, he said quietly, "and supplies, and he will command his lords to do the same." Arianne exhaled through her nose, sharp. "Good," she said. Fear taught him faster than pride. Doran's eyes lifted to Jon. "And you," he said. "You taught him fear." Jon's jaw tightened. "I showed him truth," he answered. Doran's gaze stayed calm. "Truth delivered on wings," he murmured. "The realm will not forget." Arianne's mouth twisted. "Let them remember," she said. "Let them choke on it." Doran lifted a hand, quieting the fire in her voice. "We will use this," he said. "Not waste it." He gestured toward the maps. "We cannot send Dorne's spears north like a river in one surge," he continued. "The roads will break. The storms will swallow wagons. But the sea is still a road, and Dorne knows sea roads." Davos stepped forward, practical as stone. "White Harbor," he said. "If we can get ships up the coast and around, Manderley men can carry supplies inland." Arianne's eyes sharpened. "And the stepstones?" she asked. "Pirates. Knives." Nymeria Sand's warning flickered in Jon's mind. The dark sails Jon had seen from the air. Too purposeful. Too neat. Doran's fingers tapped once on the table. "Then we escort our own," he said. "A convoy. Warships. Trusted captains." "And Sunsorrow?" Arianne asked, the name like a spark. Jon felt the bond tighten at the sound, as if the dragon heard even through stone. "Sunsorrow can clear a path," Jon said. "But fire at sea, it spreads fast." Doran's eyes were steady. "Then we use it as shadow first," he said. "As warning, as deterrent. Fire only when steel is already drawn." Arianne's gaze slid to Jon, reading the line beneath the instruction. "Don't become what they fear. Don't become what they'll use against you." Jon nodded once. Doran's voice softened. "We also send to the Citadel," he said. "Maesters love facts. They will deny you until their ink is forced to change." Davos gave a grim little laugh. "Aye," he muttered, "and pigs will sing. Even pigs squeal when burned," Arianne snapped. Doran ignored the bitterness. "Ario," he said. Ario Hoda inclined his head. "You will double the guards," Doran said. "Knives will come again. Lions do not stop clawing simply because they draw blood once." Ario's voice was simple. "It will be done." Doran looked at Jon again. "And you," he said, "you will rest. You will heal. You will not fly north alone and leave Dorne in chaos." Jon's mouth tightened. The North will have your fire," Doran said, and there was steel under the calm now. "But Dorne will have your presence until Dorne is ready to stand without you." Arianne's eyes held Jon's, fierce and unwillingly grateful. Outside, far above the palace stone, a low rumble rolled, deep, patient, alive. Sunsorrow was listening, and Sunspear, for the first time in generations, was no longer only waiting. King's Landing received the news the way it received everything. Late, twisted, and dripping with rumor. Cersei Lannister tore through the report as if paper could be strangled. The messenger who brought it stood sweating beneath her stare, eyes fixed on the floor like a man praying not to be noticed. "A dragon," Cersei said, and her voice made the word obscene. "A dragon in Dorne, and a warship burned on the coast like kindling." Qyburn stood to one side, hands folded, expression mild in the way of a man who enjoyed other people's panic. Ser Robert Strong loomed behind him, silent, helmeted, a knight-shaped threat that did not breathe the way living men did. "Rumor grows teeth, your grace," Qyburn murmured. "It may be exaggerated." Cersei's laugh snapped out, sharp and humorless. "Exaggerated?" she hissed. Tell that to the sailors who screamed while they burned." She paced the room like a caged cat, skirts whispering against stone. Outside, bells rang somewhere in the city, a faint chime of ordinary life that suddenly sounded insulting. "A Martell princess married to a northern bastard," she said. "A dragon perched above Sunspear. The realm is a farce." Qyburn's eyes flicked down to the map. "If the dragon is real," he said softly, "then fear will spread faster than armies. Lords will shift simply because they do not wish to be the first burned." Cersei stopped, staring at the table, her fingers curled. "Then they will remember what fear truly is," she said. Qyburn's voice stayed gentle. "You have preparations," he said. Cersei's gaze slid toward the back of the room, where clay jars sat half-hidden in shadow, their rims sealed, their contents sleeping green. "Wildfire, the last mercy of mad kings and desperate queens." "I have more than preparations," she said, voice lowering. "I have answers." Qyburn inclined his head. "Then we should decide where to point them." Cersei's jaw tightened. "Not at Sunspear," she said, and the admission tasted like ash. "Dorne is too far, too stubborn, too full of sand to drown properly." Her eyes narrowed, calculating. "We cut their road," she said. "We cut their allies. We cut the North's hope before it reaches them." Qyburn's brows lifted slightly. "The stepstones," he suggested. Cersei smiled, and it was the kind of smile that belonged on a corpse. "The stepstones," she agreed. "Pirates love gold. Sell-sails love survival. And a queen loves men who do ugly work out of sight." Ser Robert Strong's gauntlet hand tightened once, metal creaking, as if even that dead thing could feel the room's heat. Cersei leaned closer to the map. "And send more knives to Sunspear," she added. "Not crude ones. Not fools who shout lion in their last breath. I want silence. I want poison. I want a death that looks like illness." Qyburn's lips curved faintly. "As you command." Cersei's gaze lifted to the window where the city lay spread beneath pale morning haze, rooftops like scales. "Let them have their dragon," she whispered. "Let them feel powerful." Her eyes hardened. "Dragons are still only flesh," she said. "And flesh burns." Qyburn's voice was soft as a blade leaving its sheath. "Everything burns, Your Grace. The trick is choosing what burns first." Cersei's smile returned, thin and vicious. "Then we choose," she said, and somewhere far away, over a city of sun and spear, a dragon breathed smoke into bright sky, ignorant of the green fire waiting in the south. Sunspear turned into a hive. Crates thudded onto dock planks. Barrels rolled, sloshing. Nets of dried fruit and sacks of grain were hauled by sweating men whose hands were calloused from sea work, not war. Sailors shouted in Dornish, voices sharp, orders thrown like stones. The air tasted of salt and citrus and the new scent that had seeped into everything. Smoke. Davos Seaworth moved through it with the ease of a man who belonged on docks more than in palaces. He barked at captains, checked knots, inspected hulls, and cursed at lazy hands until they remembered what fear of a smuggler's temper felt like. Arianne walked beside him, her expression hard, her eyes missing nothing. She wore riding leathers instead of silk, hair braided tight, dagger visible at her belt. She looked less like a princess today and more like a commander who had decided she was done asking permission. "Too much wine," Davos muttered, slapping a cask. "That's not going north. Men need water and food, not drunk courage." Arianne's mouth twitched. "Sell it," she said. "Buy more grain." Davos glanced at her, surprised, then nodded, approval grudging. "You learn quick," he said. Arianne's eyes stayed on the ships. "I was raised in a palace," she replied. "But I was not raised stupid." Warships sat in the harbor like dark teeth. Sleek, fast hulls, Martell banners snapping. House Santigar's men stood on one deck, spears in hand. House Illyrian sailors worked another, faces tight. Even House Ironwood had contributed ships under Doran's cold insistence, though their eyes were sour. Hoda stood near the gangplank of the lead vessel, long axe upright, a silent promise that Sunspear would not fall into chaos while ships sailed away. Guards watched every passerby twice now. Knives were expected like rain. As a crate was hoisted, Sunsorrow's shadow slid over the water. Men flinched. Some looked up instinctively, squinting into bright sky, searching for wings. The dragon was not above them at that moment. It rested on the ridge, but the mind could not separate shadow from beast anymore. Fear had learned new shapes. Arianne watched the men's reaction with an unreadable expression. "They're getting used to it," she said quietly. Davos snorted. "No one gets used to dragons," he muttered. "They just learn to pretend they have." Arianne's gaze sharpened. "And the stepstones?" she asked. Davos's face went grim. "We'll hug the coast where we can," he said. "Send scouts ahead. And we pray we don't meet a fleet that wants our cargo more than we do." Arianne's mouth tightened. "Prayers again," she said, disdainful. Davos shrugged. "Prayers or knives," he said. "We use what we have." Arianne looked out over the sea, eyes narrowed. "If pirates come," she said softly, "we burn them." Davos glanced at her, then away, uneasy. "Burning at sea isn't clean," he warned. Arianne's eyes stayed hard. "Nothing is clean," she replied. Beyond the harbor, sunlight glittered like blades on waves. The road north lay in that shimmering line, long and treacherous. And somewhere along it, in the wrong place and the wrong time, Cersei Lannister's gold would begin to buy blood. Jon learned restraint the way men learn swordsmanship, through failure that hurt. They took Sunsorrow to open dunes beyond the canals, far enough that screams, human or dragon, would not send Sunspear into panic. Stone targets were set in the sand, rough pillars hauled from a quarry, spaced wide so fire would not leap to anything living. Ser Dayron Sand paced like a man walking the edge of a cliff. His burned face was set hard. "Again," he barked. Jon sat low on Sunsorrow's neck ridges, legs tight, bandaged hands gripping. The dragon's muscles shifted under him, impatient, wanting sky rather than drills. The wind blew hot and dry, and sand hissed across the ground like a warning. "Easy," Jon murmured, pressing calm into his body the way Dayron had taught him. "Not words."
Intention.
Sunsorrow's amber eye flicked back. The throat glow stirred faintly, then dimmed as the dragon huffed smoke. Dayron pointed at the nearest stone target. "A thread," he snapped, "not a flood. If you flood, you lose it. If you lose it, it burns what it wants." Obara Sand watched from the edge of the dunes, grinning like she'd paid to see this. Tyene stood beside her, serene, hands folded, eyes bright with dangerous interest. Arianne stood slightly apart, posture rigid, her gaze fixed on Jon like she could will him into control. Jon drew a slow breath and leaned forward. "Now," he whispered. Sunsorrow inhaled. Heat rose. Sand near the dragon's muzzle shimmered. Jon felt the pull, how easy it would be to let the dragon vomit a river of fire and turn everything into black glass. He felt the temptation in his own blood, hot and sharp, because power was a drug and fire was the purest form. "No," he whispered again, not as refusal but as shaping. Small. Sunsorrow's throat glow tightened, concentrated. Then a thin stream of flame lanced out, narrow as a spear, bright as the sun's heart. It struck the stone pillar and cut into it, melting rock into glowing slag that ran down like wax. The fire lasted only a heartbeat. Jon's lungs burned anyway, as if he'd breathed the flame himself. The pillar hissed and cracked, blackening, but it did not explode. The sand around it did not ignite. Dayron let out a breath that sounded like grudging approval. "Better," he said. "Again." Jon swallowed, sweat running down his spine. "Again," he echoed. They did it 5 more times, and each time Sunsorrow fought him. Wanting more, wanting spectacle, wanting to remind the sky that it owned fire. Each time Jon forced himself into calm, into discipline, into the hard truth that a dragon's power meant nothing if it became uncontrolled slaughter. By the end, Jon's arms trembled from holding on. His bandages were damp with sweat and blood. Sunsorrow's nostrils smoked. Annoyed, Arianne stepped closer once Jon slid down, her eyes scanning him. "You're shaking," she said. Jon flexed his fingers, pain flaring. "So is it," he replied, nodding at the dragon. Sunsorrow's tail flicked, irritated. Arianne's gaze lifted to the dragon, then back to Jon. "You can do it," she said, and there was no sweetness in the words, only certainty. "You can use fire without becoming fire." Jon looked at her and felt the weight of that hope. "I have to," he said. Behind them, Obara laughed softly. "Now," she said, "take that trick to the sea." Jon's stomach tightened, because that was exactly what Dorne's ships would need, and because he knew the sea would not forgive mistakes. While Dorne loaded ships, the Stormlands loaded men. Aegon Targaryen's camp turned into a marching machine, and the Golden Company took to it the way wolves took to snow. Quiet, efficient, hungry. 300 men were selected. Hardened infantry, scouts who knew forests, riders who could push horses until they bled. Supplies were stacked in neat piles: salted meat, grain, blankets, bundles of arrow shafts. Everything smelled of urgency now. Inside Aegon's tent, Jon Connington stood too close to the lantern, face carved tight. Sweat gleamed at his temple, though the night air had cooled. He gripped his griffin pin until his knuckles whitened. "This is madness," Connington hissed. "We are on the cusp of taking Storm's End, and you bleed our strength north because a bastard on a dragon told you ghost tales." Aegon's purple eyes held steady. "A raven told me," he said quietly, "and fear told me, and my own sense told me." Connington's jaw clenched. "Your claim," he began. "My claim dies if the realm dies," Aegon snapped, and the sharpness in his voice made captains go still. Connington stared at him, anger warring with something like pain. "You don't understand," he said, voice low, shaking. "I have carried you through shadows. I have bled for you. I have watched men die to keep your name clean. And now you let him." "Him," Aegon interrupted, and the word was dangerous. "Say his name." Connington's eyes flicked, reluctant. "Jon Snow," he spat. Aegon's gaze sharpened. "You look at him like you know him," he said. Connington went still. The lantern flame made shadows under his eyes deeper. "I knew his kind," Connington said finally. "I knew princes. I knew the way blood lies." Aegon leaned forward slightly. "You think he is a threat to me," he said. Connington's mouth tightened. "He rides a dragon," he said. "He married the woman who should have been your queen. He speaks of duty as if duty is his birthright. He is not just a northern bastard. He is—" Connington stopped, breath catching, as if the truth tasted like ash. Aegon's eyes narrowed. "He is what?" he demanded. Connington swallowed, and for a heartbeat his composure cracked. "He has Targaryen in him," he said, and the words came out like a curse. "I can see it. I can feel it. That dragon does not accept just anyone." The tent held its breath. Aegon's face went still, but something flickered behind his eyes. Shock, then calculation. "If that is true," he said slowly, "then the realm has more ghosts than I thought." Connington's voice sharpened, desperate. "Then you must be careful," he said. "If he is who I suspect, your claim—" "My claim is not a child's toy," Aegon snapped. "It will stand or fall on what I do now." Outside, boots pounded as the chosen 300 formed up, torches moving like a river of fire through darkness. Aegon stepped to the tent flap and looked out at his men. His face hardened into something more than princely performance. "Send them," he ordered, "and send ravens behind them. Every lord who has bent the knee to me will send the same." Connington's shoulders sagged a fraction, as if he had just lost a battle he'd been fighting alone. His eyes burned with resentment. "And if the bastard truly is," he began. Aegon cut him off without turning. "Then we will deal with it after," he said, voice cold. "If we are alive to deal with anything." Cunnington's fingers tightened on the griffin pin. The lantern light caught something wrong on his skin for a heartbeat. An odd grayness at the edge of a glove, quickly hidden as he curled his hand. Aegon did not notice, or pretended not to. The 300 marched out into the night, heading north toward cold they could not imagine. And behind them, a king stayed in the Stormlands, staring at a map that suddenly looked too small to hold the dead. Winterfell received the South's fire as ink. Sansa Stark stood over a map in the Great Hall, its edges pinned by daggers and tankards. Torches burned, and beyond the open doors snow fell in a steady whisper, the flakes catching light like ash from a distant war. Maester Wolkan held the Raven Scroll with careful hands. His face had grown thinner in these months, as if the cold had eaten him slowly. Tormund Giantsbane stood nearby, towering, arms crossed, red beard bristling, watching Sansa with the wary respect of a man who had learned she was not soft. When Wolkan finished reading, the hall erupted, voices rising, men arguing over dragons in Dorne as if the words themselves were weapons. "A dragon in Dorne," Lord Glover spat, half disbelief, half fear. "A Martell princess wed to him. What next? Wolves with wings." Tormund muttered, eyes bright. "I've seen worse." Sansa lifted her hand, and the hall quieted. Not because she was loud, but because she was cold enough to freeze noise. "Enough," she said. She looked down at the map, at the crude mark near Sunspear, dragon, written by Wolkan in careful ink. The word looked absurd against northern parchment, like a summer flower pressed into snow. "Jon is alive," she said, and the simple truth struck the room harder than any rumor. "He has allies. He has Dorne. He has fire." A few men shifted, uncertain. Fire meant power. Fire also meant fear. "And Eastwatch?" Lady Mormont demanded, voice sharp, eyes fierce. "Is it truly gone?" Sansa's jaw tightened. "It is," she said. "Not as a rumor, as a wound. The wall is bleeding." The hall's breath caught. Sansa placed her gloved finger on the map at Winterfell. "We don't wait for the South to decide if we're worth saving," she said. "We prepare." She looked at the gathered lords, eyes hard. "Every smith makes dragonglass heads until their hands bleed," she ordered. "Every hunter brings meat, and if you hoard, you will be treated like a traitor. Every able-bodied man trains with spear and shield. And the women—" She paused, letting them feel the weight of the word. "The women will do what they always do, keep us alive while men pretend they're brave." Tormund's mouth twitched. "I like her," he muttered. Sansa ignored him. "Send ravens to the Vale," she said. "To every house that still breathes and remembers it shares this world. Tell them the dead are not a story. Tell them to bring dragonglass. Tell them to bring fire if they have it." She hesitated only a heartbeat before adding, "Tell them Jon Snow has a dragon." The room went still at that, not because it was unbelievable now, but because it made the world feel suddenly wrong. Dragons belonged to songs. Dragons belonged to dead dynasties. Dragons did not belong to bastards raised in Winterfell. Sansa stared at the map and felt something tighten in her chest. Relief and terror tangled. Jon with fire. Jon with wings. Jon with the kind of power that killed as easily as it saved. She looked up at the lords again. "Winterfell will not kneel," she said softly, "but Winterfell will survive. And when Jon returns, he will find a north ready to stand." Outside, snow fell heavier, and the wind howled against stone. Somewhere far to the south, a dragon shadow crossed water, and the north at last began to believe in fire. Eastwatch did not fall like a castle fell in songs. It fell like breath leaving a body, quiet at first, then sudden, then final. Cotter Pike stood on the wall with ice in his beard and blood on his cheek, shouting until his voice broke. The sea below was wrong. It moved, but not like water. It carried shapes that should not have moved at all. Wrecked ships bumped against one another in the harbor. Their hulls cracked, masts snapped. Between them, bodies drifted, and then rose, hands clutching slick wood, dragging themselves up with slow patience. Blue eyes glowed in the dark like cold stars. "Fire!" Pike roared. "Fire!" Torches were thrust down. Pitch was poured. Flaming arrows hissed through wind. Some corpses burned and fell back into water, smoke rising, the smell of cooked meat mixing with salt. But more climbed. They did not scream. They did not hesitate. They did not care that flame ate their flesh. They came anyway, hands blackening, faces melting, eyes still blue. Men on the wall began to break. Some fled, sobbing. Some froze in place, staring as if their minds could not accept what they saw. Pike grabbed one by the collar and shook him. "Move," he snarled. "Move or die here like a fish." The man moved, fear finally turning into motion. The cold deepened. It wasn't only wind now. It was something heavier, something that made stone ache. Frost crept across iron. Torches guttered. Men's breath turned to crystals in their beards and lashes. Pike felt it like a hand around his throat. Down on the beach beyond the harbor, shapes moved through the dark. Tall, pale, quiet. Not corpses, not men. Something else watching, waiting, letting the dead do the messy work. Pike's stomach clenched. He stumbled into the rookery, hands numb, fingers clumsy. The maester had fled hours ago. Pike didn't need inked elegance. He needed a scream on parchment. Eastwatch by the sea has fallen. Ships destroyed, dead in the water. The wall shudders. Send help. Send fire. He tied the scroll to the raven's leg with shaking hands. "Fly," he whispered, and it wasn't a prayer. It was a command to the only thing in Eastwatch that still had wings. The raven leapt into the blizzard, vanishing instantly. Pike turned back toward the wall. The dead were already there. A corpse in Night's Watch black hauled itself over the parapet, jaw hanging wrong, fingers clawing. Pike drove his sword through its skull. The blade stuck for a heartbeat, ice freezing it in place, and he had to wrench hard to pull free. "Hold," he rasped, though he knew holding was already a lie. The wall shuddered, a deep tremor that made men look up in terror. Ice cracked somewhere far along its length, a sound like the world splitting. Pike tasted bile and salt. He understood then what Jon Snow had tried to tell them all. This was not a battle. It was a flood. The captured assassin lasted less than an hour once Tyene Sand decided she was tired of lies. The cell was small, torchlit, smelling of damp stone and fear. The man sat chained to a ring in the wall, wrists raw, face bruised. He tried to keep his eyes defiant, but his breathing gave him away. Quick, shallow, the breath of a man who had watched his companions die and realized he was next. Tyene sat on a stool before him, hands folded in her lap, smile sweet as honey. A small vial rested on the table beside her, clear glass, pale liquid. Nymeria leaned against the wall, arms crossed, watching with amused patience. Arianne stood behind Tyene, face cold, eyes sharp enough to cut. "You can tell us?" Tyene said softly. "Or you can tell us later. Later is always worse." The man spat, a thin gesture of pride. "I don't know anything," he rasped. Tyene's smile did not change. "Of course you do," she murmured, and she lifted the vial. Arianne's jaw tightened. "Tyene," she warned quietly. Tyene glanced back, still smiling. "Only enough," she said. "Only truth." She tipped one drop onto the assassin's tongue. The man jerked as if struck, eyes widening. His breath hitched. Sweat burst on his forehead instantly. He tried to bite down, but his jaw trembled. "Now," Tyene said gently. "Who paid you?" The assassin's voice cracked. "Gold," he gasped. Nymeria rolled her eyes. "Brilliant," she drawled. "From where?" The man's throat worked. "The Stepstones," he choked. "A broker, he said he served the queen. He said, Cersei Lannister." Arianne cut in, and the name was a blade. The man nodded frantically, tears leaking. She promised more," he wheezed. "She promised ships, said pirates would hit your convoy, said the dragon would be..." Leashed, Arianne finished, voice deadly calm. Tyenne's smile softened into something almost pitying. Men love believing they can put ropes on gods, she whispered. The assassin gagged, pain twisting his face. There's a fleet, he gasped. Dark sails, waiting. They'll strike when the ships leave Sunspear. They'll... Nymeria's expression sharpened, amusement draining. I knew it, she murmured. Arianne stepped forward, her voice low and cold. How many? She demanded. The assassin shook, teeth chattering. 8 ships, he rasped. Fast. Not traitors. Killers. Arianne's gaze flicked to Nymeria. Names? Nymeria shrugged slightly. Names are smoke, she said. But ships burn. Arianne looked down at the assassin, and for a heartbeat her face was unreadable. Then it hardened. Thank you, she said softly, and there was no gratitude in it, only finality. Tyene tipped the vial again, almost tender. Sleep, she whispered. The assassin convulsed, eyes rolling back, breath ending in a wet sound that echoed off stone. Arianne turned away before the body slumped fully. Get Davos, she ordered. Get the captains. We sail with steel around our grain. Nymeria pushed off the wall, grin returning, sharper now. And we tell Jon Snow, she said, because if pirates want to taste dragonfire, I'd like to watch. Arianne's eyes flared. Fire carefully, she snapped. Nymeria's smile widened. Carefully? She echoed, as if the word amused her. Above the palace, Sunsorrow rumbled, restless, as if it could smell the coming violence on the sea wind. The convoy left Sunspear under a sun that looked too innocent. Warships cut the water first, Martell banners snapping. Behind them came the heavy ships, grain and water and salted meat packed tight, the kind of cargo that mattered more than gold once winter arrived. Men on deck kept their hands near swords. Sailors scanned the horizon until their eyes ached. Arianne stood on the lead ship's forecastle in fitted armor that caught light like dull bronze. Her hair was braided tight beneath a helm. Her face was hard. She did not look like a woman leaving home. She looked like a woman taking responsibility and refusing to let the sea swallow it. Davos was everywhere at once, shouting, pointing, cursing. Hold the line, he bellowed. Keep the heavies behind. If you break formation, you die stupid. The stepstones rose ahead like black teeth, jagged islands cutting the sea into narrow lanes where ships could be trapped. The air smelled wrong here. Too much pitch, too much smoke, too much human hunger. Then the dark sails appeared. 8 ships, fast, low, moving with predatory certainty. Their sails were black, their hulls painted dark, as if they meant to blend with shadow. Men crowded their decks, helmets, axes, grappling hooks. Here they come, Arianne said, voice flat. Arrows flew first, a sudden hail. Martell shields rose. One sailor screamed as a shaft took him through the eye. He fell without a sound, body hitting deck like thrown meat. Return fire, Davos roared. Dornish arrows hissed back, striking pirate wood and flesh. A man toppled over a railing, splashing into sea. Another took an arrow in the throat and fell clutching uselessly. The pirates surged anyway, closing fast. Grappling hooks arced through air, metal glinting. Arianne's hand tightened on the rail. Now, she whispered, and the word was not command to men. It was command to sky. Sunsorrow arrived like a storm-made shadow. Its wings blotted the sun for a heartbeat. The wind from its beat slammed into waves, throwing spray. Men on pirate decks looked up and screamed. Real fear, not the practiced cruelty of raiders. Some dropped hooks. Some fell to their knees, hands raised. Jon rode low, body tight against the dragon's ridges. Arianne could not hear his words over wind and battle, but she saw his posture, control forced into every muscle. Sunsorrow's head dipped. His throat glowed. Arianne's stomach clenched. Fire at sea was chaos. Fire did not only burn pirates. It burned wood, it burned ropes, it burned sailors who could not swim, it burned cargo meant to save the north. Jon's intent was razor-thin. A narrow lance of flame shot out. Not a flood, Not a river, but a spear of heat. It struck the leading pirate ship's mast. Wood exploded into flame. Rigging snapped. The sail ignited like dry cloth. Men screamed and ran, tripping over one another. The ship lurched as the mast collapsed, smashing down onto deck, crushing bodies beneath burning timber. The pirates tried to wheel away, panic cracking their formation. Davos seized the moment. "Ram!" he shouted. "Ram that bastard while it's blind." A Martell warship surged forward, prow cutting water like a knife. It slammed into a pirate hull with a splintering crash. Men tumbled. Wood screamed. The sea foamed red. Arianne watched, jaw tight, as another pirate ship tried to slip around the flank toward the heavy grain vessel, toward the heart of the convoy. Sunsorrow banked, wings beating, and Jon turned the dragon sharply, guiding it with legs and breath. The dragon roared, furious at being held back from a full burn, but it obeyed the intent. It swooped low over waves, so close spray hit its scales and turned to steam. Jon aimed again, another thin stream, this time at the pirate ship's rudder. The flame struck, and the rudder blackened, cracked, then broke. The ship spun helplessly, crew screaming as they lost control. Martell arrows found them like judgment. Arianne's breath came hard. This was what control looked like. Not mercy, not cruelty, precision. Fire used like a blade rather than a torch. Still, bodies burned. Men drowned. The sea swallowed screams and gave back only foam. When the last pirate ship turned and fled, sails torn, crew broken, Sunsorrow circled above like a dark sun. Arianne stood on deck, armor spattered with spray and ash, and stared upward. She had asked for fire. Now she understood what it cost. They did not celebrate. There was no song for burned men in the water, no cheer for splintered hulls drifting like dead beasts. The convoy pressed north, sails full, warships guarding the heavy supply ships like wolves guarding a wounded packmate. Smoke rose behind them from a pirate wreck still burning, black against pale sky. The smell followed for miles, clinging to hair and cloth. The sea looked darker now, as if it had taken offense at fire. Arianne stood at the bow of the lead ship, staring forward, jaw clenched. Davos stood beside her, face grim, eyes scanning horizon as if expecting another set of dark sails to emerge from the world's edge. Above, Sunsorrow flew in slow circles, shadow passing over the ships like a moving dusk. Jon rode it low enough to be seen, high enough to be safe, keeping the dragon's impatience leashed by will alone. Arianne watched the dragon's shadow slide across the deck and felt the familiar ache. Pride, fear, and that bitter frustration of standing outside the bond. She could command men. She could command ships. She could command Dorne. She could not command the thing that now guarded them. Davos spoke without looking at her. "You did well," he said roughly. Arianne's mouth tightened. "Men died," she replied. Davos nodded once. "Men die," he said. "Better they die here than up north with no food and no steel. Better they die buying time." Arianne's eyes stayed on the dark line of clouds ahead. "Time," she murmured. "That's all anyone ever buys." A shadow crossed the deck again. Jon guided Sunsorrow closer, and for a heartbeat Arianne saw him clearly on the dragon's neck. Black against sky, bandages like pale marks on his hands, face set hard. He lowered Sunsorrow enough that his voice carried down, rough from wind. "Keep going," he called. "Don't stop for anything. If more sails come, signal me." Arianne lifted her chin. "And you?" she shouted back. Jon looked down at her, and something in his gaze softened despite the distance. "I'll fly ahead," he said. "White Harbor first, then Winterfell if I can. The North needs to see fire in the sky." Arianne's throat tightened. "Be careful," she called, and the words meant everything now. Jon nodded once. "Hold Dorne," he answered. "Hold yourself." The dragon's wings beat, and Sunsorrow climbed, circling once more over the convoy like a guardian shadow. Arianne watched until the dragon's shape became smaller against cloud. She was going north by ship into cold she had never known, carrying Dorne's grain and steel toward a war that did not care for sun or pride. Jon was going faster, alone on wings, toward snow and death. The sea wind shifted, colder now, and Arianne felt it like a hand touching her cheek. Winter was reaching, and somewhere beyond the horizon, in a land of ice and ancient trees, the dead were already moving. Slow, patient, unstoppable. This time, the living would meet them with spears, and with fire. The world changed as he flew north. The air thinned, sharpened, and began to bite. Dorne's heat fell away behind him like a discarded cloak, and the cold returned with familiar cruelty, crawling under his collar and into his bones. Sunsorrow did not like it. The dragon's breath smoked thicker, its wings beating harder, impatience turning to irritation as the wind turned from warm to knife-edged. Below, the sea was steel gray and restless. Ice floes drifted like pale corpses, bumping and turning, creaking softly as if whispering to one another. Jon watched them and thought of Eastwatch's message, dead in the water, and felt his stomach tighten. Water was supposed to be a barrier. Nothing living crossed it easily in winter. Nothing dead cared. White Harbor rose out of fog like a promise made by stubborn men. The lighthouse speared the sky, its top wrapped in mist. The harbor walls were dark stone. Inside the bay, ships moved. Manderly sails bright against the gray, ordered lines of masts like a small forest that had learned to float. Jon felt the city's attention before he heard it. Heads turning, pointing. That strange, collective hush that spread as a shadow passed over roofs and docks. Sunsorrow's wings threw wind across the water, and the bay answered with rippling waves and startled gulls. The dragon dipped lower, circling once. Jon saw men on battlements lift crossbows, then hesitate, then lower them again as if sanity caught up to courage. He saw dockworkers drop ropes and stare. He saw a horse rear and scream, its handler dragged in the mud. He could land outside the walls safe, open. He could avoid panic. But time was not a luxury. The North needed to see this now. Not rumor, not ink. Fire in the sky, undeniable. Jon leaned forward, pressing intent into muscle and breath. "Easy," he murmured. Sunsorrow rumbled, annoyed, and angled toward the shore. The landing was violence made controlled. Sunsorrow's claws struck frozen mud, cracking it like brittle glass. The impact sent a shudder through the earth. Wind rolled outward, carrying the smell of smoke and sea and the raw animal heat of dragon flesh. Men stumbled back. Torches flared wildly. Snow flurries spun in the sudden gust like frightened birds. Jon slid down, boots sinking slightly. His breath steamed in front of his face. The cold was a relief and a curse at once, familiar enough to make him feel like himself again, cruel enough to remind him what he was racing. Sunsorrow lowered its head, amber eye half-lidded, as if bored by the small commotion. Smoke curled from its nostrils and drifted over the ground. A few men coughed and retreated, eyes wide. The gates of White Harbor opened cautiously, not thrown wide but eased, as if the city feared the hinges would snap from the strain of the moment. A column emerged. Guards first, spears and shields and heavy cloaks, fur rimming their helms. Behind them came Lord Wyman Manderly in a sled-like chair borne by stout men. His bulk wrapped in layers of wool and fur, cheeks pink from cold and effort. His eyes were sharp despite the softness of his face. He stopped at a respectful distance, staring at Sunsorrow the way a man stared at the sea in storm, knowing it did not care that he was brave. "Jon Snow," Wyman said, voice carrying, wet and steady. "Or should I say, Your Grace?" Jon stepped forward. He did not bow. He did not play at southern courtesy. "Lord Wyman," he said, "I need ships. I need warehouses. I need men unloading grain and steel the moment it arrives." Wyman's eyes flicked to the dragon, then back. "That," he said slowly, "is not a sentence I expected to hear from a Stark." Jon's mouth tightened. "I'm not here to impress you," he said. Eastwatch has fallen. The wall is bleeding. Dorne has sent supplies. Aegon Targaryen is sending men. I need the north ready before the dead arrive. Murmurs rippled through the guards. Some crossed themselves. Others spat into the mud as if superstition could be insulted away. Wyman's gaze sharpened at the name Aegon, then at the word Dorne. Dorne, he repeated, tasting it like strange wine. You truly mean to feed the north with southern grain? Jon nodded. And with southern ships, he said. If the roads freeze, the sea becomes the only road left. You have docks. You have captains. You are the north's mouth to the world. Use it. Wyman studied Jon for a long moment. Then his eyes softened just slightly. You look tired, he said quietly. Jon almost laughed at the understatement. I am, he admitted. But tired men still fight. Wyman's lips curved faintly. So they do, he agreed. Then his voice hardened into command. Open the warehouses, he barked over his shoulder. Clear the docks. Ready every cart and every horse that can stand the cold. If the South has sent food, I'll not have it rot on my pier because men stand gaping. He looked back at Jon, eyes bright now with purpose. And bring your friend, Wyman added, nodding at Sunsorrow with a mixture of awe and stubborn disdain. Away from my gates before my horses die of fright. Jon turned and placed a hand on Sunsorrow's muzzle. Move, he murmured. The dragon exhaled smoke as if insulted, but it rose, claws scraping, and padded away from the walls, settling farther out where the wind could carry its heat without choking men. Wyman watched the movement, then looked back at Jon. Winterfell? He asked. Jon's gaze went north. I fly there, he said. The convoy will dock here. I want your best men escorting Princess Arianne Martell inland when she arrives. Wyman's brows lifted. A Martell in the north, he said. That will warm hearts. It will have to, Jon replied, because cold won't. The convoy arrived like a miracle and an insult. White Harbor's water was darker than the sea at Sunspear, heavier, colder, carrying ice like broken teeth. Snow fell in steady curtains. The Martell warships cut through it with disciplined lines, banners snapping stiff in the wind. The heavy supply ships followed like laden beasts, their decks crowded with men hunched against cold, faces raw, hands cracked. Arianne Martell stood on the lead ship's forecastle, her armor reinforced with fur lining now, a northern concession that offended her pride less than she'd expected. The cold had stopped being a novelty the first night. It had become a presence, relentless, intimate, crawling into joints and making even breath painful. Davos Seaworth moved along the deck with the grim efficiency of a man who refused to let winter win by inconvenience. He shouted to dockhands as they approached, voice cutting through wind. Ropes ready, he bellowed. You drop that crate. I'll feed you to the sea myself. On the pier, Lord Wyman Manderley waited with a cluster of northern soldiers. Fur cloaks turned them into dark shapes against the white. Their eyes were wary, not hostile but careful, the way men were careful around unfamiliar blades. As the gangplank thudded down, Arianne descended with controlled grace that barely hit exhaustion. Her boots hit northern wood. The cold bit her ankles. She lifted her chin anyway. Wyman's gaze traveled over her, taking in the Martell sun and spear on her shoulder, the foreign cut of her armor, the calm fire in her eyes. Princess Arianne Martell, he said, voice formal. Arianne inclined her head. Lord Wyman Manderley, she replied. My father thanks you for receiving Dorne's ships. Wyman's mouth twitched. The North thanks you for not letting us starve, he said, blunt as a hammer. Then he looked past her, squinting toward the low hill where Sunsorrow sat like a dark mountain, smoke curling in snow. And that, he added, is the strangest thing I've seen in my long, fat life. Arianne's eyes followed his gaze. Her chest tightened despite herself. The dragon's presence was comfort and torment. Jon was here, somewhere beyond the pier's noise. Yet the dragon still felt like a wall between her and him. Davos stepped onto the pier behind her, rubbing his hands together, face set. Less gawking, more unloading, he snapped at anyone within earshot. Northern dockhands surged into motion, hauling crates, rolling barrels. Dornish sailors joined them, hands numb, curses in 2 languages mixing. The smell of grain rose, warm, earthy, precious. It smelled like survival. Arianne watched a northern child in a patched cloak stare at a crate marked with Martell seal. The child reached out as if to touch it, then pulled back, eyes wide, as if afraid the south might bite. Arianne's jaw clenched. She stepped forward and crouched, pulling a small dried orange from her pouch, hard as stone in this cold, and placed it gently on the crate where the child could see. The child stared, then snatched it and ran. Wyman watched her, expression unreadable. "You'll find northern hearts stubborn," he said. Arianne straightened, eyes cold and bright. "So are Dornish hearts," she replied. "That is why we're still here." Wyman's gaze sharpened with approval at the answer. "You'll go to Winterfell," he said. Arianne nodded. "As soon as we've secured the supplies," she said. "And as soon as I see Jon Snow." Wyman's mouth twisted. "He's already flown," he said. "He said the north needs to see fire in the sky." Arianne's throat tightened, but she kept her face composed. "Of course he did," she murmured, half pride, half frustration. Snow fell harder. The sea hissed against the pier, and above the docks, the shadow of wings moved once, slow, as if the dragon itself reminded everyone. Winter has not stopped fire. Not yet. Winterfell met the dragon with silence first. Snow fell thick enough to swallow sound. Coated battlements clung to direwolf banners, softened stone into pale shapes. Guards on the walls shouted, then stopped, their voices dying in their throats as a shadow swept over the yard. Sunsorrow descended, wings beating hard, snow blasting outward in violent spirals. The dragon landed with a crack that shuddered through the courtyard, claws biting ice-slick stone. Heat rolled out, and for a heartbeat the falling snow turned to mist around its body, steaming. Men froze. Some knelt without thinking. Others backed away with hands on weapons that felt suddenly childish. Jon slid down, boots hitting snow-muddied stone. His breath came out as steam. His face was raw from cold wind. His bandages were stiff. He barely had time to straighten before Sansa Stark came running. Her fur cloak flew behind her. Her hair was braided tight. Her eyes were bright with the kind of emotion she refused to show in front of lords. She stopped only when the dragon's head shifted, amber eyes narrowing. Jon lifted a hand. "Easy," he murmured to Sunsorrow, then turned to Sansa. For a heartbeat, they simply stared at one another, as if the years between them had become a wall too high to climb with words. Then Sansa stepped forward and gripped his forearms, careful of the bandages, careful of pain, and pulled him close. "You're alive," she said, voice tight. Jon swallowed hard. "So are you," he replied. Sansa's gaze darted up to the dragon, then back to Jon. "And that is real," she said, and there was awe and terror tangled in the same breath. Jon's mouth tightened. "It's real," he said, "and we need it." Tormund Giantsbane stood a few paces away, staring as if he'd found a new god to insult. His red beard was crusted with snow. "I told you," he muttered, voice loud enough to carry. "I told you he'd come back with something ridiculous." Sansa shot him a look that could have killed a lesser man. Tormund grinned and lifted both hands in surrender. Jon's gaze swept the courtyard. Faces he knew, faces hardened by cold and war. Men who had followed him before. Men who now looked at him as if he were something else entirely. "War Council," Sansa said, already pulling him toward the great hall with urgency she could not hide. "Now, before the lords start inventing their own stories." Jon glanced back at Sunsorrow. The dragon settled, wings folding, steam curling from its nostrils. It looked content for the moment, as if the cold stone of Winterfell was merely another perch. Jon turned back to Sansa, voice low. "Eastwatch is gone," he said. Sansa's face tightened. "I know," she whispered, "but hearing it from you makes it worse." Jon held her gaze. Aegon is sending men, he said. Dorne is sending supplies by sea. Arianne Martell is coming. Sansa blinked once, hard. A Martell in Winterfell, she said. The old gods have strange humor. Jon's mouth twitched, then hardened again. This isn't humor, he said. This is survival. Sansa's grip tightened on his arm. Then let's survive, she said. And behind them, in the courtyard, a dragon breathed smoke into snow, turning winter's silence into something that felt like a warning. Arianne learned the North the way you learned a wound, by living in it. The King's Road was a white scar cutting through forests of black pine. Snow piled at its edges like a slow burial. The wind was not the dry, sharp wind of Dorne. It was wet and heavy, crawling into seams, making armor feel like a curse. Her horse snorted and stamped, miserable, breath streaming. The northern mounts did not look happier, but they endured with the stubbornness of creatures bred for cold. Behind her, wagons creaked under the weight of grain and dried meat hauled from White Harbor. Northern drivers hunched over reins, faces raw, hands wrapped in cloth. Dornish sailors, chosen to escort the cargo inland, walked alongside with stiff legs, eyes narrowed against snow. Their accents sounded strange out here, like a song played on wrong strings. Villages watched them pass, huts half buried in snow, smoke thin from chimneys, eyes hollow in faces pinched by hunger. Children too quiet, too still, staring at the wagons as if staring could make the grain spill open. Arianne's jaw clenched each time she saw it. In Dorne, hunger existed, yes, but it wore different clothes. Here it wore frost. It wore silence. It wore the way men kept their pride even when their ribs showed. They passed a hamlet where a woman stood in a doorway holding a baby wrapped in rags. The baby's face was red from cold, its cry weak. The woman did not beg. She simply watched with eyes like stone. Arianne reined in. The northern escort's leader, an older man with a gray beard and a stark pin, looked back, wary. "Princess," he said, as if uncertain what southern kindness might do. Arianne swung down, boots crunching in snow. The cold hit her legs like punishment. She ignored it. She walked to the wagon and pried open a small crate of dried fruit meant for the road. Her fingers were numb. The wood resisted. She forced it anyway. She carried a bundle of dried oranges and figs toward the doorway. The woman's eyes widened slightly. No gratitude, just disbelief that anyone would give without demanding. Arianne held the fruit out. "For the child," she said, voice low. The woman hesitated, then took it with trembling hands, clutching it like treasure. Her lips parted as if to speak. No words came, only a shaky exhale. Arianne nodded once, then turned back to her horse. The northern escort leader watched her carefully. "You'll empty the wagons before Winterfell if you do that too often," he warned. Arianne's gaze snapped to him, sharp. "If Winterfell eats while these people starve," she said, "then we've already lost." The man stared, then slowly nodded, as if he just realized something about southern fire. "As you say," he murmured. They rode on. As the day darkened, the road grew worse. Snow began to fall heavier. The wagons creaked louder. Men cursed into scarves. Arianne's fingers ached from cold even through gloves. She lifted her gaze toward the north, toward the unseen wall, toward death that moved without hunger. Dorne's sun felt like a dream now, but the people here were real, and the war ahead would not care where she had been born. Winterfell's great hall was heat and shadow and judgment. Arianne stepped inside with snow melting off her cloak, water dripping onto stone. The warmth hit her like an unexpected hand. So did the eyes, dozens of them, northern and hard, weighing her the way Dorne had weighed Jon when he first arrived in Sunspear. Sansa Stark stood near the high table, posture perfect, face composed. She looked like Winterfell itself, cold stone pretending it did not feel. Jon Snow stood beside her, black and familiar, his presence a strange anchor in this foreign hall. For a heartbeat, Arianne's chest tightened with relief at the sight of him. He was here. He had made it. The dragon had not swallowed him. The north had not buried him. Then she forced herself into stillness. Relief was private. Politics was public. She approached with measured steps and inclined her head. "Lady Sansa Stark," she said. "Princess Arianne Martell." Sansa's eyes were clear, assessing, and not unkind. "Princess," she replied, "Winterfell welcomes you." A murmur ran through the lords. Some shifted as if the word Martell tasted wrong in their mouths. Arianne heard it and did not flinch. Jon stepped forward, bandaged hands visible. "She brought grain," he said, voice carrying. "She brought steel. She brought ships. Remember that before you decide what you think of her." The murmur tightened, then eased, slightly. Hunger was a powerful persuader. Arianne's gaze flicked to the benches where lords sat stiffly. She recognized suspicion. It wore the same shape in every kingdom. One man, Lord Glover, leaned forward, eyes narrowed. "Dorne never cared for the North before," he said bluntly. "Why now?" Arianne turned her head toward him slowly, meeting his gaze without softness. "Because the dead don't stop at your borders," she said. "Because winter doesn't ask permission. And because if the north falls, the south sun will eventually set too." Silence fell. Sansa watched her, and Arianne felt something shift. Respect, cautious and earned. Tormund Giantsbane barked a laugh, loud and sudden. "She talks like she's been cold before," he said, amused. "Give her a horn of ale and a fur cloak and she'll be a proper northerner by tomorrow." A few men chuckled nervously. The tension loosened. Arianne did not smile. "I don't need to be a northerner," she said, voice calm. "I need you alive." Jon's mouth tightened, something like pride flickering. Sansa's eyes softened, barely. Sansa lifted her hand. "We will talk," she said, "but first food and rest. The convoy must be secured. The wagons must be guarded. Winterfell will not lose grain to thieves when the dead are taking cities." Arianne inclined her head. "Agreed," she said. As servants moved, as bowls were brought, Arianne's gaze found Jon again. He looked worn, more worn than when he'd left Sunspear. His eyes held too much sky and too much death. He stepped close enough for only her to hear. "You made it," he murmured. Arianne's voice was low. "I told you I would," she replied. Jon's gaze held hers for a heartbeat, and in that heartbeat the hall disappeared. The lords, the banners, the war. Only the fact remained. They had brought Dorne to Winterfell. They had forced the realm into one room. Then Jon exhaled and pulled back, duty reclaiming him like a chain. "Council," Sansa said again, louder now, and the hall, full of wolves and a Sunspear princess, turned toward war. The map looked like a dying thing. Ink lines trembled in torchlight. Pins marked keeps. Red scratches marked places already lost. Eastwatch was circled hard enough to tear parchment. Someone had drawn crude waves beside it and written dead in water in angry strokes. Jon stood with both hands on the table, shoulders tense. Sansa sat at the head, calm and sharp. Arianne stood to Sansa's right, posture straight, eyes scanning every mark as if she could burn meaning into them by force. Tormund leaned on a bench, unimpressed by maps, impressed by the fear behind them. Maester Wolkan hovered with quill and shaking hands. "We fortify the neck," Lord Glover argued. "Hold them there. Let the South deal with whatever comes after." "They don't tire," Jon said, voice flat. "They don't starve. They don't fear. If you give them time, they stack bodies until they climb over walls." Tormund snorted. "They'll stack you too if you're stupid," he added cheerfully. Sansa's gaze cut across the table. "We don't retreat," she said. "We delay and bleed them while we evacuate what we can. The North is not only castles. It's people." Arianne's eyes sharpened. "The sea can take some," she said. "White Harbor can move refugees. Ships can move grain back south if we must. Dorne knows sea roads. Use them." Some lords stiffened at the thought of fleeing by southern advice. Pride was stubborn even when death knocked. Jon's voice dropped. I'm going to the wall, he said. Sansa's head snapped up. Now? She demanded. Jon nodded once. I need to see it, he said. I need to know what we're facing, and Sunsorrow needs to feel the cold there. Learn what it means to fight in it. Arianne's jaw tightened. You go alone? She asked. Jon's gaze flicked to her, brief apology buried in it. I can't take you, he said. Arianne's fingers curled on the table edge. I know, she replied, voice controlled. But that doesn't mean I like it. Sansa leaned forward, eyes hard. If you die up there, she said, Winterfell loses more than a king. It loses its spine. Jon's mouth tightened. Then I won't die, he said. Tormund laughed once, approving. That's the spirit, he said. Tell death to get in line. Maester Wolkan cleared his throat, voice trembling. Dragonglass, he said, gesturing to the black arrowheads on the table. We have some. Not enough. If the South has more, we will send for it, Arianne said immediately. Dorne will strip old caches if we must. We will trade gold for obsidian. We will. A sudden roar rolled through the stone. Not Sunsorrow's, but distant thunder from the north, imagined or real. The hall went still as if the castle itself listened. Jon straightened. We dig trenches, he said. We line them with pitch. We create kill zones. We put dragonglass in every hand that can hold a blade. And we stop arguing about pride. Sansa's jaw clenched. And when the dead reach Winterfell? She asked quietly. Jon's gaze went inward for a heartbeat, seeing blue eyes in darkness. Then he looked up. Then we burn them, he said. And we pray fire is enough. Arianne's voice was low. Prayers again, she murmured. Sansa's eyes flicked to her. Not prayers, Sansa corrected. Work and steel, and whatever gods still have ears. Jon reached into his cloak and set Arianne's ring, the small ember stone, on the table. Dorne is here, he said, and Aegon's men are coming. The realm is finally moving. Tormund leaned in, eyes bright. And a dragon, he said, grinning. Don't forget the dragon. Jon's mouth tightened. I won't, he said. He turned toward the doors, toward Snow and the waiting sky. Get the ravens ready, he ordered. If I see the wall crack again, Winterfell will know before the scream reaches you. The wall felt different from the air. Even from miles away, Jon felt the cold thicken, heavy as stone. The wind carried a smell that wasn't only snow or salt, carried rot wrapped in ice. It carried the wrongness of death that refused to settle. Eastwatch lay below like a wound torn open and left to freeze. Ships were wrecked in the harbor. Masts snapped, hulls crushed, frozen into jagged ice as if the sea had decided to become stone mid-breath. Bodies were everywhere, half buried in snow, twisted against walls. Some were still, some moved. Blue eyes glowed among wreckage like cruel stars. Sunsorrow's wings beat hard against bitter wind. The dragon's breath smoked thick. It rumbled low, irritated, sensing danger not as fear but as offense. Jon leaned low, gripping tight. Down, he murmured. The dragon descended, landing on a stretch of ice-hard ground beyond the worst of the wreckage. Heat blasted outward, turning nearby snow into steaming mist. The sound drew attention immediately. Whites turned as one. They moved with horrible patience, climbing over broken beams, dragging themselves through ice. Some wore knights' watch black, some wore sailor rags. One still had half a face, its jaw hanging wrong, blue eyes burning. A ragged line of living men huddled behind a broken barricade. Knights watched survivors, faces hollow, hands shaking around spears. Cotter Pike stood among them, looking like a man carved from spite, ice in his beard, blood crusted at his cheek. His eyes widened at the sight of the dragon. Then he barked a laugh that sounded half like sobbing. About bloody time, he roared. Jon slid down and strode toward the barricade, sword drawn. Cotter Pike, he said. Pike stared at him, then spat into snow. You brought a dragon, he said, voice raw. Good. Now burn these bastards. Whites surged closer. Jon turned to Sunsorrow. The dragon inhaled. His throat glowed bright. Jon felt the heat swell in his chest like shared breath. Small, Jon whispered. Sunsorrow snarled smoke, impatient but obeyed the intent. A spear-thin stream of flame lanced out, cutting through the first rank of whites. They ignited instantly, collapsing into ash and melted flesh. The stench hit like a fist. The fire carved a line, not a flood, enough to clear a path without turning the whole harbor into a furnace. More whites climbed over burning bodies. Relentless, Pike shouted. "Them on the left," he bellowed, pointing at a cluster dragging themselves from water, limbs stiff with ice. Jon swung his sword into a white skull as it lunged. Bone cracked. The body fell, still twitching. Jon stabbed again, then again, moving with the brutal efficiency of habit. Sunsorrow roared behind him, furious at restraint, and blasted another narrow line of fire, turning the left cluster into burning wreckage. Ice hissed and cracked. Steam rose in ghostly pillars. For a heartbeat, the living line held. Then the cold deepened. Jon felt it, a sudden pressure, as if the air itself thickened into glass. The flame sputtered slightly at Sunsorrow's nostrils. The dragon's head jerked, annoyed, confused, as if the world had insulted fire. Pike's face went pale. "Them?" he rasped, voice dropping, eyes fixed beyond the whites. Jon followed his gaze. On the far shore, where broken ice met snow, tall pale shapes stood silent as stone. White walkers. The Night King did not hurry. He stood on an icy ridge as if it were a throne, pale armor catching the weak light, edges sharp like frozen blades. Around him, white walkers waited in silence, their faces still and cruelly calm, blue eyes glowing with quiet certainty. Below them, whites moved like a tide, mindless, endless. Jon felt something in his gut turn to iron. He climbed back onto Sunsorrow in one harsh motion, ignoring the pain in his hands. The dragon's muscles coiled under him, eager now, sensing a true enemy, something that made its blood flare, something that offended its dominance. Sunsorrow roared and surged forward, wings beating hard. Jon guided it above the white tide, toward the ridge. "Now," Jon whispered. Sunsorrow inhaled deep. Full this time, no thin thread, a roar of heat building in its throat. Flame erupted. A river of fire poured toward the Night King. For a heartbeat, the world looked like justice. Then the fire met something unseen. A wall of unnatural cold rose like a breath. The flame struck it and screamed, hissing, steaming, breaking into ragged tongues that fell apart in the air. Ice did not melt cleanly. It resisted, spat steam and frost. The fire did not vanish, but it weakened, distorted, as if the cold ate its strength. The Night King did not flinch. His blue eyes remained fixed on Jon, unblinking, as if he were watching an insect buzz too close. Sunsorrow banked, roaring again, offended. Jon clenched his legs, forcing control. "Again!" he shouted, voice torn by wind. The dragon unleashed another blast. The cold wall rose again, and the flame shattered into steam and sparks, scattering like broken glass. Jon's stomach dropped. Fire was not enough. Not cleanly. Not against this. Below, whites kept moving, crawling over burning patches as if pain did not exist. White walkers lifted spears of ice slowly, their movements calm, precise. One spear flew. It cut through air like a shard of winter itself, striking the ice near Sunsorrow's foreclaw. The ice exploded upward in jagged spikes. Sunsorrow jerked, wings beating wildly, startled more by the cold sting than the impact. Jon felt the dragon's fear for the first time, not terror, but something close. A predator recognizing another predator. He leaned low, voice harsh. "Up!" he commanded. Sunsorrow climbed, beating hard, pulling them away from the ridge. The Night King's gaze followed, cold and patient, as if he knew the sky could not save Jon forever. Jon looked down and saw Pike's men fighting desperately, their line buckling as Whites pressed harder. He saw burning corpses clawing forward. He saw the wall looming behind, ancient ice, massive, shuddering faintly like a living thing in pain. The Night King lifted one hand. The Whites surged faster. Jon's throat tightened. He could burn the tide. He could buy minutes. But minutes were not victory. Minutes were just more time to die. He turned Sunsorrow in a wide arc, aiming away from the ridge, away from the cold wall. He would not win here today, but he would not let the wall fall without warning. Winterfell heard the south before it saw it. Hooves beat the frozen road. Armor clinked. A disciplined column emerged through falling snow. Men in foreign gear, cloaks dusted white. The faint gleam of coin and steel even under winter's dull light. Golden Company soldiers. Not 1,000. Not an army. But enough to make every northern guard tighten their grip. Sansa Stark stood on the gatehouse with torchlight flaring at her shoulder. Arianne Martell stood beside her, fur cloak pulled tight, eyes narrowed as she studied the newcomers. The cold had reddened her cheeks, but it had not dulled her fire. Tormund Giantsbane scowled, spitting into snow. "Southron sells words," he muttered. "Smell like wet pride." The column halted. A captain stepped forward, helm under his arm, face hard with travel. He bowed stiffly, formal, careful. "In the name of King Aegon Targaryen," he called, voice carrying. 300 men as promised. Scouts follow. Supplies follow behind as roads allow. Murmurs rose along the wall. Suspicion and relief tangled. Sansa's jaw clenched, already weighing risk against necessity. Arianne's voice was low, for Sansa alone. "Let them in," she said. "Watch them, feed them, use them." Sansa's eyes flicked to her. "And if they try to take control?" she asked quietly. Arianne's mouth curved, sharp. "Then they learn what northern walls do to men who forget they are guests," she murmured. Sansa's lips tightened, something like grim agreement. She lifted her hand. "Open the gates," she ordered. Iron groaned. The gates began to part, slow, reluctant, as if Winterfell itself hated letting strangers in. At that moment, a raven landed hard on the snow-dusted stone near Sansa's feet, wings frantic. A small scroll hung from its leg, wax smeared, ink blurred. Sansa snatched it up and broke the seal. Her eyes moved across the words. Her face went still. Arianne leaned closer, reading over her shoulder. The message was short, brutal, written in a hand that looked like it had been dragged through panic. "Eastwatch lost. White walkers at the sea. Fire resists. Wall shuddering. Prepare." Sansa's breath left her in a slow, controlled exhale that sounded like steel being drawn. She lifted her gaze to the horizon, to the north, to the snow-filled sky. Arianne's fingers curled inside her cloak. "Jon?" she whispered, not as prayer, but as anger at the world. Below, the Golden Company men marched into Winterfell's yard, boots crunching, eyes scanning the ancient stone. On the walls, northern guards watched them with spears ready. And above it all, unseen beyond clouds, a dragon's roar echoed faintly in the distance. Far off, warning and furious. The realm had finally begun to unite. Now it had to prove it deserved the chance. They brought Ser Rawley Duckfield into the Great Hall not to honor him, but to measure him. Firelight threw warmth onto stone that refused to soften. The northern lords sat in benches like carved judgment. Maester Wolkan clutched a scroll, knuckles pale. Arianne stood at Sansa's shoulder, close enough that her presence felt like a blade held ready. Sansa did not waste words. "Your orders," she said. Rawley Duckfield's gaze flicked to the lords, then returned to Sansa. 300 men, he said. "Scouts on the road behind us. Supplies where wagons can push. More by ship if your harbor can receive them." "Aegon Targaryen," Lord Glover muttered, disdain and hunger tangled. "A southern prince sends scraps and expects gratitude." Arianne's eyes snapped to him, cold. 300 men in this cold is not scraps, she said. It is skin in the game. Sansa's hand lifted, quieting argument. Her gaze stayed on Raleigh. Did Jon Connington send you? She asked. Raleigh's jaw tightened. King Aegon sent me, he said carefully. Jon Connington did not want it. That landed like a stone in a pond. Sansa's eyes narrowed. And why did Aegon send you? She pressed. Raleigh hesitated just a breath, then chose truth. Because he received a message, he said. Eastwatch, dead in the water, the wall shuddering. He saw fear in his men, and he decided he'd rather be a king of something living than a king of ashes. Arianne's mouth tightened in grim approval. Good, she said softly. Sansa studied Raleigh for a long moment. If Aegon orders you south again, she said, what do you do? Raleigh's gaze held steady now, more soldier than envoy. If the dead are real, he said, then there is no south to return to. I stay where the war is. A murmur ran through the benches, some suspicion easing, replaced by the cold respect Northerners gave men who spoke plainly. Tormund barked a laugh from near the hearth. He's got one good thought in him, he said. Maybe the cold knocked it loose. Sansa did not smile, but something in her eyes softened, a fraction. You will quarter your men in the outer keep, she said. You will eat what we eat. You will train with our smiths on dragonglass points. You will not wander Winterfell alone. Raleigh Duckfield bowed stiffly. As you command. Sansa's voice lowered. And if one of my people disappears, she said, I will hang your captain's cloak from my wall. Raleigh did not flinch. Understood. When he was dismissed, he turned to go, boots loud on stone. The Golden Company men followed, heads slightly bowed against the hall's weight. Arianne leaned toward Sansa, voice low. He's not lying, she murmured. Not about this. Sansa's gaze stayed on the door long after it shut. Truth doesn't stop death, she said quietly, but it helps you aim. Outside, the wind howled. Winterfell tightened its grip. Night in the north was not darkness. It was pressure. Sansa and Arianne walked the battlements while snow drifted down in slow sheets, soft enough to feel gentle until it layered thick and heavy and made roofs sag. Torches burned low, their flames bending with the wind as if bowing to something stronger. Below, the Godswood was a darker shape within the castle. Trees skeletal in winter, the heart tree a pale ghost behind branches. Arianne looked at it and felt the hair on her arms rise. Not fear, not exactly, but the sense of being watched by something old that did not care for princes or dragons. You have your own gods, she said quietly. Sansa's gaze stayed forward. They were here before kings, she replied. They'll be here after us, if anything is. Arianne's mouth tightened. Dorne has old gods too, she said. We just learned to hide them behind suns and spears. Sansa glanced at her, and for a heartbeat the distance between them narrowed. You miss the heat, Sansa said. Arianne almost laughed. I miss feeling my fingers, she admitted. But I don't miss pretending heat makes you safe. The wind hit harder and their cloaks snapped. Arianne's breath steamed. Sansa's face looked carved from pale stone in torchlight. You hate waiting, Sansa said. Arianne's eyes narrowed. I hate helplessness, she corrected. Waiting is just the shape helplessness wears when you are too proud to admit it. Sansa's mouth tightened. Pride doesn't keep children warm, she said softly, and the words carried a bitterness that had nothing to do with weather. Arianne looked down toward the yard, where Golden Company men shuffled awkwardly through snow, trying to pretend they were not shivering. You trust them? She asked. I trust fear, Sansa said, and I trust the fact that they're alive. Men who want to keep living will follow whoever gives them a chance to do so. Arianne's gaze drifted north, beyond Winterfell's walls, beyond sight. And Jon Snow? She asked, and she hated the way the question sharpened her voice. Sansa's expression shifted. Something like sisterhood, something like warning. Jon always runs toward the fire, she said, even when the fire is ice. Arianne's hands curled inside her gloves. He can't fight this alone, she said. Sansa's eyes stayed forward, unblinking. "He never has," she replied. "He just forgets that sometimes." Arianne stopped at a battlement gap and stared out at the snow-choked world. "If he dies," she said, voice low, "Dorne will still fight." Sansa turned to her then, eyes sharp. "And if he dies," she said, "the North will still fight, but we will be wounded." Arianne met her gaze and felt the strange, reluctant recognition of another woman who had been used as a piece and refused to stay one. "Then we don't let him die," Arianne said. Sansa's mouth tightened into something close to a smile. Grim, cold. "Then," she agreed, "we prepare to do what women always do, hold the world together while men throw themselves at monsters." The torches hissed. Snow fell like ash, and somewhere beyond the horizon, the real night moved without hurry. Eastwatch tried to hold on to them as if it could. Whites surged across broken ice in a tide of black hands and blue eyes, clawing over beams, slipping, rising again without care. Cotter Pike shoved 2 men toward the dragon with a snarl, his face raw with cold and rage. "Gio!" he roared. "Don't you dare die here just to make me look brave." Jon grabbed Pike by the collar and hauled him up. Pike fought for a heartbeat, pride, habit. Then his boots found scale, and he clung like a man clinging to the last plank in a storm. 2 other knights watched survivors scrambled up behind them, hands bloody, faces hollow. Sunsorrow's body shifted, muscles coiling, wings flexing with angry impatience. The dragon's amber eye flicked toward the ridge where the Night King stood, and Jon felt the creature's fury spike like heat. "Up!" Jon shouted, not caring if the word carried. Sunsorrow launched. Wind slammed into them. Snow became knives. Eastwatch dropped away beneath, the white tide shrinking into writhing darkness. On the ridge, White Walkers lifted ice spears with slow precision, their movements calm as prayer. One spear flew, cut through the blizzard like a shard of the moon. Jon felt Sunsorrow twist. The spear grazed a wing membrane, tearing a line through it. The dragon roared, pure rage and pain, and beat its wings harder, climbing through the storm with violence that made Jon's stomach lurch. Pike screamed something incoherent, half curse, half laughter, clinging with numb fingers. "Them bastards can throw," he rasped. "I don't like that." Jon pressed low, gripping tight, forcing calm into his body like a command. "Hold," he muttered, and he didn't know if he meant himself or the dragon. Below, Eastwatch was already lost. More whites spilling over walls, more blue eyes moving through wreckage. The wall loomed beside it, ancient ice shuddering faintly as if alive and sick. The Night King watched them go. His blue gaze followed Jon upward through the storm, patient as death itself. Jon felt that gaze like a hand on his throat, and the feeling did not fade even as they climbed into thicker cloud. Sunsorrow burst through the worst of the blizzard into thinner air, wings beating unevenly now, wounded membrane flapping. Jon's jaw clenched. A wounded dragon was a danger to itself. A wounded dragon could fall. Pike spat over the side, breath ragged. "You said fire," he panted. "You didn't say fire wasn't enough." Jon's voice was hoarse. "It's enough to kill the dead," he said. "Not enough to kill what commands them." Pike stared at him through ice-crusted lashes. "Then what kills them?" he demanded. Jon looked north, only white cloud and cold, and felt the answer settle like iron. "Steel," he said. "Dragonglass. Valyrian." Pike laughed, broken and sharp. "Good," he rasped, "because I've got plenty of hate left." Sunsorrow roared again, furious at the cold, furious at pain, furious at a world that dared resist fire. And Jon Snow held on, carrying warning in his bones. Castle Black did not know what to do with a dragon. Its yard was built for men and horses and hard routines, not wings that blotted out sky. When Sunsorrow descended, the air filled with steam and smoke, and men on the ground went still as if the world had paused to watch itself change. Edison Tollett came running, cloak flapping, face pale beneath his humor. He stopped short when he saw the dragon's wounded wing, the torn membrane, the way cold mist clung to scale. "Jon Snow," he said, and his voice cracked. "You've brought company." Cotter Pike slid down first, boots hitting stone hard. He staggered, then steadied himself with stubborn spite. "Don't stand there like a cow," he barked at the stunned watchman. "Get me a drink and a bloody fire." The men moved then, instinct, habit, fear turned into motion. Someone shoved a cloak into Pike's hands. Someone else dragged the surviving brothers toward warmth. Their faces looked like skulls under skin. Jon slid down, hands shaking with cold and strain. He strode toward Ed, eyes already scanning the wall. It loomed above them like a god's spine, massive, white, ancient. But it was wrong now. Cracks ran through the ice in long, jagged lines, dark seams like veins. The wall shuddered faintly, not from wind, but from something deeper, pressure, impact, a slow, persistent battering. Ed followed Jon's gaze and swallowed hard. "It's been doing that," he said quietly, "all night." Sometimes the ice screams. Jon's stomach tightened. "Eastwatch is gone," he said. "White walkers are at the sea. They're raising cold walls that break fire, and they can throw spears that can wound a dragon." Ed's face went whiter. "That's cheerful," he managed, because Edison Tollett's humor was armor even when armor was thin. Pike staggered up beside them, eyes bloodshot. "Them pale bastards are watching," he growled. "They let the dead do the work, like lords." Jon's jaw clenched. He looked up again at the cracks. "How long?" he asked Ed. Ed's throat worked. "If it keeps cracking like this," he said softly. "Not long." Jon turned, voice sharp. "Evacuate," he ordered. "Send every brother who can still walk south. Send ravens to Winterfell. Tell them the wall is failing." Ed nodded, terror swallowed by obedience. "I," he said. "I, Lord Commander." He caught himself. "Old habit." Jon's mouth tightened. "Just do it," he said. Sunsorrow rumbled behind them, irritated, wounded wing flexing. The dragon's breath steamed thick in the cold, and the heat around it made nearby snow melt into slick patches. Jon looked at the dragon and felt dread settle. If the Night King could wound Sunsorrow once, he could do it again. And if Sunsorrow fell, Jon shoved the thought away. He turned back to the wall and listened. Somewhere deep inside it, the ice made a sound like a slow heartbeat cracking. They flew south before the sun finished dying. Pike clung behind Jon like a burr, grumbling curses into the wind, refusing to be left behind in Castle Black's routine death. He demanded a sword, demanded a drink, demanded to see Winterfell with his own eyes. Jon had given him none of the first two and all of the last. Sunsorrow's wounded wing beat unevenly. The dragon compensated with sheer force, muscle straining, anger-fueling flight. Jon kept his body low, intent steady, refusing to let the dragon taste panic in him. Below, the north stretched white and endless. Forests like black scars, rivers frozen into pale snakes, villages half buried in snow. On the King's Road, a thin moving line crawled south. Refugees, carts, bundled shapes dragging their lives behind them. Even from this height, Jon felt the weight of that movement like grief. Pike craned his head and spat into the wind. "So this is what you saved," he shouted, voice ripped away by the sky. "A lot of cold and stubbornness." Jon did not answer. He watched the line of refugees and thought of how many would be swallowed before they reached safety. As the sky turned blood red at the horizon, Winterfell rose ahead, dark stone against white, smoke from chimneys thin and desperate. The castle looked small from up here, and that thought made Jon's stomach tighten. Small things were broken easily. Sunsorrow roared once, the sound rolling over forests like thunder. Below, heads turned upward, tiny figures pausing mid-step, as if the roar itself forced them to remember the world was bigger than hunger. Pike barked a laugh. "That'll keep them warm," he shouted. Jon's mouth tightened. "It'll keep them awake," he muttered. Winterfell's walls came closer. Torches flickered on battlements. The yard below stirred as men rushed out, seeing the shadow, preparing for panic and awe. Jon pressed his hand against Sunsorrow's neck ridges, feeling heat and life. "Easy," he murmured again, shaping the dragon's descent with breath and muscle. The wounded wing flapped once, harsh, then steadied. Snow rose in spirals as Sunsorrow dropped into the yard. The dragon landed hard, claws cracking ice. Steam surged, men stumbled back, and Jon Snow, wolf with fire, returned to the heart of the north with a Night's Watch commander clinging behind him and death close on his heels. Cotter Pike did not know how to whisper bad news. He slammed a dagger into the map where Eastwatch lay inked, the point punching through parchment. "Gone," he snarled. "Gone like a drunk in a brothel fire." Maester Wolken flinched. Several lords muttered prayers. Tormund grinned faintly, grimly entertained by Pike's volume even as fear tightened the room. Jon stood beside Sansa and Arianne, hands on the table, voice low. "White Walkers are at the sea," he said. "They're directing the dead. And they can raise cold walls that we can Dragonfire." The room went still. Sansa's eyes narrowed. "Dragonfire fails?" she asked, and the words sounded wrong in her mouth, as if fire had always been the answer in stories. "It doesn't fail completely," Jon said. "It kills whites. It burns bodies. But against the Night King, against the cold they bring, fire breaks. It hisses. It turns to steam." Arianne's jaw clenched. "Then what kills them?" she demanded. "Dragonglass," Jon said. "Valyrian steel. Anything that carries that old bite. We need more," Pike spat. "And we need it yesterday," he barked. Ser Raleigh Duckfield stood near the door, cloak dripping meltwater, face tight. He had the look of a man realizing he'd marched into a story that didn't care about money. "My men can scout," he offered, voice controlled. "We can ride for obsidian caches if you name them." Davos stepped forward, eyes sharp. "Dragonstone," he said immediately, like a man pulling a blade he'd been hiding. "It's full of dragonglass. I've seen it. Enough to arm every fool in Westeros if we can get to it." Sansa's gaze flicked to him. "That's far," she said. Arianne's eyes narrowed, calculating. "Sea Road," she said. "White Harbor to Dragonstone. Warships escort. We can do it." Several northern lords stiffened at the thought of relying on southern ships again. Pride twitched like a wound. Jon's voice cut through it. "Pride can freeze," he said. "We can't." Sansa's jaw tightened. "Then we send ships," she said. "We send men. We send ravens. We strip the realm of every weapon that can kill ice." Arianne's gaze held hers. "And we keep feeding your people," she said, "because a starving army is a dead army before the dead arrive." Pike jabbed a finger toward the map's north edge. "The wall is cracking," he snarled. "I heard it scream. It won't hold." Silence landed hard. Jon looked at Sansa and saw the fear she refused to wear. He looked at Arianne and saw anger shaped into steel. He looked at the map and felt time slipping like snow through fingers. "We choose the ground," Jon said quietly. "We choose where we bleed them." Sansa's voice was calm, deadly. "Winterfell," she said. Arianne's eyes sharpened. "Then Winterfell becomes a trap," she replied. "Not a tomb." Tormund's grin widened. "Now you're talking," he said, delighted. "Let them come to the wolves." Jon's gaze went inward for a heartbeat, seeing blue eyes in storm. Then he nodded once. "Build," he ordered. "They. Arm burn, and get me dragonglass." Outside, snow fell heavier, and the castle listened like a beast preparing for impact. Far to the south, winter was only a rumor, but fear had already found its way into stone halls. Qyburn worked in a room that smelled of herbs and rot masked by perfume. His hands moved with quiet precision, preparing death in small, elegant forms. Needles fine enough to hide in hems, vials clear enough to look harmless, powders that could turn a breath into drowning. Cersei Lannister watched from a chair, wine in hand, expression calm in the way of a woman who had stopped pretending she was good. Sir Robert Strong stood behind her, silent and helmeted, a reminder that even death could be taught to obey. "They go north," Cersei said softly, as if the words offended her. "My enemies gather like rats around a fire." Qyburn did not look up. "Rats burn," he murmured. Cersei's smile was thin. "Then burn them," she said. "But not all at once. Not in a way that makes songs. I want absence. I want a princess to cough once and fall. I want a wolf girl to drink tea and never wake." Qyburn lifted a small box, plain wood, innocuous. Inside, a needle rested in velvet. "This will look like winter," he said. "Like weakness, like fate." Cersei's eyes gleamed. "Fate," she repeated, amused. "Men always blame fate when women plan." A hooded figure waited near the door, face hidden. Cersei's gaze slid to him. "You will go," she said. "You will find the Dornish princess. You will find the Stark girl. You will leave no lion in your mouth when you die." The figure bowed. Qyburn placed the box into the assassin's hands like a gift. Cersei's gaze drifted to the shadow jars along the wall, wildfire sleeping green. "And if the dragon comes south," she murmured, "then I will show them what fire truly is." Qyburn's smile was almost gentle. "Everything burns," he said again. Cersei stood, skirts whispering. "Then let the North believe it has hope," she said. "Hope tastes sweetest right before it dies." The assassin vanished into the corridor like a swallowed shadow. And King's Landing kept breathing, unaware that the cold had already begun to reach for it. Winterfell received strangers every day now. Refugees, messengers, men selling salt and needles and cheap wine in hopes of trading for bread. War turned every road into a vein, and Winterfell into a heart beating too hard. The trader came at dusk, hood drawn low, cart creaking under small goods, cloth, dried herbs, trinkets that looked harmless. He kept his head bowed, posture humble, the posture of a man who knew humility was safer than pride near wolves. Arianne noticed him because she had learned to notice everything. She stood on a stairway overlooking the yard, fur cloak tight, eyes scanning like a hawk. Something about the trader's movement was too smooth, too controlled. Fear moved in jittery ways. This man moved like purpose. Sansa stepped into the yard with a torch, guards beside her, her presence making men straighten instinctively. Ser Raleigh Duckfield stood nearby with 2 Golden Company soldiers, their eyes sharp, hands near hilts, the cold making them more alert than comfort ever would. The trader bowed deep. "My lady," he murmured, "goods for the castle, winter prices." Sansa's gaze swept the cart. Her eyes paused just a fraction on a small wooden box nestled beneath cloth. Plain, unlabeled, too carefully placed. "Open it," Sansa said. The trader hesitated. A heartbeat. Enough. Raleigh Duckfield moved without thinking, stepping in, hand snapping to the trader's wrist. "Open it," he repeated, voice rough. The trader's other hand moved, fast, toward his belt. Arianne was already moving down the stairs, dagger drawn. Raleigh shoved the trader back hard. The trader twisted like a snake, trying to slip free, but a northern guard slammed a spear but into his ribs. The trader grunted, breath leaving him. Sansa's torchlight caught his face for a moment. Eyes too calm, too cold. Arianne reached the cart and ripped the cloth away, snatching the box. She cracked it open with her dagger. Inside, velvet, and a needle thin as hair. Arianne's stomach clenched. Sansa's face went still. "Poison," she said, and the word was flat. The trader lunged then, desperate, trying to bite a vial hidden in his mouth. Raleigh Duckfield's gauntlet slammed into his jaw, cracking teeth. The vial fell into snow and shattered, releasing a sharp, bitter smell that made men recoil. Arianne seized the trader's chin, forcing his face up. "Who sent you?" she hissed. The trader's lips curled in a smile that looked like death. "A queen," he rasped. Sansa's eyes hardened. "Cersei," she said, The traitor laughed once, then tried to swallow blood and poison both. He convulsed, eyes rolling back, body going limp. Arianne let him drop like trash. Rawley Duckfield stared down at the corpse, face tight. "He would have killed you," he said quietly, to Sansa, to Arianne, to the room itself. Arianne's voice was low. "Then he chose the wrong castle," she said. Sansa's torch shook slightly in her hand, not from fear, but from anger. "Double the gate checks," she ordered. "No one enters without being searched. No one." Arianne closed the box and held it like a promise. "And we send a raven south," she said. "Let the lioness know her teeth are dull in the snow." Above them, the wind howled. Winterfell held its breath, and then tightened its grip. The wall did not fall with a single clean scream. It broke the way old ice broke. Patiently, then all at once. Near where Eastwatch had been, the ancient face of the wall shuddered in a blizzard so thick the world looked erased. Cracks that had been seams became wounds. The ice groaned, deep and terrible, a sound like a god's spine snapping. Then a section collapsed. A mountain of ice tore free, crashing downward in slow, unstoppable violence. Snow exploded outward. The impact shook the earth. The air filled with powdered frost so thick it turned day into white darkness. When the dust of snow settled, there was a gap. Not a small breach, not a crack a man could squeeze through. A gaping wound wide enough for an army. And the dead came. They poured through the breach like a black tide, climbing over fallen ice, bodies piling without care. They did not slow. They did not stop. They did not look back. Blue eyes glowed through snow like cruel lanterns. Behind them, white walkers advanced in silence, their armor catching faint light like frosted glass. They moved like winter itself, inevitable, unhurried. On an icy ridge above the breach, the Night King watched. He did not raise his hands. He did not shout. He simply observed as his tide flowed south into the living world, calm as fate. The wall had been a promise for thousands of years. Now it was a ruin, and the long night at last stepped across the line. Winterfell swallowed strangers the way it swallowed snow, slowly, without warmth. The Golden Company filed into the yard in disciplined silence, boots crunching, breath steaming, eyes scanning ancient stone as if the castle might lunge. Their captain kept them tight, a hard-faced man with frost clinging to his lashes, helm tucked under one arm. The men behind him had the look of soldiers who had crossed seas and survived, yet cold made even survivors glance up like children hearing wolves. Sansa Stark watched from the gatehouse, her posture rigid, torchlight carving her face into sharp planes. Arianne Martell stood beside her in fur and leather, the Sunspear on her shoulder made dim by snow, but her eyes were bright and unbending. "They came," Sansa said quietly, more to herself than to Arianne. "They came because Jon Snow forced them," Arianne replied, "and because fear is honest when pride is not." Below, Tormund Giantsbane spat over the battlement, disdainful. "Southron sells words," he muttered, loud enough for the cold to carry. "They'll freeze and call it betrayal." Arianne did not look at him. "If they freeze," she said, "we bury them. If they fight, we feed them. Either way, we use what arrives." Sansa's eyes flicked to her, measuring. "You speak like a ruler," she said. "I am one," Arianne answered, simple as steel. The Golden Company captain halted in the yard and looked up, squinting against falling snow. He offered a stiff bow toward the gatehouse, formal, careful, the bow of a man who knew courtesy was armor in a wolf den. Sansa's voice carried down. "Winterfell will shelter you," she called. "Winterfell will feed you. Winterfell will also watch you. If you steal from my people, you will lose the hand you stole with." A ripple went through the northern guards, grim approval. The captain's mouth tightened. "Understood, Lady Sansa Stark," he called back. Arianne leaned slightly toward Sansa, voice low. "Let me speak to him," she murmured. "He will hear the South better from me." Sansa's jaw clenched once. Then she nodded. They descended, boots striking stone, and the yard's cold met them like a slap. The Golden Company men held their line, eyes flicking to Arianne's Sunspear badge with wariness, as if Dorne itself were a snake in snow. Arianne stopped a few paces from the captain and let her gaze settle on him like judgment. "Your name," she said. "Ser Raleigh Duckfield," he answered, voice rough, respectful. "Captain, under King Aegon Targaryen's command." Arianne's eyes narrowed. "Then you will learn a new command," she said. "You serve the living now, not claims, not songs. The dead do not kneel." Raleigh Duckfield held her gaze, and Jon's lesson sat behind his eyes, fear, and something like belief. "Aye," he said, "we've heard." Sansa looked past him, over the men, to the frozen tree-line beyond Winterfell's walls. Snow fell heavier, steady and patient. Somewhere out there, the war was already walking. The raven arrived like an accusation. Maester Wolkan's hands shook as he unbound the scroll, and even before he read, the hall felt it. The way men leaned in, the way breath grew loud, the way every crackle of torchfire sounded too bright. Snow hissed against the shutters as if the storm outside pressed its ear to Winterfell's walls. Sansa Stark took the parchment without ceremony. She read once, eyes moving fast. Then she read again, slower, as if the second pass might make the words less real. It did not. Her face did not collapse. It did not twist. It simply went still, the way a lake went still before ice sealed it. Arianne Martell stepped closer, reading over her shoulder. The Dornish princess' jaw tightened until it looked like stone could crack between her teeth. Jon Snow did not need the ink. He felt it in his bones already, the heavy wrongness that had been building since Eastwatch. Still, he watched Sansa's eyes, because Sansa's eyes were Winterfell's eyes now. "The wall," Sansa said, and her voice was quiet enough to make everyone strain to hear. "It has broken." A murmur surged. Prayers, curses, disbelief, then died under Sansa's lifted hand. Silence fell hard again. Cotter Pike took a step forward, ice still clinging in the seams of his beard, his cheeks raw with windburn. He looked like a man who had been chewed by winter and spit out angry. "Broke," he snarled, and the word came out like a fist. Not cracked, not shuddered. Broke. Tormund Giantsbane let out a low whistle. "That's a big bloody door," he muttered. Pike rounded on him. "It's not a door," he barked. "It's a floodgate." Jon's hands tightened on the table edge. "How wide?" he asked Pike, forcing the question through the knot in his throat. Pike's eyes flashed. "Wide enough for your whole damn pride to fall through," he spat. Then he forced breath into himself and answered like a commander who had learned to speak in numbers. "A breach near where Eastwatch used to be. Whites pouring through. White walkers behind. The Night King watching like he's admiring his work." Maester Wolkan's lips moved soundlessly, a prayer he did not dare make loud. Ser Raleigh Duckfield stood near the hall's edge with 2 Golden Company men, their foreign cloaks dusted with snow, their faces tight. They looked like soldiers who had marched into a nightmare and were still deciding whether nightmares could be killed. Sansa set the scroll down, flattening it with her palm as if she could pin reality to wood. "Then we stop pretending this is coming," she said softly. "It's here." Arianne's eyes swept the hall. "The lords, the soldiers, the servants. Then you evacuate the villages," she said, voice sharp. "You don't let them be taken and turned. Every living body you save is one less dead body you fight later." Lord Glover's mouth tightened. "And abandon land?" he demanded. Jon's gaze cut to him, cold enough to freeze the question. "Land doesn't breathe," Jon said. "People do." Sansa's eyes hardened. "Winterfell becomes the anvil," she said. "Everything that can move comes here. Everything that can fight stands here. And everything that can't fight." Her voice tightened, just slightly. "We put behind stone and fire." Pike's laugh was broken and sharp. "Stone," he rasped. "They climb stone. They climb bodies too." Jon straightened. "Then we give them fire and dragonglass on every inch," he said. "And we make every step cost them." Arianne's gaze locked on him. "And Sunsorrow?" she asked. From the courtyard outside, as if summoned by its own name, a low rumble rolled through Winterfell stone. Deep, impatient, alive. The dragon was awake. The dragon listened. Jon's voice dropped. "Sunsorrow flies," he said. "It burns the vanguard. It buys time." Sansa's hand snapped out, gripping his sleeve. "And the Night King?" she asked quietly. Jon looked at her, and for a heartbeat he saw his father's grave and his sister's face and the wall cracking like bone. "We find what kills him," Jon said, "before he reaches us." By morning the castle sounded different. Winterfell had always carried noise. Boots, hammers, voices. But now it was tighter, sharper, as if every sound had been honed. Smiths worked without pause, the ring of metal on metal constant as a heartbeat. Dragonglass was chipped and bound to spearheads and arrows until black shards littered the floors like spilled teeth. Men trained in the yard until their lungs bled in the cold. On the battlements, Jon stood with Sansa Stark and Arianne Martell, looking out at the world turning white and grim. The wind cut, snow fell sideways. Beyond the walls, the King's Road was a dark line through pale drifts, and on it moved a thin, crawling column. Refugees pushed south by terror, carts creaking, bundled shapes stumbling. Tormund Giantsbane spat over the parapet. "They'll die on the road if we don't pull them in," he muttered. Sansa's jaw clenched. "We pull as many as we can," she said. "And we feed them what we have." Arianne's eyes narrowed. "And we ration," she said. "And we make sure no lord hoards while children freeze." Below them, Sunsorrow rested in the courtyard like a dark mountain. Steam curled from its nostrils, turning falling snow to mist near its head. The tear in its wing membrane, ragged, scarred, showed each time the dragon shifted. The wound looked wrong on something so powerful, like a crack in a sword that should never break. Smiths had tried to approach with heated irons and thick leather strips to bind the torn edge, but the dragon's tail had lashed and cracked stone, and men had backed away pale and shaking. Only when Jon had laid his bandaged hand to Sunsorrow's muzzle and pressed calm into his blood had the beast allowed anyone near at all. Even then, it was grudging. Sansa's gaze flicked down to the dragon, then back to the horizon. "How far can it fly wounded?" she asked Jon. Jon watched Sunsorrow's slow breathing. "Far enough," he said. "Not forever, but far enough." Arianne's mouth tightened. "Then use it wisely," she said. "Not for pride, not for rage." Jon's eyes met hers. "I know," he said. On the yard below, Ser Raleigh Duckfield drilled his men beside northern soldiers. The Golden Company's discipline looked strange against the North's brutal pragmatism, but the movements began to match, shield walls tightening, spear points rising and falling as one. Men learned quickly when the alternative was being torn open by hands that didn't tire. Sansa's hand tightened on the battlement stone. "We need dragonglass," she said. "More than we can chip from what we have." Arianne nodded once. "Dragonstone," she said. "We send ships. We send escorts. We strip that island bare." Jon's gaze went north, far beyond sight. "And I fly," he said. "I slow them. I pull survivors back. I learn the Night King's pace." Sansa's voice was quiet, sharp. "You come back," she said. Jon looked at her, his sister, his queen in all but name. "I will," he promised, and he hated how the promise tasted. Tormund grinned faintly, fierce. "If you die," he said, "I'll tell the dead you were boring." Jon snorted a breath. "That's the worst threat I've heard," he muttered. Arianne's eyes stayed on the refugee line. "Bring them in," she said, "because every village left behind becomes an army against us." Sansa lifted her hand and called down orders to the yard. Gates would open again. Carts would be pulled in. Winterfell would become a mouth for the living. And beyond the horizon, unseen but certain, the dead marched toward it like a storm that did not stop for walls. Jon did not wait for the dead to knock politely. He flew over the gift with Sunsorrow's shadow skimming the snow like a moving night. Below, Tormund Giant's Bane and a hard knot of northern riders pushed along the treeline, their horses steaming, their fur cloaks stiff with frost. Refugees stumbled ahead of them, families dragging bundles, children carried half-limp in arms that shook with exhaustion. The first white scouts found them near a frozen stream. They moved through the trees with the wrong kind of quiet, bodies jerking in awkward angles, eyes glowing faintly blue through shadow. They did not shout. They did not threaten. They simply came, hands reaching, hunger that wasn't hunger pulling them forward. A child screamed, high and thin, and the sound snapped the living into frantic motion. "Move," Tormund bellowed. "Keep moving or you'll be moving forever." Jon felt Sunsorrow's attention sharpen. The dragon's throat glow-stirred, eager. The beast wanted to scour the treeline clean, to turn every shadow into ash. Jon forced his breath slow. "Small," he murmured. Sunsorrow snarled smoke, offended by restraint, but angled its head. A thin spear of flame lanced down, cutting across the first cluster of whites. They ignited instantly, collapsing into blackened limbs. Snow hissed, steam rose. The smell of burnt rot hit Jon even at height, heavy and sick. More whites poured from the trees, drawn by sound, by movement, by the simple truth that living bodies were warm. Tormund's riders met them with dragonglass spears, black points punching into frozen flesh. Where the black glass struck true, whites spasmed and fell, not dead in the way men died, but broken, their unnatural animation collapsing like a severed string. A northern man took a white's claw to the face, blood spraying bright against snow. He screamed and dropped. The white climbed on him, hands closing. Tormund roared and drove his spear through its back, then yanked it free and smashed the butt into its skull until it stopped moving. "Get them out!" he shouted at the refugees. "Don't look back." Jon swung Sunsorrow in a tight circle, keeping the dragon low enough to intimidate whites and high enough to avoid the treetops. The wounded wing flapped unevenly, and Jon's stomach clenched each time it shuddered. A wrong beat could send them tumbling into branches and claws. A woman in a patched cloak stumbled, slipping on ice. She fell hard, breath knocked out. Two whites broke from the treeline toward her, arms outstretched. Jon pointed his whole body at them, intent like a knife. Sunsorrow exhaled a narrow flame line. The whites burst into fire mid-stride, collapsing into twitching ruin inches from the woman's boots. She stared, frozen in shock, then scrambled up and ran, sobbing. Tormund glanced up at Jon, teeth bared in a grin that was half triumph, half despair. "That's IT," he shouted. "Make them fear the sky." Jon did not answer. His eyes searched beyond the treeline, beyond the smoke, beyond the burning scouts. He saw something that tightened his gut. Not whites, tracks. Deep, clean impressions in snow where something tall had walked without slipping. Around them, frost had crept in delicate patterns, too perfect, too deliberate. White walkers were near. Jon's bandaged hands tightened on the ridges. He swung Sunsorrow higher, scanning the horizon. The refugee line kept moving, pushed by terror, sheltered briefly by fire. And somewhere ahead, the real storm waited, quiet, patient, intelligent. The ambush came from silence. A frozen clearing opened ahead, a break in the trees where wind scoured snow into hard crust. The refugees poured into it like water released, desperate for open ground, desperate for speed. Then the cold deepened, not the ordinary cold that bit fingers and made men curse. This was heavier, pressed into lungs. It made breath feel like swallowing glass. Whites surged from both sides of the clearing, pouring out of the trees in a tide of blue eyes and black hands. They moved faster than before, as if commanded, as if whipped. Tormund's riders skidded to a halt, horses screaming. Men threw themselves into a line, shields up, dragonglass spears angled. "Hold!" Tormund roared. "Hold or die running." Jon felt Sunsorrow snarl beneath him, offended by the sudden pressure, the unnatural cold that dared challenge dragon heat. The dragon's throat glow brightened, A spear of ice shot up. It came from the treeline, not thrown by a wight, but by something precise. The ice spear whistled, cutting through air like a shard of moonlight. Jon forced Sunsorrow into a hard bank. The spear tore past the dragon's wounded wing, close enough that frost sprayed, biting scale. Sunsorrow roared, rage and pain, and beat its wings violently, snow exploding beneath. Jon's stomach lurched. Another inch and the spear would have pinned membrane. Another inch and they would have fallen into the clearing like meat. He leaned forward, voice torn by wind. Now! Sunsorrow dove low, so low the dragon's shadow swallowed men. Heat blasted outward as it passed, turning snow to steam and making wights flinch. Not fear, but reflex. Jon forced the dragon's head to angle toward the densest cluster near the refugee line. Small, he hissed through clenched teeth. Sunsorrow wanted to flood. The dragon wanted to erase the clearing in one red roar. Jon pressed restraint into his blood like a hand around a throat. A thin lance of flame shot out, cutting a line through wights at the clearing's center. Bodies ignited, collapsing, creating a burning barrier the refugees could dart around. The fire was a blade, not a torch. Tormund seized the opening. He charged into the gap with a bellow, dragging two refugees by their collars and shoving them toward safety. A northern fighter beside him drove a dragonglass spear into a wight's mouth, twisting until the skull cracked and the body fell limp. More ice spears rose from the trees. Jon finally saw the thrower. A white walker stepped into the clearing's edge like winter-given limbs, tall, pale, armor catching light like frosted glass. Its eyes glowed blue and calm. It lifted its spear slowly, almost lazily, as if this were hunting, not war. Jon's blood turned to iron. He angled Sunsorrow toward it. "Burn," he whispered. Sunsorrow inhaled, throat glowing brighter. Jon unleashed a heavier blast, wider than a spear-thin thread, not yet a full river. Flame surged toward the White Walker. The cold answered. A pale shimmer rose like frost made into a wall. The fire hit it and broke, hissing into steam, scattering into ragged tongues that died in air. The White Walker did not flinch. It raised its spear again, eyes fixed on Sunsorrow's wing like a butcher choosing where to cut. Jon's mouth went dry. Fire wouldn't solve this. Not alone. Not like this. Jon did something reckless because waiting was death. He drove Sunsorrow lower, forcing the dragon into the clearing's edge where trees crowded and wind churned steam. The White Walker lifted its spear again, calm as a surgeon. Jon's hand found Longclaw's hilt. He had not drawn it since Eastwatch, not properly, not with intention. The Valyrian steel felt cold in his palm and then not cold at all, as if it recognized what it had been made to cut. Jon yanked on the ridges and shifted his weight, guiding Sunsorrow into a brief hover, the dragon's wings beating hard enough to throw snow into a blinding swirl. For a heartbeat the world became white chaos. Then Jon let go. He dropped. Cold slammed into him. He hit the snow hard, rolled, came up with Longclaw already lifted. Pain flared in his bandaged hands, but he ignored it. Pain was smaller than death. The White Walker turned toward him with slow, deliberate surprise. Its face was still, almost curious, as if it had not expected prey to leap into its teeth. It moved with impossible grace. The ice spear came down in a sweeping arc meant to take Jon's head from his shoulders. Jon brought Longclaw up. Steel met ice. The sound was wrong, sharp, ringing, like glass struck by a bell. Frost sprayed. Jon's arms jolted as if he'd caught a falling tree. For a heartbeat he expected Longclaw to shatter. It did not. The Valyrian steel held. The White Walker's blue eyes narrowed, the first flicker of emotion Jon had seen. Irritation, then something colder. The thrust. Jon twisted aside, the spear's tip grazing his shoulder, cold burning through leather like fire. His skin screamed. He nearly dropped. He did not. He stepped in, closing distance because reach was death. The White Walker flowed backward, light on snow, spear spinning. Jon followed, heart hammering, breath tearing in white clouds. Behind him, Tormund roared, fighting whites with a dragonglass spear, keeping the line from collapsing while Jon gambled everything on one duel. Refugees stumbled past, sobbing, slipping, running. Sunsorrow screamed above, furious at being forced to hover, furious at the cold wall, furious at the White Walker daring to threaten its wing. The dragon's roar shook snow from branches. The White Walker fainted low and snapped the spear upward toward Jon's throat. Jon moved without thought. Longclaw cut across in a brutal diagonal swing. Valyrian steel bit. The blade struck the White Walker's chest, and for a heartbeat there was resistance, like cutting into hard ice. Then the resistance gave way. A crack ran through pale armor. The White Walker's eyes widened, the calm finally breaking. The creature shattered. Not fell. Shattered. Exploding into glittering shards of ice that burst outward and vanished into snow. For a breath, the clearing went impossibly silent. Then the whites collapsed. Bodies that had been mid-lunge dropped like puppets with cut strings. Hands slack, jaws hanging, blue eyes dimming into nothing. A wave of them fell at once. A sudden ruin of limbs and rot. Tormund stared, panting, then barked a laugh so loud it sounded like a scream. "That's IT," he roared. "That's the trick." Jon's knees nearly buckled. Relief hit like a wave, followed instantly by dread. If one White Walker's death could drop its whites, then they were not fighting an endless tide. They were fighting commanders. But how many commanders stood behind the Night King? Jon looked up. Sunsorrow swooped lower, steam rolling from its nostrils, and Jon felt the dragon's furious satisfaction like heat in his chest. The beast had watched a different kind of weapon win where flame faltered. Jon raised Longclaw, blade dark and wet with melted frost, and shouted until his throat tore, "Valyrian steel works! Dragong lass works! Aim for them!" The men heard. Hope moved through the living line like fire catching dry kindling. And far away, beyond the tree-line, a deeper cold watched and learned. Winterfell became a forge, not just in the smithy, where fires burned day and night, but in every corridor and yard where fear was hammered into purpose. Dragonglass was brought in from every cache they could scrape. Small shards from old stores, rough chunks traded for at White Harbor, black stone that had once been treated like superstition and now was handled like sacred metal. Sansa Stark moved through it all like a blade. She watched smiths lash obsidian to spearheads with wire and resin. She watched women string arrows until fingers bled. She watched children carry bowls of stew to men drilling until their arms shook. She spoke little, but every word she did speak became law. Arianne Martell turned logistics into war. She stood with Davos Seaworth and Lord Wyman Manderley over ledgers and maps, arguing over carts, ration lines, and which villages could be emptied fastest without freezing everyone on the road. Where northern pride snarled at southern advice, Arianne simply stared until the pride retreated, because starvation did not respect insult. "We cut portions now," Arianne said, voice hard. "Not later. Later is famine." Wyman grunted, reluctant but intelligent. He rumbled. "The North can stomach hunger, cannot stomach stupidity." Davos jabbed a finger at a rough map. "Dragonstone," he said again. "If we can get one more run, we can triple this." Triple. Sansa's eyes stayed on the piles of dragonglass. "Then you'll go," she said to Davos, "and you'll take ships that can fight, not just run." Arianne's jaw clenched. "I go with him," she said immediately. Sansa's gaze snapped to her. "You are not leaving Winterfell," she said, cold as stone. Arianne's eyes flared. "This is my war too," she snapped. Sansa did not blink. "Then lead here," she said. "If you die on a ship, Dorne loses its spear, and I lose the only southern ruler who understands what this costs." Arianne's mouth tightened. Hate and reluctant respect tangled. She swallowed, nodding once, sharp. "Then I stay," she said, "and I make sure your ships don't starve us." In the courtyard, Sunsorrow rested, steam curling into snow. The wounded wing was being tended clumsily, carefully, by smiths under Jon Snow's watch. Thick leather straps were heated and pressed, not to heal, but to bind, to support, to keep torn membrane from ripping wider on the next hard flight. The dragon hated it. Sunsorrow's tail lashed, cracking ice. His throat glowed in warning. Men backed away pale. Only when Jon laid his hand on the dragon's muzzle and pressed calm into his blood did the beast allow the straps to be secured. Arianne watched from a distance, hands clenched in her cloak. She hated the way the dragon accepted Jon and rejected the rest. She hated the way that bond made him both stronger and more alone. Sansa stepped beside her, quiet. "He's out there," she said, meaning the Trilene, the gift, death. Arianne's voice was low. "And he found a way to kill them," she replied. "Not with fire, with steel." Sansa's eyes narrowed. "Then we make steel bite everywhere," she said. They stood together in the yard, two women from different suns, watching men work like ants beneath a sky that threatened to break. Winterfell was no longer only a castle. It was a weapon being built in real time. In the Stormlands, the throne became a smaller thing. Aegon Targaryen stood over a map while rain tapped the canvas roof like impatient fingers. The Stormlands had always been wet, but now the damp felt like a warning, as if the South itself was remembering it could be cold too. A raven scroll lay open on the table, ink smeared in places as if written by shaking hands. "The wall has broken. The dead pour south. Eastwatch lost. Prepare." The words had taken the air from the tent the moment they were read. Golden Company captains stood stiff, faces hard, trying to pretend they had not marched their whole lives for a crown that might never matter. Jon Connington stood to Aegon's right, jaw clenched so tight it looked painful. His glove stayed on, one hand held slightly away from torchlight as if he feared what light might reveal. "We march north," Aegon said. It was not an argument. It was an announcement. One captain sputtered. "Your Grace, Storm's End, King's Landing." Aegon's purple eyes cut into him. "King's Landing can wait," he said. "The dead do not." Connington's voice snapped, sharp with desperation. "Marching north is suicide," he hissed. "We will bleed on roads before we ever see the enemy. Winter will eat your men." Aegon's gaze hardened. "Then we feed them," he said. "We move by sea where we can. We coordinate with White Harbor, with Dorne's convoy, with anyone who still breathes." Connington's mouth twisted. "And you trust the wolf?" he spat. "You trust the Martells? They will use this to bind you, to weaken you, to—" Aegon slammed his palm onto the map. "Enough," he said, and the tent went silent like a struck bell. "If they wanted to weaken me, they would have let the wall break in silence and watched me burn my strength on King's Landing. Instead, they sent warning. They sent ships. They sent men." Connington's face flushed. "Because the wolf rides a dragon," he said bitterly. Aegon's eyes narrowed. "And because the wolf was right," he said. The captain shifted uneasily. "Our claim," he began. Aegon's voice turned cold. "My claim," he said, "is meaningless if I am king of corpses. I did not cross the narrow sea to inherit a grave." The tent held its breath. Connington swallowed, the anger in him turning to something uglier. Fear that he could not say aloud. His gloved hand tightened. For a heartbeat, the edge of skin at his wrist showed beneath the cuff. Gray, rough, wrong. Then he tucked it back as if hiding a sin. Aegon noticed the movement. His eyes flicked, sharp, but he did not speak of it. Not now. Not while the realm cracked. "Send ravens," Aegon ordered. "Every lord who has bent to me sends men north. Every port I can reach sends grain. And if any lord refuses—" He paused, letting the threat hang. Connington's voice was tight. "You will make enemies," he warned. Aegon's mouth curved faintly, grim. "We already have enemies," he said. "I'd rather my enemies be alive." Outside, thunder rolled. Inside, a dragon prince who had come for a crown finally chose duty over story. And somewhere far away, a wolf king rode fire into snow, buying time with blood and steel. King's Landing heard the wall had broken and did not mourn. Cersei Lannister stood at a window overlooking Blackwater Bay. The city spread beneath like a carpet of weak things. The sky was pale. The air was mild. Winter felt like a rumor here, the kind of story peasants told to scare children into obedience. Qyburn held the report, voice soft. "The wall breach is confirmed," he murmured. "The dead are moving." Cersei's smile was thin. "Let them move," she said. Qyburn's brows lifted slightly. "If the north falls," he said carefully, "the realm weakens. Chaos spreads." Cersei turned, eyes gleaming. "Chaos is an opportunity," she replied. "If wolves and dragons and pretender princes all march north to die, then the south belongs to the lion." Qyburn inclined his head, as if amused. "And if a dragon returns south?" he asked. Cersei's gaze slid to the shadow jars along the wall. Wildfire sleeping green, patient. "Then I burn it," she said simply. "And I burn the city if I must. I will not kneel to fire." Qyburn's voice remained gentle. "There are other ways," he said. "Sea roads, supplies. If White Harbor becomes the realm's throat, we can close it." Cersei's eyes narrowed. "Dragonstone," she said, and the name came out like an old hate. "If they go for Dragonglass, they will go there." Qyburn unrolled a map. White Harbor, Dragonstone, the narrow sea routes marked with neat lines. "We can place knives in the water," he murmured. "Sell sails, pirates." "The stepstones are already hungry." Cersei's mouth curled. "Feed them," she said. "Gold for blood. If the north starves, the dead win for me." Qyburn's lips twitched. "And the Dornish princess?" he asked. Cersei's eyes sharpened. "If she survives the cold, she will become dangerous," she said. "Dangerous women gather others. I do not allow that." She turned back to the window, staring at her city. "Send another," she ordered. "Not a traitor this time. Not a fool with a needle in a box. Send someone who can disappear into snow and leave a corpse that looks like winter." Qyburn bowed. "As you command." Ser Robert Strong stood behind her like a silent threat, metal and dead obedience. Cersei's fingers tightened on the report until the parchment creased. "Let them believe they're uniting," she whispered. "Let them feel noble." Her eyes hardened. "Nobility freezes," she said, "and lions eat what freezes." Beyond the bay, ships moved like slow insects. And far north, under a sky of storm and ash snow, Winterfell dug trenches and sharpened black glass, unaware that the south had decided to make their salvation bleed. The first true sighting came at dusk. Scouts returned with eyes too wide, faces too pale. They did not talk of rumors now. They talked of a line on the horizon that moved without sound. "They're coming," one man whispered, and the whisper carried through Winterfell like smoke. Sansa Stark went to the walls. Arianne Martell went with her. Below, men moved into positions that had been argued over and dug into reality. Trenches carved into frozen earth, lined with pitch, torches set at intervals like a string of small stubborn suns. Spears with dragonglass tips formed ranks. Archers stood ready with black-pointed arrows. Golden Company soldiers held the right flank, their discipline tight, their breath steaming. Arianne rode the line, shouting orders to wagons and runners, her voice cutting through wind. "Keep the food behind the second trench," she snapped. "No one eats at the line unless they're fighting. If you die with a mouthful of stew, you're an idiot." A few men laughed nervously. The laughter broke quickly, swallowed by the cold. On the walls, Sansa's eyes searched the darkening treeline. Snow fell in thin flakes that caught torchlight and vanished. Her hands did not tremble. Her jaw did not loosen. She looked like a queen carved from frost. "Where is Jon?" she asked quietly. Arianne's gaze lifted to the sky. Sunsorrow circled above Winterfell, shadow passing over the trenches like a moving omen. Jon Snow rode low, controlling the dragon's impatience, keeping it close enough that men could see and believe, and far enough that an ice spear could not reach easily. Arianne's throat tightened. "There," she said. Sansa's eyes hardened. Good, she murmured. Then the horizon shifted. At first it looked like the treeline itself was moving. Darkness thickening, shadows crawling. Then the torches caught glints. Pale eyes, blue and cold, scattered like stars. Bodies, too many bodies. A tide of whites emerged from the trees, silent, relentless. Their movement turning the field into a living nightmare. Men on the line hissed prayers. Some swallowed hard. Some tightened grips until knuckles turned white. Arianne rode behind the first trench, eyes narrowed, voice low. "Hold," she said, and the word carried like iron. "Hold until they're in the pit." Sansa watched from above, heart beating steady and hard. "Let them come," she whispered, not as bravado but as acceptance. Above, Sunsorrow roared once, the sound rolling over fields like thunder. The white tide did not pause. It only came faster. The sky changed when the Night King came close. Not with thunder, not with cloud, but with light. An eerie blue shimmer that crawled across the underside of storm like a sick aurora. The air thickened.
Torch flame spent.
Men's breath froze harder, falling like glittering dust. Behind the white tide, shapes emerged. Tall, pale, calm. White walkers. They moved in a loose formation, armor catching faint light like frosted glass. Between them, the cold deepened until even stone seemed to listen. And then the Night King appeared. He walked through snow as if snow was nothing. He did not hurry. He did not show anger. His blue eyes were fixed on Winterfell as if it were already a memory. On the battlements, Arianne Martell's fingers curled around the stone, so hard her gloves creaked. Sansa Stark's face did not change, but something tightened behind her eyes. An old fear brought back, not of kings or courts, but of endings. Jon Snow circled above on Sunsorrow, Longclaw's dark hilt visible at his side. The dragon's roar shook the air, furious at the cold that dared challenge it. Smoke poured from its nostrils, turning instantly to mist. Jon felt the Night King's gaze find him even from this distance. Cold, patient, intelligent. It was not a gaze of hatred. It was a gaze of certainty. Sunsorrow dipped, throat glowing. Jon forced his breath slow. "Not yet," he murmured. "Wait." The dragon snarled, offended, but held. Barely. Below, the first trench line flared as pitch was lit, a river of fire running along the ground. Heat rose. Snow hissed into steam. Men cheered, a brief desperate sound. The white tide did not stop. They surged into the fire. Bodies burned. Bodies fell. Bodies climbed over burning bodies, hands blackening, eyes still blue. The fire slowed them, but it did not end them. Sansa's voice carried down from the wall, sharp as a blade. "Archers," she commanded. Black-tipped arrows flew, dragonglass heads punching into white skulls. Some dropped. Many kept coming. Arianne's voice joined, fierce. "Hold the second line. Do not break." Golden Company men held their shields, faces tight, disciplined battling instinct. Northern spearmen braced, boots sliding in snow, eyes wide. The Night King lifted one hand, slow, almost gentle. The cold surged. The fire line guttered slightly, flame bending as if pressed by an unseen weight. Men gasped as breath froze in throats. The air itself felt heavier. Jon's blood turned to iron. He leaned forward on Sunsorrow, voice raw in the wind. "Now," he snarled, and he didn't know if he spoke to the dragon or to fate. Sunsorrow roared and dove, shadow swallowing the battlefield. Sansa and Arianne stood side by side on the battlements, two rulers from opposite suns, watching the moment the world finally stopped being politics and became survival. Winterfell held its breath, and the long night stepped closer, smiling with blue eyes that did not blink. Sunsorrow fell out of the stormlight like a blade. The dragon's wings folded slightly, cutting speed, and the shadow swept over the trench lines so fast the men below felt night pass over them twice. Pitch burned in long, snarling ribbons, fire snapping at the snow until it hissed into steam, yet the whites did not care. They came through the flames with skin blackening and hair igniting, hands still reaching, blue eyes still bright, bodies piling so thick the fire became a bridge. Jon leaned low on the ridges, bandaged hands locked. The wounded wing shuddered once, a wrong beat that made his stomach drop. He forced his breath slow anyway, forced the calm into his blood like a command pressed against Sunsorrow's throat. "Small," he growled, teeth clenched. "Small. Cut." Sunsorrow snarled, offended by restraint when the world dared challenge it, but it obeyed the intent. A narrow lance of flame speared downward, bright enough to hurt the eyes, and carved a clean line through the first mass of whites. They ignited and collapsed, turning to burning obstacles that the living line could use for a heartbeat. Steam billowed. Men cheered without meaning to, a ragged sound ripped from them by the sudden sight of something dying properly. On the battlements, Sansa's voice cut through the chaos like an arrow. "Hold the second line. Do not waste arrows on limbs, skulls." Arianne's voice joined, fierce and sharp, born to command in heat and now commanding in cold. "Pitch to the left trench. More torches. Keep the wagons moving or we die stupid." Below, the Golden Company held their shields tight, formation compressed by fear into something even more disciplined. Their captain, Ser Rawley Duckfield, barked orders in a voice made hoarse by snow, and his men listened because listening was the only way to keep hands attached. The cold surged again. Torch flames bent toward the ground as if pressed by an invisible palm. Fire guttered, not extinguished but weakened, its edges turning ragged, its heat pushed back. Men gasped as breath froze in their beards. The pitch line hissed, struggling. Jon felt it like teeth in his bones. The Night King was close enough now that winter itself behaved differently. Sunsorrow roared, furious at the insult. The dragon dove again, throat glow building. This time Jon allowed more, just enough to keep the living from being swallowed. A wider blast poured out, not a full river but a heavy sheet of flame, and it slammed into the white tide, turning a section of the field into burning ruin. Bodies flailed, bodies fell, bodies climbed over bodies anyway, and behind them, far back in the blue-lit snow, the Night King watched as if this were a lesson, not a battle. Jon's jaw tightened until it hurt. He had killed a White Walker once and watched a whole cluster of whites collapse. That truth was the only light in this darkness. Commanders could be cut. The tide could be broken. He swung Sunsorrow in a tight circle, searching the edges, looking for the pale shapes that moved with purpose. White Walkers stepped forward in calm lines behind the white wall, their spears held like ritual. One lifted its arm. An ice spear flew clean, fast, deadly. Jon yanked on the ridges and threw his weight hard. Sunsorrow banked sharply. The spear tore through the air and struck the torn edge of the wounded wing anyway, grazing membrane. Frost exploded outward. The dragon screamed in pain and rage, a sound so violent it made men below flinch and stumble. Sunsorrow's wing beat faltered. For a heartbeat, the dragon dropped. Jon's stomach lurched with it. He pressed himself into the ridges, voice raw. Up! Sunsorrow clawed air, furious, and climbed. Uneven, wounded, alive. Below, the white tide kept coming. Jon looked down at Winterfell's walls, at Sansa's small dark figure commanding, at Arianne's blaze of motion on the battlements, and he understood with sick clarity. If Sunsorrow fell, the lines would break. If the lines broke, Winterfell would become a slaughterhouse. He forced the dragon higher, buying space, buying seconds, and then he chose where to bleed the tide. On the ground, the battle was not grand. It was hands slipping on spear shafts, boots sliding in bloody snow, men screaming names that were swallowed by wind. It was the smell of pitch and burning hair. It was the sound of dragonglass punching into frozen flesh and the wet crack when skulls finally gave. Arianne Martell rode behind the second trench with a small knot of torchbearers and runners, her horse flinching at every roar, her armor stiff with frost. She kept her seat anyway, chin high, eyes sharp. Right flank, back 2 steps, she shouted, voice carrying. Don't let them wrap you. Do not let them get behind the shields. A Golden Company soldier stumbled, a White's fingers clawing at his helm. A northern spear thrust up, dragonglass point driving through the White's jaw. The corpse spasmed and fell, limp, its blue eyes dimming to nothing. The soldier stared at the fallen body as if unsure it was truly dead, then moved again when another White climbed over it. Sansa Stark stood above on the wall, her cloak whipping, her hair braided tight, her face carved into command. She raised her arm and the archers released in volleys, dragonglass arrowheads punching into skulls, dropping Whites in twitching heaps. When the cold surged and flames sputtered, Sansa did not flinch. "Light the second pitch line," she ordered. "If the first dies, we burn them again." Men ran with torches. Pitch caught. The second trench line flared, fire spreading along the ground in a sudden bright rush that made the living line roar in desperate relief. The Whites surged into it immediately. Bodies burned and fell and became ladders. Hands blackened and kept reaching. The fire slowed them, but it did not stop them. It never stopped them. Arianne leaned forward in her saddle, watching the tide press against flame, watching the dead climb over one another like insects. Her throat tightened, but her voice stayed hard. "Let them pile," she shouted. "Let them bunch, then cut them down." Men obeyed because the alternative was panic. Shields locked, spears thrust in practiced rhythm. Dragonglass points struck and Whites fell in jerks that looked almost human, almost tragic. Above, Sunsorrow's shadow passed over them again. Heat washed down briefly, turning snow to mist. Men looked up and felt hope like a drug. Then the cold answered, and the mist froze into glittering frost that fell like glass. Arianne felt that shift and knew what it meant. The Night King was pushing, testing, pressing the fire back not by extinguishing it, but by making it weaker. She realized then that this was not merely an army. It was a mind, and it was learning their tricks. Arianne's gaze swept the line until she found Ser Rawley Duckfield at the right flank. His men holding steady, his jaw clenched. She rode toward him, close enough that her voice could cut through the noise. "When the walkers step in," she said, "you aim for them, not the dead." Rawley Duckfield swallowed hard. He rasped, "if we can see them." Arianne looked toward the blue shimmer behind the Whites, toward pale shapes that did not hurry. "You will," she said, "because if we don't, we die blind." She rode on, torchlight reflecting off her armor, and for the first time the northern men watching her did not see a southern princess. They saw a commander, cold-eyed, stubborn, unwilling to break. The dead pressed harder. Winterfell held. For now. The gates shuddered like a living thing in pain. Jon brought Sunsorrow down hard into the yard because the dragon could not keep taking ice spear grazes in open sky. The wounded wing beat unevenly, and each wrong beat felt like a coin flip between flight and falling. The yard was crowded. Men running with torches, wounded dragged toward the keep, archers reloading with numb fingers. Panic had not fully taken them, but it hovered close, a thin crack in discipline. Sunsorrow landed with a crack that sent ice shards skittering. Steam rose in thick white plumes around its claws. The dragon's head swung, eyes glowing amber, and its throat glowed briefly as if it considered burning the whole yard just to vent rage. Jon slid down, Longclaw already drawn. "No," he snapped, palm pressed against the dragon's muzzle. He forced calm into the bond, rough and hard. "Not here, not us." Sunsorrow hissed smoke in furious compliance and lowered its head, the glow dimming. The beast hated the cold, hated the injury, hated being leashed. Jon turned away before the dragon could change its mind. Tormund Giantsbane barreled past him with a dragonglass spear, beard crusted with snow, eyes bright with savage joy and terror. "They're at the first gate," he bellowed, "and they're climbing like spiders." Jon's stomach tightened. The first trench was already a burning pile. The second line held, but the Whites would keep stacking until they made their own bridge. The castle walls were stone. Stone could be climbed. Winterfell was not the wall. Winterfell could be taken. He sprinted toward the inner archway, boots slipping in slush, Longclaw held low. Men surged around him, Northmen, Golden Company, wildlings, breath steaming, faces raw. Someone shoved a bundle of dragonglass daggers into Jon's arms. He caught them without stopping, flung them toward a runner. "To the walls," he shouted. "Every tower." Another impact slammed into the gate. The iron groaned. Snow shook from the stone above. A distant roar, white throats, a tide, pushed through the crack like sound made flesh. Jon reached the battlement stair and took it 2 steps at a time. His hands screamed beneath bandages, but he did not slow. At the top, the sight hit him like a fist. The field beyond the trench was a moving black ocean. Whites stacked at the fire line, climbing over burning bodies, pushing forward. Among them, pale shapes moved with calm purpose, white walkers gliding like winter's knives. Their ice spears rose and fell in measured throws, picking targets with terrible patience. And behind it all, under the blue shimmer, the Night King walked forward slowly, never hurrying, never breaking stride. Jon's blood turned cold. He raised Longclaw and shouted down the line, voice raw. "The walkers! Aim for the walkers! Break them and the dead fall." Men heard. Some did not believe. Some did not care. Belief was a luxury. But those close enough to see Jon's eyes obeyed because they had seen him live through impossible things before. Below, Sunsorrow roared again, furious at being grounded, wings flexing. Jon looked down at the dragon, wounded, powerful, alive, and realized he could not win this by hovering and burning. He had to cut the commanders. He had to cut the cold itself. The castle swallowed its vulnerable with grim efficiency. Women and children were moved inward, not into the open yard where wind and shadow could take them, but into stone corridors where torches burned and guards stood shoulder to shoulder. The crypt entrance yawned beneath the keep like an old mouth, and Sansa Stark stood before it with her hand raised, commanding, deciding. Arianne Martell held the small wooden box they had found on the trader, needle-thin as hair, death packed in velvet. She watched the stream of small folk move and felt something twist in her chest. Hunger faces, frostbitten hands, silent fear that looked too much like her own people's fear when dragons had once flown over Dorne. "This is where the lioness strikes," Arianne said quietly. Sansa's eyes remained fixed on the moving line. "She already tried," Sansa replied. "She will try again." A Golden Company soldier stood at one doorway, scanning every face, every bundle, every cart. Northern guards frisked late arrivals with rough hands, checking belts and hems for steel and poison. Arianne's voice sharpened. "No one goes into the crypt with a covered mouth," she ordered suddenly. "No vials, no powders. If someone coughs, I want to see their hands." A guard blinked, startled by her authority, then nodded and relayed the order. Sansa looked at Arianne, and for a heartbeat their eyes met. 2 women used to court knives now facing real ones. "You understand this," Sansa said. "I've lived under it," Arianne replied, "just in warmer air." A distant roar shook stone. Screams rose outside. The gate groaned. Arianne tightened her grip on the box until her gloves creaked. "If the dead get into the crypt," she said, and she did not finish. In Dorne, the dead stayed dead. Here, the dead might be called back like servants. Sansa's jaw clenched. "We will not let them," she said. Arianne's eyes flicked toward the Godswood, the dark mass of winter trees visible through the courtyard arch. "If the Night King comes inside," she murmured. "He will come for something." Sansa's gaze sharpened. "He comes for everything," she said. Arianne shook her head once. "No," she said. "He comes like a king. Kings choose targets." Sansa's expression did not change, but something behind her eyes tightened. Recognition, dread, calculation. Another impact slammed into the gate. The courtyard shuddered. Arianne stepped closer to Sansa, lowering her voice. "If Jon Snow goes to face him," she said, "he will die unless he is not alone." Sansa's mouth tightened. "He never listens," she said softly, bitterly. Arianne's eyes burned. Then we make him listen, she replied. They stood side by side as the vulnerable were swallowed into stone and the castle prepared to become either a fortress or a tomb. Above them, the air felt colder, and Winterfell's heart began to beat faster. Jon chose a small group because large groups died loudly. Tormund Giantsbane followed because he followed any plan that involved hitting something bigger than himself. Ser Raleigh Duckfield followed because he had the discipline to hold a line even when lines turned into graves. 2 northern spearmen came because they had proven they could keep their hands steady around dragonglass when fear wanted to shake them apart. They moved through the outer yard, past the second trench, where fire burned lower now under the unnatural cold. The pitch line hissed like a dying snake. Smoke rolled along the ground, thick and bitter. Above, Sunsorrow circled, wounded wing flapping unevenly, breath steaming. The dragon roared once, frustrated, and then swallowed the sound as if even it understood noise fed the dead. Jon's bandaged hands tightened around Longclaw. He could feel the Valyrian steel's weight like truth. There, Tormund growled, pointing with his spear. A White Walker stepped onto a bridge made of bodies and burned timbers. Whites piled so high they formed their own road. The Walker moved calmly, armor catching faint blue light, spear held like a ritual instrument. Whites surged around it, directed, faster where it pointed, parting when it moved. "That's the leash," Raleigh Duckfield muttered, voice tight. Jon's mouth hardened. "Then we cut the leash," he said. They advanced in a low run, keeping to the shadow of broken wagons, to the dips in snow where bodies had fallen. The air grew heavier with each step toward the Walker, the cold pressing into their lungs. The White Walker turned its head slightly, as if it sensed them. It lifted its spear. Ice formed along the tip, crystalline and sharp. Jon did not give it time. He broke from cover and charged straight in. Tormund roared and followed, dragging the spearmen and Raleigh with him like a wave. Whites snapped toward them immediately, hands clawing. One lunged for Jon's legs. Jon hacked it down, long claw slicing through frozen neck. The head rolled, jaw clacking. Another White grabbed Tormund's cloak. Tormund spun and drove dragonglass through its eye, then kicked it off with savage contempt. Raleigh ducked under a claw swipe and plunged a dragonglass dagger into a skull. The body collapsed limp like a puppet cut loose. The White Walker stepped forward, spear arcing toward Jon's head in a smooth, deadly sweep. Jon met it with long claw.
Steel ran.
Frost sprayed. The impact jolted Jon's arms, pain flaring through bandages, but the blade held. The White Walker's blue eyes narrowed, that same flicker of irritation Jon had seen before. Thrust again, faster. Jon twisted aside, the spear tip grazing his ribs. Cold burned through leather like acid. His breath hitched. Tormund barreled in from the side, thrusting dragonglass spear toward the Walker's back. The Walker pivoted too quick, and the spear tip skated off pale armor. The Walker's free hand snapped out and caught Tormund's spear shaft, yanking hard. Tormund stumbled, snarling. "Oh, you cheating bastard!" Jon stepped in, close enough to see frost crystallize along the Walker's lashes. He swung long claw in a brutal diagonal cut. Valyrian steel bit. The Walker shattered into glittering ice shards that burst outward like broken glass, vanishing into snow. Instantly, the Whites around them collapsed. Bodies dropped mid-lunge. Hands went slack. Blue eyes dimmed. A whole section of the tide fell at once, leaving a sudden clearing of dead weight and steam. The spearmen stared, panting, almost disbelieving. Raleigh Duckfield exhaled hard. "It works," he rasped. Jon's gaze snapped up, scanning beyond the cleared section. The Night King was still coming, and now he knew what hurt his generals. Jon felt the cold intelligence of the enemy shift, subtle like a knife repositioning in a hand. He didn't have time to enjoy the victory. He had to do it again. The Night King answered with mockery. He lifted one hand, slow as prayer, and the field changed. At first it was only a twitch, an arm jerking, a hand flexing. Then the snow itself seemed to breathe as bodies began to move again. Fallen men.
Fallen Whites.
Corpses half burned in the trench. Bodies that had been relief a moment ago became betrayal. Blue light bloomed in dead eyes like cruel dawn. Men screamed. A wounded northerner who had been dragged behind the line sat up abruptly, eyes glowing, and sank his teeth into the throat of the man who'd been trying to bandage him. Blood sprayed bright against snow. The bandager's scream died in a gurgle. On the wall, Sansa's breath caught, her face tightening for the first time. "No," she whispered, and the word was not denial. It was rage. Arianne, in the yard below, shouted until her voice tore. "Back! Back from the wounded! Kill them if their eyes turn!" The order was monstrous. It was also necessary. Guards hesitated, morality wrestling survival, then moved. Dragonglass daggers punched down. Spears struck. Men sobbed as they killed friends who were already gone. Sunsorrow roared overhead, furious, heat building, then sputtering slightly as the cold surged again. Flame that should have been triumphant turned ragged at the edges, fighting to stay fire. Jon felt it from the ground. The cold wall, the pressure, the way the Night King's power made even dragon heat behave like a candle in a storm. The dead rose in waves. Burned corpses in the trench sat up, skin sloughing, hands still reaching. A pile of bodies that had been a bridge became a bridge that moved, crawling forward again with obscene patience. Tormund stared, breath ragged. "There," he began, then swore, voice breaking into fury. "They're cheating again." Raleigh Duckfield's face went pale. "We just killed them," he rasped. Jon's jaw clenched. "We killed a general," he said. "Not the king." The Night King walked forward through his own chaos, unhurried, as if the carnage was merely weather. Jon felt the truth settle like iron. Every corpse they made could be turned against them unless they broke the hand that raised them. He looked toward the Godswood. Winterfell's heart tree waited in darkness, ancient and pale behind branches. If the Night King was a king, he would choose a throne. Jon's blood went cold with certainty. "He's coming inside," Jon said. Tormund snarled. "Let him," he spat. "I'll bite his face off." Jon didn't smile. "He won't give you his face," he said. "He'll give you winter." Above them, Sunsorrow screamed again, wounded and furious, circling like a storm that didn't know where to strike. Sansa's voice rang out from the wall, sharp and absolute. "Fall back to the inner yard. Make them pay for every step." Arianne repeated it below, voice fierce. "Move, move or you die twice." The living line began to retreat inward, dragging the war into Winterfell's stone. And behind the retreat, the Night King walked, raising death like a banner. The inner yard became the last mouth of the living. Men poured through archways, dragging wounded, hauling torches, stumbling over snow-slick stone. The dead poured after them, climbing walls, flooding through broken gates, spilling into Winterfell's heart with silent hunger. Sunsorrow landed hard near the well, claws cracking ice. The dragon's wounded wings sagged, membrane torn wider now, frost clinging to it like disease. Steam surged around its body. Men flinched back, terrified and grateful all at once. Jon ran across the yard, longclaw raised, breath steaming, eyes searching. Arianne met him in the chaos. She moved like a blade through bodies, fur cloak thrown back, armor spattered with ash and snow. Her eyes were bright with fury that had found focus. She shoved something into Jon's hand. A dragonglass dagger, black and wicked. "For the king," she snapped. Jon's grip tightened around it instinctively. "He's coming," he said. Arianne's jaw clenched. "I know," she replied, "and I'm not standing in a crypt while he kills you." Jon's throat tightened. "You can't." "I can," she cut in, eyes burning. "I can't ride your dragon." "Fine, but I can stab a monster." Above them, Sansa stood on a wall walk with archers clustered behind her, bow drawn, torchlight flickering on her face. She saw them meet, her gaze sharpened, warning, approval, fear she refused to show. Tormund and Raleigh Duckfield formed a guard line near the Godswood archway with a knot of spearmen, dragonglass tips angled, faces grim. "He comes through there," Tormund bellowed, pointing with his spear. "I can feel the cold like a piss-poor hug." The air thickened again. Snow stopped falling for a heartbeat, as if even the storm held its breath. Then frost spread across stone in delicate lines, racing outward like living veins. The Night King entered Winterfell's yard. He did not climb. He did not rush. He walked through the broken gate as if it had been opened for him, pale armor catching blue light, blue eyes calm and unblinking. Whites surged behind him, but the Night King moved separate from them, untouched by their chaos. Sunsorrow roared and reared slightly, wings flaring. Pain, rage, fear. The dragon wanted to burn him, to erase him. Jon felt the bond strain like a rope on the verge of snapping. "Wait!" Jon hissed into the dragon's mind with raw intent. "Wait!" Sunsorrow's throat glow flared bright, then dimmed, barely. The Night King's gaze lifted, meeting Jon's across the yard. Jon felt that gaze like a hand closing around his heart. Arianne stepped closer to Jon's side, dagger ready, her breath steaming in white bursts. Sansa's voice rang down, hard as iron. "Archers, hold." She did not want arrows wasted. She wanted the moment to matter. The Night King lifted one hand again. The corpses in the yard twitched. Jon's jaw clenched. "This ends," he said, voice low. Arianne's eyes flashed. "Then end it," she replied. And Jon Snow stepped forward to meet Winter in the only way he knew. Steel in hand, fire behind him, family watching from stone. The yard became a corridor of decision. White walkers stepped in beside the Night King. 2 at first, then more, moving with calm purpose, spears held like scripture. The air around them turned wrong. Torch flames bent away. Men's breath froze in their throats. Tormund roared and lunged. Dragonglass spear aimed for a walker's chest. The walker pivoted with impossible grace, spear sweeping across to parry, ice meeting obsidian with a crack that made men flinch. The dragonglass held. Tormund grinned, savage. "That's right," he barked. "You don't like that." The walker's free hand snapped out, fingers like cold knives, reaching for Tormund's throat. Rawley Duckfield stepped in and drove a dragonglass dagger toward the walker's ribs. The blade bit shallow but real. The walker jerked, surprise flickering, and the motion gave Tormund his opening. Tormund slammed the spear forward again. The dragonglass point punched through pale armor. The walker shattered into ice shards that exploded outward, falling like glittering hail. Whites around it collapsed instantly, bodies dropping in a sudden heap. Men screamed in startled hope. Jon didn't waste the moment. He charged toward the Night King. Arianne ran beside him, breath tearing, cloak snapping. Her eyes were fixed on the pale king with a hatred that felt ancient, older than Dorne's vendettas. Hatred for anything that thought it could decide who lived. Sunsorrow roared behind them, wings flexing. Jon felt the dragon's heat surge, then weaken as the Night King's cold thickened. The dragon exhaled a controlled blast, narrow, precise, aimed at a walker trying to flank. The flame hit the cold shimmer and hissed into steam, but the walker recoiled, momentarily disrupted, ice armor fogged by heat. The fire didn't kill it, but it bought half a second. Jon swung Longclaw in that half second and took the walker's head from its shoulders. The body shattered before it hit the ground. More whites collapsed. The yard's chaos shifted. Less tide, more pockets. The Night King kept walking. He stepped through collapsing dead like a man stepping through tall grass. His gaze never left Jon. Jon's blood hammered. He knew this was the center. The hand, the mind, the thing that made the dead rise again. Arianne's dragonglass dagger flashed. She threw it like a spear, aiming for the Night King's heart. The Night King turned slightly, almost casually. The dagger struck his armor and skittered off, clattering onto stone. Arianne swore, furious. "No," she snarled. The Night King lifted his hand. Ice formed in his palm, slow, beautiful, obscene. A spear grew like a flower made of winter. Jon's mouth went dry. He felt Sunsorrow tense behind him, wounded wing trembling, rage building. He saw Sansa on the wall walk above, eyes locked on the Night King, bow drawn, waiting for a moment that mattered. Jon stepped closer, long claw lifted, forcing the Night King's attention to him. "Come on," Jon growled, voice raw. "Come for me." The Night King's blue eyes did not blink. He raised the ice spear, and threw. The spear came like winter's own intention. Jon moved as if pulled by instinct. He twisted, the ice spear ripping past his shoulder close enough that frost burned skin. It struck stone behind him and exploded into jagged spikes that shot outward. A spike grazed Sunsorrow's wounded wing. The dragon screamed, a sound that shook the yard. The Night King closed the distance immediately, faster than his calm walk suggested. He moved like a blade drawn from a sheath, silent, sudden. Jon met him. Longclaw clashed against the Night King's ice weapon, and the sound rang out like a bell struck in a tomb. Frost sprayed. Valyrian steel held. The ice did not shatter instantly the way it had against ordinary steel. This was not a simple fight. This was two ancient crafts colliding. Jon's arms jolted from the impact. Pain flared through bandages. He ignored it. The Night King's blue eyes watched him with calm certainty, as if he had fought this duel 1,000 times in different bodies, different ages, and knew the ending. Jon stepped in, forcing the fight close. He swung for the Night King's ribs. The Night King parried with effortless grace, ice spear turning the blow aside, then countered with a thrust aimed for Jon's throat. Jon ducked and felt cold slice the air above his head. He came up with Longclaw driving toward the Night King's chest. The blade struck. The Night King's armor resisted like hard ice. A crack spidered across the pale surface, small but real. Jon's breath hitched. He could hurt him. The Night King's gaze sharpened. First true irritation, then something colder. He slammed the butt of the spear into Jon's ribs. Jon staggered, breath leaving him in a harsh grunt. Cold seeped through leather where the spear touched, burning like fire in reverse. Arianne darted in from the side, dragonglass dagger raised. Another blade taken from a fallen guard. She aimed for the Night King's exposed elbow joint, the gap beneath pale armor. The Night King pivoted with impossible economy and backhanded her with the haft of the spear. Arianne crashed into snow hard, breath knocked out, armor scraping stone. She rolled, coming up on one knee, eyes blazing with fury rather than pain. "Get up!" Jon snarled at her, voice torn. "Get up!" Arianne spat blood into snow and rose, dagger still in hand. "I am up," she snapped. Above, Sansa Stark loosed an arrow. The dragonglass tip cut through air toward the Night King's head. The Night King lifted his free hand without looking. The arrow shattered into ice fragments mid-flight, as if the air itself had frozen it. Sansa's eyes widened, only a fraction, then hardened again. She reached for another arrow, hand steady. Sunsorrow roared, furious, wounded wing trembling. The dragon's throat glowed, trying to build a full inferno. Jon felt the bond strain like a rope. "No!" Jon shouted, not to the dragon alone, but to the moment. "Not here!" Sunsorrow's fire would flood the yard. It would burn whites and men alike. It would turn Winterfell into a pyre and still might not kill the Night King cleanly. The Night King stepped forward again, pressing Jon back toward the Godswood archway, forcing him into tighter space where movement would be limited. This was control. This was chess. Jon's breath tore. His ribs screamed. But his mind was cold and clear now. The Night King could be cracked. The armor could be broken. The blade could bite. Arianne moved again. Not at the Night King's chest, but at his leg, low, aiming dragonglass where armor met joint. The Night King shifted to strike her. That half-beat of attention was all Jon needed. Jon drove Longclaw up with both hands, putting his whole weight behind it, and slammed the Valyrian steel into the cracked line on the Night King's chest. The crack spread. For a heartbeat, the Night King's calm faltered. Blue eyes widened, and Jon felt the blade finally slip through. The world held still as if it had forgotten how to breathe. Longclaw was buried in the Night King's chest, Valyrian steel sunk through pale armor that had believed itself unbreakable. Frost crawled up the blade, then cracked. A sound came from the Night King. Not a scream, not a gasp, but a sharp brittle fracture like ice snapping under too much weight. His blue eyes locked on Jon's. For a heartbeat, Jon saw something there. Ancient anger, ancient surprise, and then it shattered. The Night King exploded into glittering shards of ice that burst outward in a ring, catching torchlight and dawnlight like broken stars. The pieces dissolved into snow and air, vanishing as if he had never been, as if winter itself had briefly worn a crown and then dropped it. Silence hit, total, absolute. Then the dead fell. Across Winterfell's yard, whites collapsed like a tide drained instantly. Bodies dropping mid-lunge, hands slack, jaws hanging. On the walls, men watched blue eyes dim to nothing and bodies crumple into piles. Beyond the trenches, the white ocean turned into a field of ruin. The sound was not dramatic. It was simply heavy, thousands of bodies hitting snow and stone, one after another, until the world was full of the thud of endings. White walkers, too, shattered, those still standing breaking into ice fragments that scattered in wind like ash. Sansa Stark stood on the wall walk frozen, bow still in hand, eyes wide with something she had not let herself feel until now. Relief so sharp it looked like pain. Arianne Martell stared from the yard, chest heaving, dagger still clutched. Her face spattered with snow and blood and disbelief. She looked at Jon as if he had just cut the sky open. Jon dropped to one knee, Longclaw's hilt slick in his bandaged hands, breath tearing out of him in ragged clouds. Pain slammed into his ribs now that adrenaline released its grip. He felt cold seep into bruises. He felt the weight of almost dying settle. He was alive. Above them, Sunsorrow roared into the breaking sky, an enormous, furious sound that turned into something almost triumphant. The dragon's breath steamed thick, and when it beat its wings, snow lifted in spirals as if the world itself exhaled. The blue shimmer in the sky faded. The unnatural pressure lifted. Torch flames straightened, burning true again, and far on the horizon, a pale strip of dawn broke through storm cloud, thin and weak but real. Men began to cry. Some laughed. Some simply sank into snow and stared at their hands as if unsure they were still living. Sansa's voice finally carried down, hoarse and shaking with contained emotion. "Jon!" Arianne moved first, stumbling toward him through piles of collapsed dead, boots slipping, breath ragged. She reached him and grabbed his shoulder hard, as if to confirm he was solid. "You idiot!" she whispered, voice breaking around the word. Jon looked up at her, eyes raw. "We're alive," he rasped. Arianne's jaw clenched, and for a heartbeat her fierce composure cracked. "Yes," she whispered. "We are." Sansa was already descending stairs, cloak flying, guards parting for her without thinking. She reached Jon and knelt, hands on his face for a brief moment. Sister and king and survivor. "It's over," she said, and the words sounded like prayer and disbelief together. Jon swallowed, throat tight. He looked around Winterfell's yard. Ruin, bodies, smoke, steam, and then up at the sky where dawn tried to exist. "It's not over," he said hoarsely, "but the night is broken." Sunsorrow rumbled, wounded but alive, and lowered its head as if listening. Winterfell stood bloodied, scorched, breathing, and for the first time in far too long, the living had taken a step back from the edge.